Message on the Tide, K-Pope Mysteries Book 8, written by Winnie Reed, narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Chapter 1. I don't see why we have to do this. I bit my tongue for maybe the 5th time in 10 minutes. According to the clock on the wall, that was as long as I'd been in my mother's cafe this morning. It had to be a record for tongue biting, even considering who I was dealing with at the moment. You could have told Trixie you weren't interested in taking part in her article, you know. I placed the last of the cane-back chairs on the floor and slid it into place in front of a 4-top table. Mom had recently replaced all the tables and chairs in the dining area, and their bright, sorbet-inspired colors popped more than ever. Mom sniffed like I'd insulted her. Anything for a friend, Darcy, you know that. I owe the woman more favors than I care to count. Another tongue bite. I'd lose the entire thing soon if I didn't stop. My store didn't open for another hour, so there wasn't much of an excuse for me to slip over there and hide somewhere near the back where she couldn't find me. Look at it this way. Free publicity for the cafe. You know that's never something to turn your nose up at, right? Besides, this week-long restaurant event was your doing. It makes sense for her to interview you and ask what gave you the idea. My mother finished putting on the second enormous pot of coffee she would serve to customers too set in their ways to ever imagine drinking a latte or cappuccino. She turned to the counter and leaned on it, propped up on her elbows. Where did the idea come from? Do you remember? Even though I was slightly irritated with her, having listened to her hem and haw over this article ever since Trixie had suggested it, okay, suggest was too generous a word. It was more like she'd decided to write it, and that was that. I had to laugh at her genuine confusion. I can't believe you'd forget. It was the day after the wedding, and you were sad because there was nothing left to plan or look forward to. Remember now? I'd certainly never forget that morning. I'd never forget my sister's wedding either, and not just because she was my sister, and naturally it would be a memorable, special sort of day. Not only because I'd planned the event either, and worked my fingers to the bone in the process. I'd almost been strangled that night by an idiot who believed the locket I wore around my neck, a gift from Emma to thank me for putting her wedding together and acting as maid of honor, held the key to a safe deposit box filled with a fortune. He and his twin brother had believed the locket was all they needed to buy themselves a ticket to Easy Street. The memory of sitting at a prep table in the kitchen, wearing a scarf around my neck so Mom wouldn't see the bruises left behind, wasn't something I'd let go of easily. Not that I hadn't tried. It wasn't one of my top life experiences. Her eyes lit up an instant before she snapped her fingers. Of course, I swear you're more familiar with my brain than I am. I'd forget my head if it wasn't attached. I decided it was best not to comment. She shot a glance toward the plate glass window at the front of the cafe. It was still early, a good half hour before the cafe was due to open its doors. But tourists were already riding rented bikes up and down the sidewalk. The sound of their bells chiming was pleasant, like music. I hope she gets here before we open. It's bound to be busy this morning. It always was, but especially on Saturdays, when a lot of folks had just come in for the weekend or an entire week at the shore. She knows, don't worry so much. And Becca, my assistant at the bookstore, would be ready to handle the overflow from the cafe. Mom and I had worked sort of like a team ever since I'd opened the store next to hers. I often encouraged customers to take their new purchases next door, where they could sit with a cup of coffee or a pastry and crack open their book. Mom, meanwhile, wasn't exactly as gentle about it. My daughter owns the bookstore right next door, and I'd love it if you went over there. I'm so proud of her. The woman wasn't subtle. Neither was my sister, who flew into the cafe from the kitchen door and burst in like she was running for her life. Did I miss it? Was Trixie here? I had to laugh. You sound like you fell asleep waiting for Santa or something. Chill out. She stuck her tongue out at me. You chill out. I only wanted to make sure I was here for the interview is all. Did you even brush your hair this morning? Mom clicked her tongue, reaching for Emma's honey blonde locks. We shared our hair color and almost the same shade of blue in our eyes. Eyes which Emma rolled while she ducked away from Mom's hands. I've been grooming for years, thanks. Only not this morning, it seems. Mom pointed to the restroom. I don't know whether Trixie will want to take photos or not. and I'd hate to have anybody think my daughter runs around town looking like something the cat dragged in. I giggled softly from my spot by the door where I kept watch for my aunt. Please, compared to the reputation she already has, that's nothing. Emma stuck her tongue out at me again, but went to the restroom like Mom ordered. I whispered to Mom once she was out of earshot. Maybe Joe didn't want to let her go this morning, if you know what I mean. I wiggled my eyebrows up and down, just in case she didn't get the picture. Mom's cheeks went pink before she threw a rag at me. Darcy Harmon. I caught it and tossed it back. Oh, please. You can't be rabidly interested in your daughter's personal lives, then clutch your pearls later. That isn't fair. She screwed up her face like she was about to deliver a real zinger, then stopped at the sight of something over my shoulder. Here she comes. Oh, I hope I don't end up saying anything stupid. Boy, howdy. It seemed the woman was on a mission to make me bite off my tongue. How was I supposed to be so strong and self-controlled this early in the morning? You're talking to an old friend. Think of it that way. It's just Trixie. As if on cue, my Aunt Trixie breezed into the cafe with her usual aplomb, wearing a zebra-striped kaftan and huge sunglasses with frames that matched her crimson lipstick. Are we ready for our interview? Mom groaned. Do we have to call it that? Just the thought makes me tongue-tied. A conversation. You're having a conversation. I glanced at Trixie, hoping she would, for once, take the hint. She and Mom got along as well as they did, mostly because they both seemed determined to ignore the parts of the world that didn't suit them. So what if neither my sister nor I appreciated our personal lives being broadcast for everybody in the cafe and thus the town of Cape Hope to hear? That wouldn't stop Sylvia Harmon from chattering on to anybody with an ear and a spare minute. That's right, sweetie. Trixie nodded in my direction before taking a seat at one of the tables. We're chatting like old girlfriends, which we are. Don't even think about our conversation being written up in the paper. Did I tell you the Philadelphia Inquirer plans on linking it to their website with a big Sunday edition tomorrow? Trixie! I buried my head in my arms, leaning against the pastry case. What did I say? She had the nerve to sound surprised while Mom spluttered and sighed. Emma emerged from the restroom, appearing more like she hadn't just rolled out of bed. Am I presentable now? She then went straight to the pastry case to steal a blueberry muffin. Hey, I want that to look good for when the customers come in. Go get one from the kitchen for heaven's sake. And check the timer on the oven while you're at it. Mom shook her head, shooting Emma a disapproving glance. Honestly, I'd ask who raised you if I didn't already know it was me. What's that say about you, then? She was giggling when she ducked into the kitchen. I followed her, since watching Mom squirm over a perfectly innocent interview wasn't high on my list of fun things to do. The muffin wasn't for me, anyway. Emma slid a fresh muffin into a paper bag and set it aside before pulling a pan of brownies from the oven. The whole town knows what a weakness your husband has for Mom's muffins. You taking it over to him at the station? I was planning on it, after helping with the rush. This restaurant week idea has people going nuts. Yesterday I heard Mrs. Merriweather talking about the plans she was putting together with the girls from her knitting circle, all based on which restaurants have the best specials this week. It'll be busier than usual around here. Yes, and she had generously cleared her travel calendar to make sure she'd be in town and able to help out. She eyed me from across the kitchen. How's Ethan handling the pressure? Has anybody ever told you how alike you and Mom are? I gave her my sweetest smile, knowing she would growl at me, which she did, loudly. Well, that's who you sound like right now. I don't understand why you insist on linking us together. Maybe because he saved your life? That was 4 weeks ago? She tapped a finger to her chin. Is there an expiration date on that sort of thing? I laughed. You tell me. You're the one who's been in more sticky situations than anybody I know. And don't act like the thought of my hanging out with Ethan Crosby doesn't make you grit your teeth, because I know it does. The truth was, I hadn't seen much of Ethan in the weeks since we'd wrapped up the Lockett situation. We were both business owners, both busy from morning till night, and he'd been working extra hard to promote his Restaurant Week specials ever since the town's business association had approved the event. The last 3 weeks since then had been a whirlwind. There were only so many months in summer, and the town usually had events booked back-to-back to accommodate the busy tourist season, so the association and the local restaurant owners had compromised on the only reasonable week on the calendar. which had left next to no time to get ready and promote it. Before Emma had the opportunity to tease me some more, I hit her with my sternest big sister stare. Ethan's not the monster we thought he was when he first came to town, but he's not my best friend either. He hasn't gone out of his way to get in touch with me, and I haven't gone out of my way either. Mostly because he hadn't reached out yet, but she didn't need to hear that part. A girl had to maintain a little dignity, right? I wasn't about to stand outside his cafe with a radio held over my head or anything like that. Okay, so testy this morning. She barely bit back a smile as she finished pouring batter into another brownie pan. You're asking for a muffin upside your head, girl. I held one up like I was about to throw it. He's doing what? We both rushed out of the kitchen at the sound of Mom's shrill voice. What? What's wrong? I went to her, looking at Trixie for answers. All I said was that Ethan Crosby fella has a huge social media contest going on, where he's encouraged his followers to take photos of their meals at other participating restaurants for the chance to win a giveaway he's hosting. She shrugged, glancing from me to my sister. There's already thousands of followers on his pages, and he gets more all the time. Everybody wants a free meal, right? What's so bad about that? Willful ignorance. That was the only answer. You know how she feels about him. I shook my head and scowled, wondering what Ethan had up his sleeve. It hadn't occurred to me to check his business's social media, though I had checked out his personal pages. Obviously. I found him interesting was all. And he had come through for me, too. That didn't mean I mentioned his name in front of Mom when she considered him a threat to her business. Mom looked up at me and Emma. I knew he would find a way to make me feel insignificant this week, and I am being outmaneuvered already. I came up with this idea, but he'll be the one whose business explodes because of it. People are allowed to use social media, Mom. I crouched beside her and did my best to sound calm and reasonable. And to be fair, we've been on your case about using social media to keep in touch with customers, haven't we? You don't need it, though, and it's just one more thing to keep up with. Those were your words. She folded her arms. I know, so how come he has the time to do it? You'd have to ask him, which I know you won't. Hey, you have great specials this week, and you and I put together that little buy a book, get half off idea. Customers from my store could present a receipt at Mom's all through the coming week and get half off their food and beverage. That's true. Still, she was pouting. I hate feeling like he's always a step ahead of me is all. What a fabulous way to kick things off, and the event didn't even officially start until Monday. I could hardly wait to see what else was in store. Chapter 2. Walking along the beach first thing in the morning had been one of my favorite things to do for as long as I could remember. It was always so quiet, with only fishermen and the occasional surfer spoiling my solitude. Those first moments when the sun was just about to peek out and start a new day were magic, especially when coupled with the sound of waves crashing into the shore. Maybe I should have taken up writing poetry instead of selling books for a living. I picked up a beautiful shell and admired it as I walked this Sunday morning. Emma had promised to help set up the cafe so I wouldn't have to listen to Mom's inevitable worrying over how she came off in the article that had gone live overnight. Trixie was an old pro. She'd already written most of the piece and had only inserted the bits about Mom and where the idea came from before getting approval and publishing. Now, 24 hours after the so-called interview, hundreds and thousands of people might be reading about Cape Hope and Sweet Nothings. Journalism had certainly come a long way. It would be a hot day, no surprise for July. I pulled my hair into a ponytail to cool off the back of my neck, which was already sweaty even though it was barely 5:30 in the morning. The beach would be packed for sure once people woke up and had breakfast. I hoped it would translate into more business after folks had their fill of getting sand in every crevice. Another thing I loved about early mornings, all the neat things left behind by the tide. There were so many other shells around, beautiful and intact, and I'd wished I'd brought a bag with me to collect some of them. Collecting shells in a beach town was maybe the most cliché idea ever, and I hadn't done it with any regularity since I was a little kid, but sometimes I felt the temptation to start up again. Only the question of where the heck I'd keep them kept me from scouring the beach. Sometimes it was more than shells that washed up too. Like this particular morning when a glint of light caught my eye a few hundred yards further down the beach. Sometimes people left bottles lying around even though there wasn't supposed to be any glass used out here for obvious reasons. This wasn't somebody's empty soda bottle, though, and it didn't hold beer or cigarette butts. I crouched down and worked the bottle free from the sand, and then held it up to examine it. The glass was dark, and the bottle's shape made me think it once held wine. There was no label on it, probably washed away after floating around in the ocean for a while. There was something inside. I rinsed off the glass and held it up to get a better look. My heart skipped a beat. Was it a rolled-up piece of paper? A message in a bottle. I was glad there wasn't anybody around to hear me whisper that like a goofball, but my wonder at having found something so cool didn't fade. The cork was in too tight for me to work it out. I decided to take the bottle home with me rather than breaking it on the beach. It was too interesting just to leave here in the sand, that was for sure. What could be inside? The odds weren't in my favor if I was expecting something life-changing. I knew that much. That didn't stop my imagination from spinning up all sorts of wild ideas. What if it was a map to something buried a long time ago? Or somebody's last will and testament? What if... This made my insides go icy for a second as I trudged through the sand back to the boardwalk. What if somebody wrote a suicide note before, like, throwing themselves off a boat and drowning? Did I want to know what was in the bottle if that was possible? Probably something a kid wrote. I was talking to myself again, but I was still alone, so I figured it was okay. Yes, I was getting myself all excited for nothing, most likely. Some school kid saw a message in a bottle in a movie and decided to see if their message could travel around the world. I tried to set myself up with that expectation in mind, so I wouldn't be disappointed if nothing came of it. That didn't mean I wouldn't anticipate getting home and cracking the bottle open just as soon as I could. I left it in my kitchen sink before taking a shower to wash the sweat off me. A waste of time, most likely, since I'd work up a sweat in the humid air while walking to the store. After a quick breakfast and a glance toward the sink, where the bottle waited for me, I left for work, with the knowledge I wouldn't be able to concentrate on a single thing all day. I need your help with something. Poppy, my neighbor from across the hall, ran a paint-stained arm over her forehead. She was in the middle of a new project from the looks of things, and I winced, knowing I was interrupting her flow, or whatever the term was for it. The poor girl had gotten knocked out because of me, well, because of the locket the Raines brothers had been trying to steal, and I didn't want her thinking I'd be a pest forever. She smiled, though, to my relief. Perfect timing. I'm at the crucial point in a painting where I start questioning every choice I've ever made and wondering why I didn't go into law school the way Mom and Dad wanted. I held up the bottle. Not wine, sorry. There's something inside, though. I wanted to get it, and I'd rather avoid smashing the glass. Even if I did it in the sink, I worry about the little pieces flying everywhere. Glass shards are a pain, literally. She raised an eyebrow, examining the bottle. I don't know how I'm supposed to help, though. Do you have any sort of idea how to get a stuck cork out of a bottleneck? I'd been wiggling it around since the second I flew through the door, having asked Becca to finish locking up so I could get home sooner. I didn't even poke my head in at Mom's and let her know I was heading out. That would earn me a phone call, no doubt. Just then, it didn't matter. I'd been driving myself up a wall all day over this bottle and what it might hold. I should have broken the darn thing before I went to the store, just for the sake of quenching my curiosity. Hindsight was always 20/20. Where did you find this? She squinted. Is that? Her eyes flew open wide, and I knew she was just as invested in this now as I was. A message in a bottle? How freaking cool is that? I'm about to bite my nails down to the quick if I don't get this thing open soon. Poppy took the bottle from me. She held it like she was holding a newborn, so careful, and walked to her kitchen. I took note of the canvas in one corner of the living room, which in her case was more like a studio. She was painting a weeping woman in the middle of a storm, and I couldn't help but wonder who the woman was supposed to be. This looks like a job for my toolbox. Sure enough, she pulled a metal box from under the kitchen sink and set it on the counter. I gulped at the sight of a hammer. You gonna smash it anyway? She smiled the way a person smiles at somebody who's painfully slow on the uptake. Nope. Watch and see. What came next was a long screw and a screwdriver. Sometimes bottle openers aren't strong enough to pull a cork out that's really and truly stuck, especially once they're stuck partially outside the bottle like this. She placed the bottle between her knees and slowly, carefully twisted the screwdriver until the head of the screw was almost flush with the top of the cork. Then it was time for the hammer. She used the claw end, hooking it around the head of the screw, and used leverage to her advantage. We both gasped when the cork pulled free with a satisfying popping sound. I clapped my hands. "You're a genius." "Nah, skilled at cork removal is all." She even pulled a pair of needle-nose pliers from the same toolbox and carefully extracted the rolled-up papers. Plural, more than one. In fact, there were at least 10 pages gathered together in a tight roll, which started to loosen once Poppy placed them on her counter. "I don't want to touch them." She held up her paint-flecked hands. "And if you want to read them in private, I understand." Like I would take them and run off when you're the reason I'm going to be able to read them at all. I was gentle as I flattened the pages out. They were handwritten on plain, heavy paper. No watermark or anything. Nice handwriting. My handwriting is chicken scratch. I almost never write anything by hand anymore. Poppy leaned over my shoulder. "What's it say?" I was trying to figure that out when she asked, since there weren't any immediate answers. "Dear baby, it's been a week since they pulled you out of my arms and took you away." I raised my eyes from the top page, where I'd only read the first line out loud, and Poppy and I stared at one another. Holy smokes! Poppy went to the cabinets again and pulled out another bottle, this one full of wine. I feel like we're going to need this. Chapter 3. Oh my gosh! Emma touched a hand to her chest as she finished reading the first letter, which was the only one I'd brought to the store with me. I didn't want to lose any of them, but I couldn't stand her not knowing exactly what the letter said. Describing it wouldn't have been nearly as powerful as reading the words themselves. She looked at me with tears in her eyes. Are there more like this? 10 in all, both double-sided like this one. Whoever this woman was, she faced a lot of challenges, such as, from the sound of it, giving birth and having her child taken away from her moments later. She had only held the baby once, just for a few minutes, according to what she wrote in the first letter, before a nurse lifted it out of her arms and left the room. They told me to pretend like you never happened. Emma shook her head as she read aloud in a hushed voice, and to never ever speak of you to anyone outside the family. Isn't that terrible? She uses the name baby. In one of her letters, she wonders whether they were a boy or a girl, since nobody ever told her. That was supposed to make it easier on her. I rolled my eyes. Can you imagine? No, I don't want to. She glanced my way. Where's the rest of them? Why did I bristle at her question? It was a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. The tone in her voice, that was it. I knew that tone. The sound of Emma Harmon sinking her hooks into a new challenge, finding something to be excited about and obsessed over. Normally I wouldn't have minded at all, so long as my sister managed to keep from getting herself hurt, or worse. It had never mattered like this when Emma found her next big cause or mystery. What had changed? Why had I stiffened up? Why had my chest tightened a little when she'd asked where to find the rest of the letters? Because this was mine. For once, I had something that was mine. I left them at home. When she lowered her brow, I shrugged. What? I would hate to see anything happen to them, getting lost or stained. I get it. She laid the letter next to the tiny table that served as my desk and raised her hands, backing away. Hands off. Don't be like that. What's wrong with wanting to keep them safe? It has nothing to do with wanting them safe, and we both know it. You don't want me honing in on your mystery. I get it. That didn't keep a tiny edge of disappointment out of her voice, though. I left them at home so they wouldn't get ruined. Gosh, you're being impossible. And far, far too insightful. She checked her phone and frowned. I'd better get back. I don't want the boss threatening to write me up. She chuckled at her own joke on the way to the store's front door. I had the sense she was still irritated, and we'd have to work things out before long. Still, I couldn't help but feel sort of good about myself. On one hand, it was almost a little bit sad, feeling proud for having done the bare minimum to stick up for what mattered to me. But that sort of thing didn't come naturally, and never had. I was finally getting comfortable with speaking up for myself. So, what's it going to be? Becca finished ringing up the last of a line of customers before turning to me with a grin. Does your sister have a new pet project? I think she wants to. I went to my office, carefully folded the page again, and put it in the safe. I couldn't explain it to myself, how protective I felt toward the letters and whoever had written them. She sounded like a sweet, lost sort of person. She also sounded like somebody who'd been told what to do and how to do it her entire life. How many times had I felt like everybody had a say in my life besides me? Not that our situations were in any way the same. This girl had been sent away to have a baby in secret, which was then taken from her. She'd been told to pretend no such baby had ever existed. And that didn't even begin to cover some of the other things she detailed in her later letters to her unnamed baby. "Darce, somebody's here to see you." For just a moment, just a brief flash, the most blood-chilling image came to mind. Mom standing there with her arms folded, tapping a foot on the floor. Maybe she would ground me for not playing nice with my sister. Instead, I found a tall, auburn-haired guy checking out a stack of books dedicated to local history. I also found myself having to catch my breath, thanks to somebody taking all the air out of the room. "Pete, fancy meeting you here." I hadn't seen much of him in the weeks since the locket incident, and frankly, he perplexed me as much as Ethan did. It seemed for a second there like Pete might be interested in me, at least I thought he was, but then I was never very good at reading the signs the right way either. That didn't mean the sight of his broad shoulders and ridiculously cute smile was lost on me, though. "I know, I've been meaning to stop in and say hi for weeks, but time keeps getting away from me." He gave me one of his sheepish, charming little smiles. "Somebody's been keeping me busy at work." I rolled my eyes. Would it happen to be a certain man I called Dad? "How did you guess?" He chuckled, waving a hand like it didn't mean anything. "It wouldn't be easy for me to walk away from the job either. I don't hold it against him." I folded my arms and shook my head. "Maybe you don't hold that against him, but that doesn't mean I don't. Don't worry," I added when his brows lifted. "I won't say anything about you, but he needs to be called out every once in a while when he insists on acting like the world will fall apart without him." "Well, if you can convince him to ease up and let us do our jobs, by all means. Not that seeing him stride through the building isn't a thrill." He was doing everything but bend over backwards, the poor guy. The only thing that kept me from laughing was wanting to avoid offending him. "Believe me, I know what a pain in the butt he can be. You don't have to explain anything." "If I didn't know better, I'd think he was keeping me too busy for the sake of keeping me away from your store, though I can't imagine why." My cheeks felt awfully warm all of a sudden. Was he flirting with me? Why didn't I know for sure? I was way out of practice. "Are we talking about the same George Harmon? He'd love nothing more than if I started spending time with a cop. He wouldn't have to worry over my safety all the time." "So that's why he paid Joe to marry Emma." When I gasped, he burst out laughing. "Kidding, kidding." Though he did make a joke at one point about willing to meet any price Joe had in mind. He even said that your baby brother doesn't need to go to college. I giggled helplessly because, in all honesty, I could almost see this happening. "Hey, I was wondering," he checked his watch. "Ray's Ravioli has a great lunch special this week. 2 entrees and a dessert split." "I love Ray's." "Oh? Maybe we could go grab lunch? As much as I love those ravioli, I can't justify ordering 2 plates for myself." "Darcy?" Becca was on the phone at the counter, and she didn't appear happy. "I have the warehouse on the phone. They're saying they lost track of the beach reeds shipment." "You mean the shipment that was supposed to come in today?" I forgot about the cute cop and went for the phone. "You've got to be kidding me!" Meanwhile, what seemed like an entire extended family walked in, and 3 kids under the age of 10 ran straight for the graphic novels and sat cross-legged on the floor to read. Becca scurried over to the parents to let them know we were completely fine with customers flipping through books, so long as the books weren't damaged. "Don't worry, we'll buy whatever they're looking at." I only half heard this while discussing our missing shipment with the warehouse manager. He promised to have an ETA for me by the end of the day, even if it meant refilling the order and starting fresh with the shipment. By the time I hung up, Pete was nowhere to be found. I guess he decided to get lunch by himself. My heart sank a little, and I told myself it didn't matter, really. He was trying to be friendly, was all. And it wasn't like I'd be able to go out and get lunch anyway, not with so many people coming in. Not that I complain about that. We were ready for a busy week. At least I'd thought so before our shipment fell through. One of the things I had to be prepared for but that didn't mean I ever enjoyed it happening. Oh, I forgot to put that picture we took next door on that other restaurant's account. My ears pricked up. It was one of the family members from the big group whose kids looked like they wanted to clear out an entire shelf of comics. One of the older women with them shook her head at another. The lady next door seemed upset when you were talking about it, though, remember? She can deal with it. I'm not missing out on the opportunity to win a weekend at one of the motels in town. He's offering what? They both turned to gape at me, so did a handful of other people in the store. And Becca. And the kids on the floor, who stopped reading and stared up at me from the floor. I grimaced. Sorry. Then I approached the ladies and lowered my voice to something resembling a normal volume. What's that you were saying about another business owner offering a weekend at a motel? The man who runs the cafe a few blocks over. She was kind enough to tilt her phone my way so I could see what she was talking about. Trixie had vastly understated the size of Ethan's social media campaign. Maybe she hadn't deserved the withering glances she'd gotten from me on Saturday morning after all. Not only were there already 300 responses to the pinned post asking for photos from around town, but his store's page now had over 15,000 followers. He had to be doing pretty well if he could afford to offer a weekend at a Cape Hope motel during peak season. He had to be doing very, very well. I went to my office, pulled up his account on my laptop, and sent a message directly to him. Look who's trying to overshadow everybody else in town this week. Then I went back to work, since the store was getting fuller all the time. No matter how busy we got, though, I couldn't get Ethan off my mind. Chapter 4. I was on my way out of the bedroom after having changed into my pajamas when a knock sounded at my front door. I froze. After weeks of peace and normalcy, the idea of anybody showing up unannounced still sent my heart beating faster and left my palms a little sweaty. I rubbed them on my thighs and tried to ignore my trembling. I was safe, wasn't I? That didn't mean I was used to random visitors at this time of night. If it had been Poppy, she would have called out to me while knocking. My sister would have tried the open door first, then she would have knocked once she figured it was locked. This visitor did neither of those things. I crept nearer the door. Who is it? It's me. My head snapped back. Who's me? Was I supposed to know? The voice sounded vaguely familiar, but... The man you stood up tonight, does that ring any bells? When I said nothing because, no, it didn't ring a bell, and I was starting to think this guy had the wrong apartment, a grunt came from outside the door. Ethan. It's Ethan. Ethan? How in the world? I flung the door open, and sure enough, there he was. I'd forgotten how good he was at being generally unpleasant. A shame because he was sort of good-looking. Even handsome with that thick dark hair and those eyes that reminded me of black coffee, and why was I thinking about this? I took a deep breath and decided to focus on his ignorance as a way to ignore his unfortunately handsome face. Have you been inhaling too many fumes in the kitchen? Maybe you have a gas leak in there. Funny. He didn't react like it was. Thanks for leaving me hanging. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. This was not a lie. Sure, life got busy with work and whatnot, but I wasn't becoming forgetful, was I? What was that little message about earlier today? That's why you're bugging me at 9 at night? His knowing gaze flicked over me from head to toe before a snarky little smirk found its way to his lips. The man must have been born with a smirk on his face. Is that too late for you? All dressed up in your pajamas? I didn't know whether to cross my arms over myself or shove him out the door. Folding my arms seemed like the way to go, since that at least covered me up a little bit. Nobody wore a bra to bed, and my t-shirt was a little too thin for me to feel comfortable. What about you? You open in, 10 hours? Which means you'll be at the store 2 or 3 hours before that? And you probably just left, right? What is this, an interview? If it was, you'd be a terrible subject, answering every question with another question. His grin broke the tension anyway. Fair enough. You didn't respond to the message I sent back, and I don't like being ignored. Some women liked intense alpha males. I was not some women. It's called having better things to do than check my social media obsessively to see whether you read my message. I haven't even opened the app all night. I had other things to do. I looked him up and down. What did you say? You could check and see. Can you tell me already? He growled before blowing out a big sigh. I asked you to meet me on the boardwalk tonight. I've been jonesing for one of those fried candy bars. You felt like sustaining second-degree burns on your mouth? When he only shot me a dirty stare, I decided to let up on him a little. Sorry I didn't meet up with you. Honestly, I didn't see your message. If you check, you'll see it's still unread. And did you not think to check that I'd even read it before you went out? His mouth opened, then closed. A frown creased his forehead and pulled his eyebrows together in a single line. Fine, that's a good point. Wow, thanks for admitting that. I chewed my lip and wondered if asking too many questions would make it seem like I was genuinely interested. Finally, curiosity got the better of me. So what did you want to talk about anyway? Don't tell me you felt like sharing a candy bar. He snickered. Like I'd share. Can I come in, or do I have to stand out here in the hall where I get the feeling your neighbor is listening at her door? He raised his voice a little at the end and turned his head that way just in case there was any question of who he was talking about. And darned if a shadow didn't move away from the crack at the bottom of Poppy's door. That stinker. Yeah, I guess you can come in. I backed away, then inched toward my bedroom. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna... Yeah. I turned tail and scurried to my room, where my robe hung behind the door. A quick peek in the mirror told me roughly what I already knew. I was fresh out of the shower, wasn't wearing a drop of makeup, and my hair was wet and scraggly. Like a pageant winner, I was. The man would fall in love if I wasn't careful. Not that I wanted him to fall in love, and who cared if I looked like something that had just washed up on the beach? The beach? Oh no! I left the letters on the coffee table. Letters which Ethan was flipping through by the time I joined him in the living room. Crap on a cracker. Be careful with those, please. Don't get any melted chocolate on them. I'm not a child, though he checked his hands anyway when he thought I couldn't see. What is all this? Did you find something tucked in an old book? Actually, it was much cooler than that. They washed up on shore in a bottle. Wow, that is pretty cool. He even managed to sound like he meant it. What's the story here? Who wrote them? I don't have the first idea, to tell you the truth. She never signed her name or gave any clues as to who she was. He glanced my way with yet another smirk. Do you hear yourself? What's that mean? You sound really into this. I knelt on the floor on the other side of the table, since he'd gone and made himself comfy on the couch. Have you read any of them? I mean, did you actually read them? I haven't had a lot of time. He went from one to another. You think this is serious? You don't? He had to be kidding. Nobody could be that cynical. He certainly looked serious enough, man spreading all over the place, leaning over the coffee table. Things like this don't happen, not in real life anyway. Nobody puts a message in a bottle and leaves it for somebody, hoping they find it one day. Right, so somebody went through the trouble of writing these. They come off as more of a diary than letters, really, but let's keep calling them that. And then rolled them up tight and set them adrift for, what, laughs? He let the letter in his hand float to the table, then ran his fingers through his hair and growled, You're impossible. You're the one accusing me of getting wrapped up in somebody's idea of a joke. I wasn't accusing you of anything. He even had the nerve to appear shocked, the jerk. It's only that I'd hate to see you get wrapped up in something that won't amount to anything. What was it about the way he spoke that had me clutching my bathrobe clothes just a little tighter? It was made of terry cloth, not steel, for heaven's sake. It wasn't armor. It couldn't protect me from his derision. I'm not wrapped up. I'm sure you're not. He snorted softly before turning his attention to the letters again. I'll tell you one thing at least. These pages were cut out of a book. They weren't sold loose like this. My pulse picked up speed the instant he said it. What makes you say that? Another snort, not so soft this time. You aren't wrapped up at all. Please shut up. I was only asking what you meant by that. And I'd sounded breathless and hopelessly nerdy when I'd asked, but he didn't have to be a creep about it. He held up all 10 pages and went about straightening them by tapping them against the coffee table. By the time he finished, I saw what he meant. How had I not seen it before? The left side pages were all uneven, off by fractions of an inch. Some were straighter than others, too, like the girl wrote in her journal and took scissors to the pages to hide them. That's fascinating. I took the pages to examine them more closely. I wonder why she did this. I wonder how many more of these she might have written. They're dated over the course of a year, but who knows how many she left in the book. When I glanced at Ethan, I found him studying me. My cheeks went warm under his gaze. Finally, I'd had enough. Why are you staring at me? Is it all the books you're around every day? The reason you have such an active imagination, I mean? He flashed a brief grin. Don't take it the wrong way, which I know you're just dying to. No, I'm not. Sure. Dang his knowing smile, not to mention the tone in his voice, like he knew me in any way. He didn't smile for long. You know, this might end up being dangerous, trying to find out who wrote them. I'm not. Spare me. I'm tired and it's getting late and I don't have time to listen to you defending yourself. You're all lit up over this. I get why you'd want to find who tried to steal your locket, since you could have been badly hurt and there was no telling how much worse things could have gotten if those two idiots were never found. He waved a hand to indicate the letters. But this? You're the bookworm. You can't put this together? No, Sherlock. Amaze me with your intelligence, please. These letters are all dated 50 years ago. She talks about the expectations her family has for her. She even talks about the treatments they sent her for. And honestly, I'm not sure I want to know what that meant. That chilled me, too. Something about adjusting her personality. I flipped through and found the letter in question, reading aloud. They're sending me for another treatment this weekend. It's their way of making me behave. I hate feeling foggy and forgetful afterward. But one thing they wish to accomplish never works. I never forget about you. That's heavy stuff. At least it didn't sound like he took it lightly anymore. Now, think about a family that would send their daughter for shock treatments, which it sounds like she's referring to. They want her to forget her baby, the one they sent her away to have, then took from her. This sounds like a wealthy family, doesn't it? Powerful? He had a point. Now that I saw the letters through the lens he'd placed against my eyes, the picture cleared a little. This girl wasn't a poor waif who gave up her baby because she couldn't afford to raise a child. It had been her family who couldn't afford it, though not because they didn't have money. I nodded. Wealthy families tend to do whatever it takes to protect themselves. They do. But this was 50 years ago. There's nothing to be afraid of here. I'm sad for this girl, whoever she was. I hope she turned out okay. His cynical mask fell back into place when he stood, looking down at me with his hands on his slim hips. Somehow I doubt it. Stories like hers rarely end well. You're such an expert, I guess. Fine, don't believe me. He shrugged on his way to the door. I couldn't let him leave after having the last word. Wait a second. I scrambled to my feet and hurried beside him. Why did you want me to meet you on the boardwalk anyway? You never said. When he turned with a scowl and half-closed eyes, I wished I hadn't asked. Right, your snide remark about my social media campaign. Ooh, campaign. Sounds so serious. I waved my hands on either side of my face. His scowl only deepened. What is that? Jazz hands? No. What? No! I'm saying you sound so big and important. It's just social media. I was truly batting 1,000. Once again, I should have kept my thoughts to myself. When would I ever learn? My comment got him smirking with his know-it-all look I would have loved to wipe from his face. You need to drop this small-town mentality. No wonder your store isn't as big as it could be. That I couldn't take lying down. Excuse me? I could feel my jaw jutting out and didn't care. The man thought my sister was tough? He had no idea. I'd had to deal with her my whole life. If she was tough, I was titanium. I said what I said. You could ship books all over the country and grow your business that way. You could draw readers in from all over the state. Indie bookstores are a rare little gem. Readers care about them and want to spend their dollars locally now more than ever. But no, you think it's silly. He treated me to a pretty pitiful impression of the way I waved my hands. I don't remember asking for your opinion on my business, but thanks for all your hard-earned wisdom. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to go to bed. Sorry if the truth hurts. Sorry for not believing you're sorry. See, you're pretty smart, aren't you? He turned and walked down the stairs, hands in his pockets. I thought I could hear him whistling, but the blood rushing in my ears drowned him out. I didn't dare say a word because anything that would come out of my mouth would have been profane and scathing and possibly unforgivable. He'd gotten the last word anyway. The jerk. Chapter 5. I don't see why you won't let me read them. Once again, I shot my sister a filthy glare from across the kitchen. This was all her fault. It's not that you aren't allowed to read them. If you want to see them, I'll bring them over to the house, or you can stop by my place. I'm just not comfortable with carrying them around town. I don't see why that's so hard to understand." Mom sniffed the air like she'd smelled something rotten. "For once we have a mystery around here, and it's not something potentially dangerous. Can't you see the romance in this?" Even Emma's head shot up at that. The two of us stared at our mother like we'd never seen her before, standing at opposite ends of a prep table. "Romance? Did you not hear me when I described her talking about going for treatments and how her family wanted to make her forget things?" "Personally, when I think about romance, I think about giving birth to a baby and having it taken away from me moments later. But that's just me." Emma rolled her eyes before going back to measuring powdered sugar for a new batch of lemon loaf icing. Mom threw her hands into the air. "I don't mean it that way. You're smart girls, but you're both too quick to remind your mother how silly she is. I don't mean romantic romance. I mean the situation itself has romance to it. Mystery, intrigue, the idea of a girl writing these letters to a baby she will never meet. It was her way of feeling like she could connect with her child. She was struggling to keep the baby in her life in some small way. If I wasn't careful, she would take up walking the beach wearing long fringed shawls, weeping over ghosts. Okay, let's not take it that far. I mean, I agree with you, don't get me wrong. Don't we have enough going on right now? There's a reason we all came in earlier than usual to bake fresh batches of just about everything. Mom had been pretty much wiped out of everything on the first day of restaurant week, much more so than many of us could have anticipated. I'd had one of my best sales days, too. "It's a diversion, that's all." Emma glanced at Mom. "And I told you, when it comes to these letters, she's locked up tighter than Fort Knox." "It certainly thrills me to no end knowing the two of you sit around and talk about me." I stared at them until they both lowered their eyes. I then pointed at my sister. "I blame you for this. You get her all stirred up and then the two of you turn on me." "Speaking of things that thrill us, you know how I adore it when you talk about me like I'm not in the room." Mom blew an air kiss my way. "Truly, I adore it." I pretended to catch her kiss, then slip it in my pocket. "Anyway, that's that. And if I want to find out more about this person, I can't imagine why I shouldn't at least try." Emma pointed to me while looking at Mom. "See, I told you. She wants to figure out who wrote them." "Like you wouldn't. Need I remind you of all those close calls you've had, sister dear?" She turned on me with a sickly sweet smile. "How does it feel to have everybody tell you you're wrong for wanting to follow your curiosity?" I loved my sister, there was no question about it. But when she started talking like she was writing one of her travel articles, I had a hard time keeping a straight face. "That's all it is, curiosity. I would like to know who wrote them. She wouldn't have taken the trouble to cut the pages out of her journal and set them on the water if she hadn't wanted somebody to find them someday. Think about it. All these years, this might have been a dirty little secret, but her life wasn't even her own. Everything was decided for her, right down to how she dressed and the people she spent her time with." I turned to Mom, who appeared both confused and insanely curious. "She talks in one letter about wanting to buy clothes for herself, but she wasn't allowed. She had to wear what was chosen for her. And she was discouraged from reaching out to her friends from school. She had to go to teas with her mother and grandmother. They were the only people she was allowed to spend time with." "Punishment for having a baby out of wedlock?" Emma stared at the wall over my shoulder, mulling it over. "Or maybe with the wrong man?" Mom chewed her lip, thoughtful. "That sounds to me like a wealthy family, the sort of thing they would do." "That's what Ethan said." Darn it. It was way too early in the morning and I'd spent way too much time in bed going through my visit from Ethan and taking apart all the times when I could have delivered a real zinger, all the things I wish I'd had the presence of mind to say when he was in front of me. Look where that got me. Loose lips sink ships, wasn't that the saying? The way my mom and sister stared at me, mouths agape, I had the feeling SS Darcy was about to be torpedoed. Mom drew a breath, mouthed the numbers 1 through 5, then spoke. "You talked to Ethan Crosby about this? You let Ethan Crosby read those letters, but you won't let your own mother read them." "Oh my God, would you stop? It's like the minute his name is mentioned, your common sense flies out the window." I shot a desperate glance Emma's way, but she was still staring at me like I'd just stripped naked and run down the street screaming, so I could tell I wouldn't get any help from her. It was one of those stupid things. He sent me a message online, I never saw it, and he took it personally. It just so happened when he stopped by to confront me about it, the letters were lying on the coffee table. That's all. It's not like we went on a date or anything. And don't imagine I consult him about anything in life, even something as trivial as this, okay? When Mom didn't respond, I went to her, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. I'll bring the letters over to the house for you to read, I promise. I just wouldn't want to lose any of them is all. And I wouldn't want to run the risk of her showing them to anybody else in the cafe either, but she didn't need to hear that part, and I certainly wouldn't need to hear her squawking at me over it either. Since when does Ethan Crosby pay visits to your apartment? This was a bridge too far. I tilted my head to the side, lowering my brow, giving my sister the sort of look I used to give her when she borrowed my clothes and accidentally spilled something on them before accidentally forgetting to tell me about it and putting them back in my closet. You didn't seem to mind him paying a visit to me the night he might have saved my life, did you? That was okay, wasn't it? What do I have to say to both of you to convince you he's not some demon? Listen, we don't get along. He's irritating and a know-it-all and incredibly snide. That doesn't mean his name is a swear word. You certainly have a lot to say about him. Emma barely bit back a smile. For somebody you don't get along with. Oh, give me a break. I threw my hands into the air, which probably wasn't a good idea since one of my hands held a measuring cup covered in flour. At least I had already emptied it into the bowl, but still. I shook out the little bits that had drifted into my hair. Mom clicked her tongue and gave Emma a disapproving stare. Stop teasing your sister about her boyfriend, she snorted, which got Emma started. I marched to my workstation, grumbling the whole way. I'm going to leave. I swear I will. Okay, fine. And maybe Ethan had a good point. Mom lifted a shoulder. I suppose even a broken clock is right twice a day. Of course, I knew she was only agreeing with him because she'd already made the same point before I'd ever dropped his name. If I could go back just a few minutes and undo my horrendous mistake, I would have in a heartbeat. Emma screwed up her face like she was thinking. I could practically see the smoke coming out of her ears. Well, having dealt with my fair share of mysteries, if I were you, I would look up some of the wealthier families who lived nearby, or had summer homes, that sort of thing. You said she mentioned going to Murray's Point for treatment, right? Yeah, she mentioned that in one of her letters, the hospital in Murray's Point. That's not even an hour up the coast, so we know she was here in this state, at least for that. You might even be able to contact the hospital and see if they had a patient around that time. I couldn't help but latch on to this idea, no matter how casual I pretended to be for the sake of my family and their incessant questions. These letters had already taken root in my heart and my brain, and they refused to leave me alone. Still, I doubt anybody would be willing to give me the information. I don't even know the name of the hospital she went to, or if it exists anymore. You know how many hospitals have shut down just in the past 20 years or so? I know somebody who could help you look around. Mom turned away from the oven after shutting the doors. Trixie knows how to talk to people. She's been researching and interviewing people for years. Of course, that made perfect sense, even though I wasn't entirely sold. I don't know. I wouldn't want her to take time out of her schedule for this. Please. The woman spends half her day wandering around town, searching for something interesting to write about. This could be right up her alley. Who knows? She could write about your letters in the paper, and the person who wrote them might come forward. It could be as simple as that. Whoever it is, I am sure she would like to see them again. I know I would. Trixie, that wasn't a bad idea. I was almost annoyed with myself for not having come up with it before now. I don't know. Maybe I'll give her a call. I knew very well I would give her a call. Judging by the glance Mom and Emma exchanged, they knew I would too. I didn't love that it was so easy for them to read me, but that was what happened in close families. Considering the sort of things I'd been reading about recently when it came to families and how they were willing to treat their members, I knew I should be grateful. And I was. Just like I was grateful for the self-control it took not to bang their heads together sometimes. Chapter 6. Here we are, ladies. Mom set down a tray holding a pitcher of iced tea, 3 glasses, and a small plate of fresh cookies. I thought we might like refreshment. I was so annoyed with her, all I could do was offer a brittle smile. Sure, I had decided after a few hours of mulling it over that I would give Trixie a call and see if she was interested in writing about the letters. It wasn't like I hadn't intended to do it. I wanted to be the one to do it on my time, on my schedule. Silly me thinking I was allowed to do that. I should have known Mom would say something to Trixie when she paid a visit to the cafe, which she did just about every day. And I should have known a woman capable of being best friends with my mother for as long as she had would immediately fly over to the store and pepper me with questions. It was half the reason they got along so well, those two, the way their brains worked so similarly. I was still surprised to see my Auntie Nell had stopped by, even though she was busy overseeing a summer reading program at the library, and probably had a bunch of kids roaming around, and who knew, rearranging the books on the shelves or something. Thank you, dear. I was starting to feel a little parched after all these questions. Trixie was entirely in her element, dictating into her phone where she'd record our conversation for later use. We'd been at it for maybe a half hour. It wouldn't have taken so long if the two of them hadn't kept wandering off into side conversations. She turned to me after taking a sip of tea. You say you were alone on the beach when you found this bottle. Yeah, it looked like it had washed up overnight and was half buried in the sand close to the water. What luck! You Harmon girls always seem to be where the mystery is, don't you? She winked like we were in on the joke together. I guess it was Providence, really. Who knows what anybody else would have done? They might have ignored it, or picked it up and thrown it out. Tragic, imagining this poor girl's story going unknown. She deserves to be heard. That's how I feel. She's been silent all these years. Trixie's gaze softened, and a gentle, knowing sort of smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. How she always managed to keep her lipstick in place was a mystery. I can tell from the sound of your voice this means a lot to you. You've taken it to heart. It does mean a lot. I don't know, something about the way she sounds in these letters speaks to me. She deserves a voice after people kept her quiet for so long, you know? That probably sounds insanely ridiculous. Just the opposite. That's a beautiful sentiment, and I wish I'd come up with it myself. I hope you don't mind me quoting you directly. Not at all. The woman was good. She knew exactly what to say to warm up an interview subject. I wouldn't describe myself as flattered, but I wasn't displeased either. I turned to Mom, who was in the process of reading the letters for maybe the 20th time since I brought them over. I was amazed to still have fingers, to be honest, since she tore them away from me in a sort of frenzy I would expect from a Black Friday shopper. This is so sad. So sad. To think her child would have been almost my contemporary, less than 10 years younger. It's easy to forget how things have changed over the course of your life, until you're faced with something like this. I like that, too. Trixie was in serious reporter mode, taking notes on top of recording. It's like opening a time capsule, isn't it? Even her beautiful penmanship. I remember when penmanship was highly valued. Me too. I used to sit and practice for ages. Did you ever have to write your letters over and over? Trixie laughed. Stop, you're making my hand cramp just by talking about it. She tapped her pen to her notebook while pursing her lips. I can think of a few families from around that time, off the top of my head, who had daughters young enough to be this girl. There went my heart, beating furiously. It took real effort to keep my voice from trembling. Really? Like who? No, sweetie, let Trixie do her job. I don't want you getting too deeply involved. I turned to my mother and did my best to look less murderous than I felt. I was curious. I didn't know I needed permission to be curious. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. And yet somehow you're still alive, and you're the most curious person I know. I'll do a little digging after I get this article published. Trixie checked the time. I ought to be able to publish it to our online paper overnight. I hope you don't think you need to stay up all night to do this. This has more to do with my job than it does this story, my dear. It isn't always easy coming up with things to write about. We're expected to continuously come up with content. The face she made when she said that conveyed exactly how she felt about the new ownership of our paper. A group of young entrepreneurs had bought the paper in the spring with the intention of revamping it for the modern age, at least according to them. That meant putting up an online version of the paper that functioned more like a blog, where random stories about the town and its citizens that might not have made the grade for actual publication were right at home. Traffic generation, they called it, driving people to their site and making money from the ads they sold. It was beyond me. I wasn't even 30 and I didn't quite get it. Was Ethan right? Was I stuck in my small-town mentality? I did spend a good deal of my time with women old enough to be my mother. Heck, one of them was my actual mother. I was deep in thought over this when Trixie left, blowing me kisses and promising to write glowingly about me. Mom laughed softly to herself when she returned from the door. Of course she'll write nice things about you. She knows I'd never speak to her again if she didn't. I'd hoped that wouldn't be the only reason for her to say nice things about me. I finished my iced tea before standing. I'd better get home. This impromptu interview is cutting into my bedtime. I managed to stop short of calling myself an old lady. I had to take present company into consideration. Then I noticed her cell lighting up, sitting on the coffee table beside the letters I straightened before sliding them into my purse. And if this spicy text from Bob is to be believed, you have things to attend to as well. Darcy Harmon. Mom snatched her phone from the table. There's nothing spicy here. He asks if I'm watching the news and whether I have time to chat. Yeah, but I think we know what that's code for. I dropped a wink and tried not to laugh too hard when her face turned tomato red. Don't worry, I won't tell anybody about your late-night adult conversations. You are too cheeky for your own good, and you're not old enough to avoid a good spanking. When my eyes went wide, brows up around my hairline, she went a deeper red than before. Please, can we forget we ever went down this road in the first place? Gladly, since I don't particularly delight in discussing my mother's sex life. It was clear the woman was in need of a fainting couch by this point, so I ducked out and ran down the steps before she could follow me with a wooden spoon in hand. It was always fun putting her on the spot the way she did to me and Emma. And if that was all the fun I was having with my life, I needed help. Walking past couples strolling down the street hand in hand, looking sunburned and happy, had a way of putting things into perspective. It was too easy to forget about myself when I was busy worrying about everybody else. Not to mention that I was obsessing over a person who didn't know I was alive, and who I hadn't known was alive until a few days ago. Was this a way of avoiding what I knew needed to be done? And why were my feet carrying me in the direction of Ethan's shop rather than taking me directly home? I was halfway there, in the opposite direction of my home, by the time I realized where I was going. I had him on the brain, not something I would ever in a million years have admitted to anybody in my family, needless to say. I appreciated having 2 working eardrums, and something told me that wouldn't be the case for long if I brought him up. It was his arrogance about my business. What right did he have to tell me how I ought to be doing things? He didn't have the first clue of my goals and dreams for the store, not to mention the fact that I never cared much for making a ton of money. I was a workaholic, plain and simple. Work gave my life meaning. Sure, I could take my business online and sell more books and deal with the hassle of shipping them and tracking the shipments. I'd have to hire more help if I wanted to go that route. Yes, and you'd be able to afford them if you went that route, too. I hated that nagging little voice in my head, which happened to sound like a peculiar mixture of Mom and Emma. I hated Ethan, too. I hated him for ever putting the idea into my head at all, for making me question whether I was in a rut, whether I took too much for granted, whether I needed to think bigger. The lights were still on in his shop. Even my mother had the sense to close at 7, since anybody in the mood for an evening snack could easily get their sugar fix on the boardwalk. He had a handful of customers, I noticed, and was serving sandwiches to a couple at the counter. A hard worker, I had to give him that. He stood behind his product and his brand. And, oh look, it was possible for him to smile. Good thing, since I doubted he'd have many customers if he was always scowling. Did he have a point? Could I stand to level up? Something told me I wouldn't be asking myself these questions if I didn't already know the answer. Chapter 7. What about hosting a book club? I looked up from my notepad where I'd been jotting down thoughts while brainstorming with Becca over ideas to generate more business and get people excited about the store. We hosted a book club for a while. It was something Mom and I co-hosted, actually. We'd meet at her house. What made you stop? It's never been easy to come up with a time that suits everybody. And pretty soon it developed into an opportunity to sit around and chug wine. Don't get me wrong, I love wine, but half the people didn't even bring the book with them, and I doubted the other half read much of it. At least they always blanked out whenever I tried to ask questions. She set down the stack of mysteries she'd been stocking and turned to me. What about a virtual book club? That way you know people aren't showing up for nothing but free food and wine. How would I know anybody would show up at all? Just the thought of it was enough to make me feel itchy and sweaty all over. The idea of sitting in front of my laptop camera with nobody watching. Do you trust me? I eyed her, wary. Within limits. Thanks very much. She was snickering as she went back to stocking shelves. Don't take that the wrong way. I buried my head in my arms with a groan. You know how long it took me to get the courage up to hire help in the first place? It's not easy for me to give up control. By the time I lifted my head, she was standing directly in front of me. We were minutes away from opening, just the two of us in the store, which must have made her feel more confident. With her hands on her hips, she leaned in, eyes narrowing. Remind me of how much the store's profits have increased since you hired me, not to mention how much neater and more efficient the books are. It's not that I didn't want to be neat. You didn't have time to spend on it, I know. You want to know how I know? Because I'm the reason you have more time now. She jabbed a finger against her sternum. I'm the one making sure you have the wherewithal to keep this store running smoothly. And it was 15% last quarter. The profits, I mean. I smiled, a little sheepish. I know that. You're welcome. She spun on her heel and went back to work once again, this time sliding the books home maybe a little harder than needed. The girl had a temper to match her red hair, for sure. Besides, she was still on it, evidently, you'd be in control of the whole process. You wouldn't have to do the grunt work is all. It means a lot to me that this store does well. I appreciate that. You have no idea how much. And I appreciate you. I hope I let you know it. She grumbled, but nodded anyway. You do. Sorry I got snappy. Don't apologize. I looked at the calendar. Okay, virtual book club it is. How long do you think it'll take to generate buzz? You mean it? Her smile was like sunshine, and I knew I'd made the right decision, even if it still left me feeling a little queasy. I mean it. End of summer is a good time to do this sort of thing, too, since a lot of people are still taking time to do what they like. No carting the kids around to school and sports. They have more leisure time. We could test it out early next month if you want. Would that be enough? That's plenty of time. This is going to be so much fun, I promise. She even sketched an X over her chest. I believe you. I didn't, not quite, but her intentions were good. Fact is, social media and an online presence is like at the bottom of my priority list. It's not that I've deliberately ignored it. I know I need a bigger presence and more engagement, but every day it moves from that day's list of things to do and onto tomorrow's. I never have the time to tackle it. You updated the store's page last night, right? I'd been in the process of unlocking the door, but she surprised me enough to divert me. You noticed that? Sure, it showed up in my feed. I love the new photos you uploaded. She had no idea how long it had taken to choose the photos from the dozens or even hundreds saved to my phone. I'd taken them in hopes of posting them online one day. Thanks. Maybe we can come up with an actual plan for how I can manage that instead of sporadic updates. She seemed enthused about this, too. Taking the first step was always the hardest part, wasn't it? Darcy. My Auntie Nell practically tumbled into the store maybe 20 seconds after I'd unlocked the door. Trixie's article. Your letters. The poor woman was out of breath. She leaned against the front counter with her face the same color as her signature pink outfit. Today it was a chic little sundress with a pink cardigan draped over her shoulders. It got chilly in the library. Oh, I forgot all about that. I smacked my forehead. There was all this work to do on the store's social media stuff. I hadn't even checked it out. What article? Becca joined me behind the counter as I pulled up the paper's website. She gasped in unison with me. Front page? I didn't know if I should thank Trixie or kill her for putting my face on the front page. In the photo, I held two of the letters like I was reading them. I have a double chin and everything. Everybody has a double chin when their face is tilted downward like that. You look adorable. I gave Aunt Nell a withering look for that one. Thanks. You do. Good thing, too, since it's already blown up. My stomach dropped. Come again? Look. Becca pointed at the screen, where the share buttons held numbers in the hundreds. and climbed as I stood there staring. People are sharing it all over the place. And why wouldn't they? It's an intriguing story, a real-life mystery. People love solving mysteries, feeling like they're amateur detectives or what have you. Nell was glowing with pride. I'll bet this will bring even more business your way, too. Perfect time to update the store's online profile. Hey, Becca nudged me. We can share it on our page, too. I knew I should be excited. It meant tons of free publicity for the store, since Trixie had mentioned it not once, but twice. Everything was moving too fast. That was what had me feeling so sick, like I had no say in anything and could only sit back and watch it happen. This is good, and hey, it'll help find the letter writer. Who knows? We could have a name by the end of the day with all these people digging into it. The door opened and Becca greeted a pair of customers, both of them carrying coffee and bags of goodies from next door. Now that we were somewhat more alone, Nell touched my arm. What's wrong? You look sad, sweetie. I'm not sad, really. So why did I sound that way? Even I noticed. It's just that I sort of wanted to be the one to find her, you know? Not some stranger out in Oklahoma or whatever. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. You're right, that would feel unfair. I doubt anybody would have much luck anyway. Trixie didn't include any identifying information in the article. All those people would know about is a baby born in New Jersey in 1970. Pretty vague. That's true. And it made me feel better, which made me feel immature for not caring so much in the first place. Nell had to leave to get the library opened up, and after that the morning flew by. Whether it was restaurant week or the article, or both, there was no shortage of business to be done. I was starting to regret not having an online store already set up in case internet sleuths felt like throwing some money my way. Live and learn. There would be other opportunities. That was what I told myself anyway. Around lunchtime, the bell over the door chimed. Hello? Somebody wanted to visit his big sister. Amazing, really. The second I knew Georgie was anywhere nearby, nothing else mattered. I could have been in the middle of selling $100 worth of books and I would have dropped them all on the floor to free up my arms to cuddle him. Good thing that wasn't the case as Holly entered with him, having left the stroller out front. Big guy, my favorite fella. My heart just about burst when he smiled wide and reached for me. I took him from his mom and kissed his outrageously chubby cheeks. You looking forward to having fun with Auntie Darcy tonight? Oh, good. I was hoping you hadn't forgotten. Your dad needs an excuse to get out of the house. She rolled her eyes with a big, exasperated sigh. The man is driving me to distraction. What's he up to now? He insists everything in the house needs to be repaired. Everything. Squeaky hinge? He'll take the entire door off the hinges to investigate. I told him a little WD-40 would do the trick, but does he listen? I'm guessing no. He wants to build a deck out back, with his own two hands, mind you. She held hers up and mimed strangling somebody. I tell you, he's like a caged tiger when he isn't working. I'm genuinely sorry you have to deal with him when he's like that. I know all too well. When he gets an idea in his head, there's no stopping him. And he inevitably makes a bigger mess than there was in the first place. We don't need a deck or a new brick pathway or anything like that, she sighed. I love him. I want him to feel useful. But he's not your age, or even my age anymore. He has to take it easy. Mixing and pouring cement to fortify the deck's foundation isn't my idea of taking it easy. You're kidding. He hasn't done that, has he? I'd kill him myself if he tried. Nobody's been talking about it. She gazed at me with a familiar, hopeful light in her eyes as one corner of her mouth disappeared under her teeth. Do you think you might talk him out of it? You and Emma together? He's no match for you two. I looked at my father's namesake, who was in the middle of having an awful lot of fun playing with my hair. What do you think, big guy? Can I talk Dad out of it? Or would banging my head against a brick wall render the same result? When Holly let out a strangled sort of whimper, I gave in. Like I wouldn't have. Okay, I'll pull him aside tonight after you two get home. He's not going to like it. I can deal with his irritation. What I can't deal with is the idea of losing him because he was bored and needed to feel useful. She sounded genuinely fretful, and all of a sudden this wasn't so funny. She loved him. something I spent a lot of time ignoring or avoiding entirely. We hadn't exactly started off on the right foot, and that was my fault. She'd never been anything but gracious and welcoming, but I'd been resentful of her youth and still smarting over my parents' divorce. And stubborn. Very stubborn. A family trait on both sides, lucky me. "Don't you worry, I'll take care of it." How? I had no idea. Seeing the relief wash over her when I said it was enough to make me want to try. Besides, Georgie needed a dad. I kissed him again, and he patted my cheek with his pudgy fingers. My heart would resemble a melting ice cream cone soon if he didn't stop being so lovable. "By the way," she glanced over her shoulder a second before stepping outside with Georgie in her arms, "you looked adorable in that article Trixie wrote." Adorable again. I could have done worse. Chapter 8. I was due at Dad's in a half hour, just enough time to lock up once 6 o'clock hit and walk over. Becca had left for the night with a twinkle in her eye, and I had a feeling she'd wow me with a strategy for our online book club in the morning. My stomach growled, reminding me I hadn't eaten since I'd gobbled down a half sandwich and a package of mixed nuts around noon. There hadn't been time to snack or even visit the bathroom with so many customers wandering in and out. I finished straightening up the window display and looked across the street. One of those casual glances, the sort of thing a person does when something catches their eye. A man stood there, staring at the store. Not at me, not through the window, at the building itself. Odd. He was an older man, dressed in a lightweight tan suit and wearing a straw fedora. Quite dapper, actually. If Mom had been single, I might have sent him over to her. "Don't come over. Don't come over." I telepathically tried to convince him to avoid the store tonight. He could come back in the morning if he wanted, but it was near closing time and I had some place to be. I didn't want to keep Holly and Dad waiting, knowing how rarely they got to go out now they had a baby in the house. Either he was immune to my powers, or I didn't have any powers in the first place. He strode across the street and opened the door. "You're still open for business, I hope." The man had a gentle voice, warm, with a touch of old-school mid-Atlantic accent. "Certainly. Feel free to look round. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have." I should have had Becca stick around knowing people would be waiting on me. We so rarely got last-minute customers, though. He removed his hat, the complete gentleman. His hair was snow-white and surprisingly thick for a man his age. I wondered if that was what Ethan's hair would be like when he got old. Then I mentally smacked myself for allowing him into my thoughts. The man walked up one aisle and down the next, touching a book every so often. I settled in behind the counter and checked the store's page. Becca had posted the article's link there, and I couldn't help but feel somewhat flattered at the likes and comments. Nobody called me adorable either, so that was nice. 5 minutes passed. I tried my best to avoid glancing in the man's direction because I knew how uncomfortable it felt from a customer's perspective. I could easily make it to the house if he left in the next 5 or 10 minutes. No sweat. Okay, lots of sweat. I'd end up running there, or at least jogging. After another 30 seconds, I couldn't stand it any longer. "Can I help you find something?" He'd walked past every shelf in the store and was starting on his second lap. "Is there a particular author you're interested in? I might not have them in stock, but I can always order." He chuckled, waving a hand dotted with liver spots. No, you don't have to go to any such trouble. Frankly, I've been trying to find the words with which to approach you, but they seem to be elusive." "Okay. What's on your mind?" He gave up acting like an interested customer and approached the counter, the brim of his hat in both hands. He turned it in circles like he was anxious. "Would you happen to be the young woman who found those letters? The one written about in the article?" My pulse quickened. This was the last thing I'd expected. I figured he might have been fighting to find the words to ask for erotica or something of the sort, which I didn't carry. "I am." "Do you think you might allow me to see the letters for myself?" A big red flag flashed behind my eyes. He stared at me with an intensity that was starting to make my skin crawl. "I'm sorry, but I don't have them here. I'd rather keep them safe." "Oh, naturally." His smile was wide, warm. "You would take all precautions with something so precious. I can appreciate the pains you're taking. Is there perhaps a chance of our getting together some other time?" My insides were all mixed up, like I was on a roller coaster I hadn't bought a ticket for. That, paired with the rising hair on the back of my neck, told me there was something sketchy going on. I didn't know what, but something was off with this guy. Can I ask what your interest in these letters stems from? Do you think you know the person who wrote them? He laughed, but it was a thin laugh, superficial.
Oh dear, no, they have nothing to do with me. I'm interested in them as all. The story caught my imagination, as I'm sure it did so many others. I would wager I'm not the first person to express interest.
You're the first stranger who has. I haven't received any messages today from other amateur sleuths.
I consider myself fortunate, then, to be first in line.
Now I could see through that charm of his. Part of me wondered if I was too suspicious of him, too jaded. He could genuinely have been interested in an innocent way, or he might have known the girl, even socially, and couldn't ignore his hunch. I could imagine him traveling in the same circles with a wealthy young woman, in fact, and he seemed to be about the right age. Now that I had him up close and without the hat shading his face, it was clear he'd be too old for Mom. She would have clutched her pearls if she'd known I'd gave it a second's thought. All the same, those letters have come to mean a lot to me. He scoffed before I had the chance to finish. Charming. If he thought that would convince me to help him out, he had another think coming.
They can't mean all that much. You don't even know the person who wrote them.
Neither do you. You just said so now. I smiled. That argument holds no water. I'm sorry.
How much do you want for them?
My head snapped back, eyes wide. Pardon me? I could barely find the breath to say it.
Come now, you're a businesswoman. Surely you understand the value of a transaction such as this. You give me what I need, and I will compensate you more than fairly. How does $5,000 sound?
I leaned in, though that was because I needed to support myself because my knees had gone weak at the figure he'd quoted. Who was this man, and who did he think wrote those letters? They're not for sale at any price, and I would appreciate you leaving my store so I can lock up, please.
10,000.
His faded blue eyes hardened.
I want those letters.
My mouth fell open, but before I could ask what drugs he was taking, there was a soft knock at the door. I was never so glad to see Pete, or any cop, in all my life. Come on in. I waved him into the store and smiled. I was just about to lock up before heading over to Dad's. Pete's face fell a little.
Oh, I see. I was coming over to ask you if you wanted to check out Nina's Noodles a few blocks over. She's got a great special this week, and, he rubbed the back of his neck and grinned. I'm just one person, and I hate going out to eat all alone.
What, a cop can't get a dining partner in this town? I turned slowly toward the man still standing on the other side of the counter. I might even have emphasized the C word. He got the hint.
I'll be in touch.
After a nod to Pete, he left, replacing his hat and striding across the street. I slumped against the counter.
What was that all about?
Pete was still following the man's progress. It's a long story. I checked the time and cringed when I saw how late it was. And I have to run, literally. Dad's gonna kill me if I make them miss their reservation. I didn't want to admit it, but the old guy had me shaking. The word sinister came to mind and stuck. Yes, he was sinister, or at least he had the potential to be. What had he meant by getting in touch? I shook my head. This is like the Lockett situation all over again. Pete stared at me in obvious surprise. I shrugged. Once again, I've gotten in the middle of something deeper than my understanding.
That old guy? Was he bothering you?
He looked me up and down.
You could take him.
Thanks. He was roughly 75 years old. I followed Pete out of the store and locked the door, then cast a glance in the direction the old man had walked. There was something wrong about him, for sure. I wished I knew what it was.
You're really shaken up, aren't you? I hate to see that.
Pete's sweetness and earnestness were enough to push away some of my worries. I'm sure you're right. He's no threat. Listen, I have an idea, and you're free to say no if you want. No pressure.
What's that?
If you're still interested in dinner and you're not doing anything, maybe we could eat over at Dad's. I'm sure he'd love knowing I have a cop in the house with me. You know how he is.
You really don't want to be alone, do you? I hated he thought this was all about the old guy, though it was in a large part. Plus, this was the second time Pete had asked me to go grab a bite, and I felt bad for turning him down again. I mean, it would be nice to have company. Georgie can't talk yet, so our conversation's a bit one-sided. His smile was just what I needed with my nerves jangling. Sure, I'll pick up some food and I'll meet you there. Tell your dad not to worry. I'll be there to protect you too. Though that was meant as a joke, I couldn't help feeling slightly safer as I jogged to my father's. I could only hope Pete wouldn't mind having dinner with a sweaty mess. Chapter 9. This is delicious. I knew Nina had it going on, but I didn't imagine it was this level of good. I leaned over to grab some more of the spicy peanut noodles, which were far and away my favorite of the 3 versions Pete brought over. She's one of my favorites in town. I should have a punch card for a free meal after all the noodles I've eaten there. He slurped up what was left of his dandan noodles and smacked his lips, making me laugh. Delicious. I'll need an antacid before bed, but it's worth it. I used to be able to eat anything I wanted and never feel it. Coffee at all hours, soda. Heaven knows I've tasted enough of Mom's baked goods at all hours of the day and night. Now, I'd better not eat after 8 or I'll never get to sleep. To aging. He lifted his water bottle and I did the same. He was a nice guy. Very nice. In fact, now that we were together and there weren't a million distractions like there'd been at the store, I remembered why it hurt so much when he hadn't gotten in touch with me after the wrap-up of the locket incident. I'd been so sure he seemed interested too. What's it feel like to be an internet sensation? There was a twinkle in his eye when he asked, and I didn't think it had to do with the spiciness of our food making his eyes water. Stop. I wish Trixie hadn't published that article at all. I poked around at what was left of my noodles with a pair of chopsticks. Why? I heard it's blowing up all over the place. Yeah, and you know what happens when something blows up on the internet? You end up with weirdos coming out of the woodwork, like that old man at the store whose name I never got. I wish I had. He was nobody. Nothing to worry about. I sincerely wish I had your positive outlook. I pulled out my phone and handed it to him. The messages folder for the shops page were still pulled up. I'd taken a peek at it after arriving at the house, while also singing to Georgie and trying like mad to cool myself off so I wouldn't appear like a sweaty, flushed mess when Pete arrived. Let nobody say I was unable to multitask. Oh, wow. You got all these messages today? I nodded. Since Trixie was generous enough to mention the name of the store, 74 people reached out through the store's page to ask me questions, like if they could come out to Cape Hope and look at the letters in person, or whether I consulted a psychic yet. There's even one in there who claims to be a psychic and says the girl who wrote the letters drowned herself after tossing the bottle into the water. 74, you said? Yeah. Huh. 'Cause there are at least a dozen unread messages in here now. Let me refresh. He pressed his lips together in a thin line. Tell me and get it over with. 10 more popped up when I refreshed. He returned the phone to me. You know, you can ignore them. It doesn't make you a bad person. Your life isn't fodder for a bunch of strangers with nothing better to do. They can find something else to fill up the hole in their lives. You sound pretty serious about this. He shrugged, a good-natured grin on his face. I don't like seeing nice people being badgered by idiots, even well-meaning idiots. Georgie gurgled in his bouncy chair, where he'd been keeping himself occupied while we ate. He was the best baby, always happy and cheerful. I couldn't help but smile when I was with him, especially when he gave me one of his wide, joyful smiles in return. I could almost forget how the guy in the store made me feel. Almost. Are you sure everybody's so well-meaning? I lifted Georgie from his chair and gave his bottom a sniff test before settling him on my hip. He got to you, didn't he? Pete shot me a concerned look before getting up to gather our dishes. I can take care of that. You went to the trouble of getting the food and keeping me company tonight. No sweat. You've got your hands full with that guy. He winked at Georgie before going to the sink. Wait, was this a date? The fluttery feeling I got in my stomach when he winked at the baby was what made me wonder. Fluttery feelings normally happen on dates.
Not when two friends were hanging out and babysitting together, right?
You didn't answer my question either. Pete peered over his shoulder. Did that guy get to you? What did he say? What did I miss?
He offered to pay me for the letters, for starters.
No shit. Kidding.
He glanced at the baby, wincing. I touched my mouth to Georgie's shoulder to hide my smile. I don't think he'd understand if you used bad language, you know.
Still, I won't be the reason he picks up bad words. His father would never forgive me.
He tossed out the containers from the restaurant, then took the bag out of the can.
Where do I put this?
In the yard. Here. I showed him the way, remembering as I looked out into the yard how Dad wanted to build a deck. Holly hadn't been kidding. There were already wooden stakes in the ground, marking where he wanted the deck to sit.
How much did he offer?
I jumped, startled when Pete asked the question. Here I was, letting my imagination wander, standing at the back door with a baby on my hip and a man taking out the trash. Oh, 5,000 at first. 10 when I refused. He stopped in the middle of washing his hands. The water kept running as he stared at me, open-mouthed.
You're not kidding.
Not even a little. Now you see why he unnerved me. He was almost sinister. Just before you came in, he gave me this hard, cold stare. It chilled me, honestly. I held Georgie a little tighter, turning my attention to him so Pete wouldn't see me trying to hold back tears. Why was I on the verge of crying anyway? The guy hadn't hurt me. But he'd scared me worse than I'd known at the time, which seemed just as bad in the moment. The water finally stopped running.
The fact that he was willing to pay for them at all is a little strange. But that amount of money? It tells me he knows more about them than he wants to admit. A lot more. And they might be personal.
You think he might be part of the family?
He could be. He might want to keep this quiet for the family's sake.
After all this time? I could barely wrap my mind around it. 50 years. Who would still care?
Folks who have their family's legacy to keep in mind. Not to sound classist, but the rich aren't like us.
Speak for yourself. That took him by surprise. He burst out laughing.
See, you still have your sense of humor.
Georgie rested his head on my shoulder, which was roughly the sweetest feeling in the world. He wasn't doing it to be cute, though. It's getting near bedtime, huh? You're sleepy? Pete raised his hands.
That I can't help you with.
I never asked you to. Besides, you brought dinner and were nice enough to come over in the first place. What sort of person would I be if I turned around and had you put the baby to bed? He followed me up the stairs.
50 years wasn't all that long ago. We're not talking about the olden days. The man who came to the store might have grandkids younger than us.
That's true. You're right, I guess. Rich people can afford to throw money at a problem and expect it to disappear. I have to wonder if Trixie will be able to find anything out at all. Money erases lots of problems.
It doesn't erase them, only covers them up.
He would know, being a cop and all. You're right. Those letters showed up, didn't they? It took a long time, but they reached the shore.
I have to wonder what else the family tried to cover up.
He stood near the door, I noticed, rather than joining me at the changing table. I glanced his way and found him grimacing. What, you're afraid of being too close when I change his diaper?
It's not something I'm eager to witness.
You've never changed a diaper.
Is that a life requirement? No. I'm an only child and none of my friends have kids.
He craned his neck, trying to see around me.
What are you doing?
Super secret cult ritual stuff. It's probably better you don't know about it. He seemed like he wasn't sure whether he should believe me or not. I had to take pity on him. I'm about to open up his diaper and clean up whatever I find. Babies have to be in clean, dry diapers before you put them to bed, or else they'll get a rash.
How do you know they won't go overnight and get a rash anyway?
Poor naive guy. They wake up and let you know. Believe me. He took a few steps into the room.
So wait a sec. They go overnight and you have to change them again?
I had to stop what I was doing. Even Georgie stopped babbling. Wow, you truly have no idea. And you have to feed them too, when they're really small and get fed every few hours.
I don't know how people do it.
He eyed up the scene as I cleaned up the baby, then replaced his diaper.
You look like a pro.
I did a lot of babysitting when I was a teenager.
I thought your mom kept you busy at the cafe all the time.
She did when she could, but she didn't pay, and I needed money.
What for?
Books, of course. I finished snapping George's onesie and lifted him up. There you go, bud. All clean and ready for a bottle. Shoot, I forgot to warm it and bring it up here.
I can do it.
Why don't you hold him instead? I'll only be a minute. I held the baby out at arm's length. Take him. He won't bite, I promise. Yet Pete managed to make it appear like he was afraid that very thing would happen. I had to run down the stairs so he wouldn't hear me giggling. There was something so sweet about watching a capable man fall to pieces around a baby. They were only babies, for heaven's sake. What's the worst they could do? A stupid question, since I knew darn well. Screaming and wailing and explosive poop. I hurried through the heating and jogged up the stairs for fear of Pete holding Georgie upside down or something. What I found wasn't nearly so alarming, though it made my heart stop for a second just the same. Georgie had laid his head on Pete's shoulder and closed his eyes. Pete bounced him gently while pacing the bedroom. He was a natural. If I hadn't known better, I would have guessed he had years of experience with little ones. He grinned on turning around and finding me watching.
I guess you're never too young to be a good judge of character.
I guess not. He seems taken with you. I held up the bottle. Want to give it a try?
I wouldn't want to press my luck.
I held up my arms then and accepted the sleepy baby. Pete hesitated for a second after handing him over, and I looked up, confused. What is it? He gave me a half smile.
Nothing. Just thinking about how nice that was. Maybe I've been missing out.
As if on cue, Georgie whimpered in response and started fussing. Pete raised an eyebrow.
Okay, maybe I was wrong.
Chapter 10. Darcy, I have your dad on the phone. I turned toward the front counter, where Becca had left Dad on hold so she could ring up a group of customers. We were up to our ears in work. Traffic hadn't slowed down in the hours since I'd opened the store. I offered a weak smile to the lady I'd been chatting with about historical fiction. Sorry, don't ever keep a detective waiting, even if he's your father. Especially not then, I guess. She didn't seem to mind, which was good. That didn't mean I wouldn't give my father an earful, however. I slid behind Becca and picked up the receiver. This better be an emergency. The line he used to give me and Emma whenever we called him at the station. The house had to be burning down, or at least in imminent danger of being robbed for him to accept us bothering him at work.
Very cute. Why can't I get a hold of you on your cell?
Because it's in my office and we're really very busy, which is a good thing, right? I smiled at a pair of teenage girls who wandered in. Hi, welcome. Let me know if you need any help, okay?
Huh? Darcy?
My attention swung back to my father, who was close to shouting. I was speaking to my customers, at my place of business, where I currently am.
I need to talk to you.
You're talking to me now. And it was getting harder by the second to maintain a pleasant tone of voice.
You know very well what I mean, young lady. Meet me at the station at lunchtime.
I don't know if I can. It isn't fair leaving Becca here alone with so much business.
I'd be happy to come down to see you if that would make things easier.
I closed my eyes. This couldn't be anything good. Not that he avoided my store, not at all. But he did try to avoid Mom wherever possible, since their post-divorce relationship hadn't been exactly amicable. Now that Mom had Bob, things had thawed a bit. She didn't feel left behind and lonely anymore, but they were pretty far from warm. I can stop by for a little bit, but not very long, okay? I conceded.
It won't take long.
Oh boy, this was going to be fun. The morning had been flying by up to this point. I wished time would slow down in the wake of my lunch date that wasn't even a lunch date since he hadn't said anything about getting food. Becca assured me she had things under control and practically pushed me out the door a few minutes till noon. It was silly and immature looking for any excuse to stand up my father and avoid the pain he was aching to rain down on my head. What had I done this time? Heck, I hadn't even remembered to talk to him about Holly's concerns once they'd gotten home from their date. Still too busy worrying about the stranger from the store and about why the sight of Pete holding Georgie had done things to my heart. He'd gone home before Dad had been due to return, figuring it might be awkward. It was one thing to make small talk at the office, but at the house? Dad was in his office when I arrived with salads I'd picked up along the way. Something told me you might be hungry. I placed his on the desk and settled into one of the 2 chairs opposite his before opening mine. Busyness would make the time go faster, and any chance to keep his mouth full was worth pursuing if it meant avoiding a scolding. He was in no mood to be persuaded out of his funk.
You in the mood to tell me why you didn't mention a threatening stranger last night?
I hung my head and sighed. I should have known.
He told me how worried you were, and how much money that man offered you for those dang letters. What's so important about them anyway?
That's what I'd like to know. I have no idea why they would mean so much after all this time. I don't know who would stand to benefit from taking them from me. I speared a piece of grilled chicken, then glanced up at him from beneath my lashes. I'm no detective.
Spare me the humor today, miss. I'm in no mood.
I don't see why you insist on making a big deal out of nothing. I'm sure the guy won't be back. Lies, lies, and more lies. All morning long I'd kept an eye out for him, expecting to see his straw fedora with every chime of the bell.
And I doubt he'll stay away now that he knows you won't fold.
He pushed aside the salad after half-heartedly picking through it.
I wish you would come to see me when you're worried about things. It hurts me to think of you suffering through something, thinking you can't go to your dad over it.
Was that what this was about? Him feeling useless? It made sense, and would tie into his sudden interest in carpentry. What's really on your mind? I know it can't all be about an old man offering to pay me for letters. You know he could offer money for a lot worse than that.
Darcy.
I'm just saying. I reached out and patted his knee. What's bothering you? Holly mentioned you've been restless, and she's concerned about you.
She worries too much.
So do you. How's it feel when the shoe's on the other foot?
It pinches my toes and gives me blisters.
I figured it would. It's never fun when things get turned around, is it? You know you have nothing to worry about, right? You are a crucial part of this family. I wouldn't know what to do without you. None of us would. You keep us on the straight and narrow. He brought the salad closer, stabbing at it with his fork.
It doesn't feel that way. Your sister's married. She has Joe to rely on. Holly's always been self-reliant. That's a big part of what attracted me to her in the first place. She didn't need anything, which meant she had to be with me because she wanted to. I'm as important as yesterday's leftovers around here anymore.
Ah. His sigh was wistful, almost painful.
You go through life and you tell yourself the world would stop spinning without you. It doesn't have to be a conscious thought, it's just there. When you can't take a night off without half a dozen phone calls, you start to get an idea of your importance.
I understand.
And then, all of a sudden, they want you to retire. And these young men, they can handle the work for you. They can, too. It's not a matter of cockiness. They can do your job just as well as ever you could, if not better. That's a sobering realization.
I can only imagine. It was hard enough for me to loosen my grip enough to hire help.
Yes, well, we both know where you get that tendency from.
I had to bite my tongue because the man was literally in the middle of telling me about the trouble he had disengaging himself from work, but he couldn't avoid making a little dig at Mom. What about Georgie? He needs you. He shrugged his broad shoulders, not quite as bulging as they used to be when he worked out in the station gym every day, but broad.
Babies need. It's what they do. He doesn't need me in particular.
He will once he's a little older and has a daddy to look up to. We have that in common, he and I. I know what it's like looking up to you. It's not bad. I would like for him to have that experience. I leaned in a little closer, waving Dad closer to me like I was about to tell a secret. Why do you love Georgie? He tipped his head to the side.
What?
Why do you love him? And don't tell me it's because he's your son. You've been crazy about babies for as long as I can remember, you big softy. And puppies, and dogs, and cats. Why? Why do you love them?
Because I do. Are you feeling okay?
I waved away the hand he wanted to touch to my forehead like he was checking for fever. Do you love them because of all the great things they do? Are they strong or smart or capable? Do they make a good living? Do they provide all kinds of comforts and luxuries? Can you go to them when you have problems because you know they'll make everything okay? Understanding began to dawn, and thank goodness for that, since I was reaching the end of the analogy. You love them because of who they are, that's all. They don't have to do anything to earn love. Maybe we could all learn a lesson from that. I love you and need you because you're my dad, and I know I can count on having you in my corner. So can Emma, even if she's married and you feel pushed aside. He grumbled a little at that, but I stood my ground.
I never said I felt pushed aside.
Maybe not in so many words, but that was at the heart of it. He snickered.
Wait until it's your turn. You'll see how it feels.
Are you kidding? I welcome the day when I'm expected to chill out and enjoy the fruits of all my labor. This time he laughed outright.
Sure, tell me another good one. I hope I'm here to see that day so I can wag a finger at you and remind you of what you just said.
You'd better be here by then. He ate a few bites, grudgingly, of course. The man had never been in anything less than terrific shape until he'd hit 50, maybe 55. Suddenly, it wasn't so easy to stay trim. He couldn't eat like a horse and be able to button his pants anymore. Salad had never been one of his favorite things, even with yummy things added to it like I'd made sure was the case. I need you to do me a favor, Dad. You want me to need you? Okay, I need you.
What is it? You want me to look for that guy?
I want you to stop running around like a chicken with its head cut off. You have to take it a little easier. I saw what you were planning out in the yard when I was over last night. Not a lie, of course. Not entirely the truth either. What are you thinking?
I want a nice deck where we can sit and have dinner in spring and summer. What's the problem with that?
You do realize there are people who do that sort of thing for a living, don't you? You can supervise while they do the grunt work. He scoffed.
I don't need help.
Dad, I need you to back off and take the doctor's advice seriously. You don't need to be out there sawing wood and pouring cement and who knows what else. Why not build a garden after the deck's finished? That's still a lot of work, but not as taxing.
You make me sound like an old man.
You're an old man I want to keep around for a long time, okay? Please? I might as well have asked the man to cut off an arm the way he sighed.
I know Holly put you up to this. Fine, I'll reconsider the project. And if I decide to go forward, I'll hire a contractor.
Thank you.
But you have to make me a promise, too.
I rubbed my temples. That was too good to be true. I knew it.
I want you to come clean with me about those letters of yours. I wish Trixie hadn't written that darn article. She has a way of opening Pandora's box and walking away. This sort of thing brings out the crazies who want to latch on and be part of it.
Tell me about it. I'd taken Pete's advice and ignored the unsolicited messages piling up in my inbox, but that didn't mean they were ever far from my mind.
If anybody else threatens you or presses you too hard, or if that man comes back, and I don't care how old he is or how harmless he seems, I want you to tell me about it. Do you understand? You come to me and tell me before deciding to sally forth and handle things on your own.
I held up my right hand. Got a Bible around I can swear on? He jabbed a piece of lettuce.
When did you turn into such a smart mouth?
Chapter 11.
Hey, Darcy.
I was halfway down the wide stone stairs leading to the sidewalk when I heard a familiar voice. I turned to find Pete trotting down the steps.
I thought I saw you in there. I'm sorry.
What are you apologizing for?
I can only imagine he called you in because I told him about what happened yesterday.
He had the decency to appear sorry, anyway. I couldn't hold that against him. If anything, it was sort of sweet. He cared enough to mention the situation to my dad. Still, I don't want to worry him, you know? That's always my chief concern, especially when nothing came of the situation.
Of course. I still think we should keep an eye out for that guy in case he wanders around town asking questions.
You're such a cop, you know that? He rewarded me with one of those charming, sheepish grins of his. I smiled. What are you up to? Have you had lunch yet?
Actually, I was just about to ask you the same thing.
Sorry. And I was, especially when he looked disappointed. I brought salad over when I came by. Anything to give him something to do besides chewing me out, you know?
Makes sense. I guess you're going back to the store now?
When I nodded, he inclined his head in that direction.
I'll walk with you. I can pick up a slice or two on the way back. It's such a nice day, I would hate to miss any of it.
He was right about that. There was absolutely no humidity for the first time in weeks. The air was dry and clear, and the temperature was comfortable enough that I could imagine needing a light jacket or a sweater after sunset. Let's get a move on then. I've already left Becca alone for too long.
Have you considered hiring extra help?
He fell into step beside me, hands in the pockets of his khakis. I need to look at the books and juggle the numbers. It might not make much sense to bring on extra help in the middle of the season, to be honest with you. By the time I finish training them, our busy season will be winding down, and I wouldn't need their help anymore after Labor Day or at the latest the end of September. That's when sales typically dip once the tourists go home until the next year.
Have you considered opening an online store?
He sidestepped a pair of kids on skateboards before joining me again.
That way there wouldn't have to be a slow season.
I blew out a sigh through pursed lips, puffing out my cheeks. Boy, when the universe wants me to pay attention, it doesn't stop throwing messages my way.
What does that mean?
It means you're the second or third person who's brought that up in the past few days. And in your case, it was completely out of the blue. I'm starting to wonder if there's a hint somewhere I'm supposed to pick up.
From what I understand, it's not that expensive. Running a store online, that is. I see commercials for it all the time on TV.
I chuckled as gently as possible. At the risk of sounding like a cynic, I doubt it's really that easy. They're trying to sell you a service, so naturally they're going to make it sound as simple as can be.
Still, I think it's worth considering. You wouldn't need to rely on foot traffic. I bet a few hours of work and you would have a sharp little storefront up and running.
He nudged me a little with his elbow.
Why not take advantage of your sudden popularity? Strike while the iron's hot.
You think I could? I chewed my lip, staring down the street, seeing the Restaurant Week banners and posters, but not really seeing them. What I saw instead was an online storefront. What did it look like? Which books would I offer for sale?
I think you can do anything you put your mind to.
We exchanged a smile before I had no choice but to glance away. I didn't want him to see me blushing thanks to how sweet and earnest he sounded. Incredible how the same point could be delivered by two people in such completely different ways. Ethan challenged me, talked down to me somewhat. He was always push, push, push. Pete was gentler about it and more supportive. He made me feel stronger, more capable, whereas Ethan made me want to prove myself, to prove him wrong. Once we get a little downtime today, I'll go to my office and get something started. I promise. For the second time this afternoon, I held up my right hand like I was taking an oath. We reached the store, where I could see a few customers walking around behind the front window. Even after all this time, the sight of something that belonged to me after springing up from my imagination stirred pride in my chest. I had done this. Me. Nobody else. And it was up to nobody else but me whether the store would grow. There you are! Becca let out a long exhale when I stepped inside with Pete behind me. I'm sorry, I know I took so long. She shook her head hard, red curls bouncing. It's not that. There was this weird old guy here looking for you. You just missed him. Pete stepped forward.
What was he wearing?
One of those seersucker suits and a straw hat. He went that way. She pointed past Mom's cafe. Pete bolted from the store, and I watched through the window as he jogged down the street. What's this all about? Becca joined me at the window, watching Pete along with me. Who was that guy? Do you know him? Not really. We met yesterday. Let me guess, he was asking for the letters? She nodded, and I groaned. I knew he would be back. I didn't want to believe it, but I knew he would. Was he super sketchy and weird? Don't even get me started. He didn't want to believe you weren't here. And then he didn't want to believe I couldn't convince you to let him buy the letters from you. It was so weird. Even the customers in the store were watching after a while. Fabulous. I can't wait for word to start spreading of the weirdos who come into our store and make things uncomfortable for other customers. I turned to her. I hope he didn't freak you out too much. She waved a hand. Please, I'm starting to get used to strange situations around here. Sure, because she'd been in the store the day somebody came in and trashed it, looking for me. Funny, I seem to be the common denominator in these incidents. If I wasn't careful, I would end up losing a terrific employee. You realize that doesn't make me feel much better, right? I let out a shaky laugh as we returned to the corner, where somebody was waiting to buy a pair of photo books depicting life up and down the Jersey Shore at the turn of the 20th century. I loved books like that, too. I used to pore over them when I was a little girl, imagining myself in a pinafore and sausage curls, or in one of the old-fashioned bathing suits girls used to wear. That was the thing about pictures. They captured a moment in time, and in that moment, everything might have been peachy keen. But those photos never revealed the other things going on at the time, like families who would send their daughter away for shock treatments because she refused to be the person they wanted her to be. Pete came in a few minutes later, winded and frustrated.
I don't know who this guy is, but he must teleport himself around.
He might have gone in someplace for something to eat, I suggested. Or he might have gone in someplace to find out more about you. When I rolled my eyes at Becca, she winced. Sorry, but it's true. She gave an apologetic shrug. Pete gave me a look I recognized, only not from him. It was the look of a cop who thought he knew it all.
I'd feel a lot better if people knew to keep an eye out for this guy. I wouldn't want him coming in here while you're alone and menacing you again.
Menacing me? He sounded like a gentleman from an Agatha Christie novel. If it would make you feel better, I hedged.
Don't do that. Don't make it sound like you're giving in for my sake. You can admit this guy has you rattled. That doesn't make you weak. It makes you reasonable.
He was right, naturally, so I gave him a description which Becca agreed with.
Okay, I'm going to spread the word, and I'll make sure your dad doesn't get upset.
How did you know I was going to ask you to make sure of that?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm a mind reader all of a sudden.
He winked, then headed out. We watched him without saying a word for a long time. Not long enough. Becca whirled on me, grinning from ear to ear. He likes you.
Oh, stop it.
He does. Do you see how he ran out of here? It was like a 50-yard dash. I realized my face had gotten warm. Okay, fine. I think he does. Hallelujah. She threw her hands over her head. The woman is finally talking sense. We have customers, in case you forgot. I offered the few people near the back of the store a tiny little wave.
If you had any idea what it's like trying to convince you of something you don't want to admit,
you would understand how happy I am right now. I had to laugh at myself. You know, I've been banging my head against the wall for years trying to do that very thing, only I'm dealing with my mother. I know how painful it is. I then filled her in on what Pete had suggested during our walk. Her eyes absolutely sparkled by the time I was finished. Yes! Is it my birthday? Should I call someone and see if it's snowing in hell? All right, you're laying it on a little thick. Once we finished laughing, I grew serious. Do you think it's feasible? Tell me the truth. It's absolutely feasible. For right now, we should choose a few of the best-selling books in the store to put up, and then add more and more every day. It could be a work in progress, so long as it gets started. She took me by the arms and shook me, beaming. This is huge! If I had known all it would take is a cute cop to change your mind, I would have talked to him a long time ago. I couldn't help but appreciate her dedication to the store, to its success. Sure, there was something in it for her. She wanted to keep her job, obviously. Still, she didn't have to care as much as she did. There was something about knowing somebody else loved the store the way I did that touched my heart and made me feel very, very grateful. That sense of calm gratitude lasted all of 3 seconds before the door flew open, making the bell jangle. You mean to tell me that a man has been coming in here and bothering you, and you didn't bother to tell me? My mother threw her hands into the air. Why am I always the last to know? Was it too early in the day to start drinking? Chapter 12. Whose big idea was this anyway? I rubbed my eyes, checking the time on my screen. It was past 10:30, closing in on 11, and I had been entering data into my brand spanking new website for almost 4 hours. That didn't count the time I'd spent at the store when Becca and I had split our attention between customers and the website. She had handled the aesthetics, which pieces went where, then set up rules for the system and how to accept payments. Honestly, I didn't have enough of an understanding of these things to be much help. For somebody my age, I was woefully unaware of technology. I used it all the time, of course, like everybody else. I just didn't have the first idea how it worked. And I had spent my whole life working in brick-and-mortar shops, raised by a mother whose business had grown through word of mouth and good old-fashioned ads in the phone book. There weren't even such things as phone books anymore. Everything had changed so quickly. At least I was finally catching up. Better late than never, right? The problem was, it was late in the day, and my eyes were itching and burning after so much use. I had brought home a couple dozen of our best-selling books across a handful of popular genres, and was entering the descriptions, pricing information, and other elements into each book I listed. It was exhausting, to put it mildly, and a little boring. Once I'd developed a system, the work had gone more quickly, and I was finally down to the last couple of books when my phone rang. Naturally, my heart jumped into my throat. I was usually asleep by this time of night, so to get a phone call so late immediately brought to mind emergency-type situations. Had Dad decided to go ahead with his backyard work after all? Had he ended up giving himself a heart attack? Maybe it was Mom. Or it could have been Emma being Emma. There was never any telling what kind of trouble she could get in. It was none of them, because the number wasn't one I'd entered into my phone. It came up as unknown, which didn't do much to ease my worries. With everything else going on, I didn't love the idea of a random stranger being able to reach out to me in such a personal way. I answered it, though, purely out of curiosity. Hello? Is this Darcy Harmon? Not the best way to ease my concerns. If anything, being greeted by my full name only made the sick feeling in my stomach worse. Speaking? My name is Charlotte Kingston, and I understand you've come into possession of a set of letters that washed up on the beach over the weekend. My hand tightened around the phone. I could barely squeak out an affirmative. Excellent. I'd hoped this was the right number. While I couldn't see her, there were a few things I could tell from her voice once my surprise wore off. She was an older woman, and she spoke in a refined way. Her words were clipped, and she had the same funny mid-Atlantic accent thing going on that I'd noticed when the old man came to visit the store. Were they in on this together? Can I ask how you got my cell number? What business is this of yours? She didn't see the need to answer either question. I would very much like to see those letters. Reading the article in which they were detailed, they bring to mind someone I used to know, at least someone who is in a similar situation to the one described. It would mean a great deal to me if I could see them for myself. I'm sure if I could see the writing. How did you get my number? Could you please tell me that? Sorry if it seems like I'm hanging on that point, but it's disconcerting. I'm sure you can imagine. I went to the front window, pulling back the blinds and peering out. What had I expected to find? Someone watching me from the street below? There was a man walking his dog, and a few cars passed by. That was it. It isn't so difficult to find what one wants in this day and age, is it, Miss Harmon? I'm sure I could make it worth your while if you'd be so gracious as to allow me to take those letters off your hands. I hadn't looked at them all day, too busy working on the website and the business at the store. They were in my dresser drawer, under my socks. Why, I had no idea. It seemed safer that way. I'm not looking to have the letters taken off my hands, but I appreciate your interest. What will it take? I assure you, money is no object. Just like money is no object to the man who's been stalking my store for the past 2 days either. I'll tell you what I told him. I'm not selling those letters. They're not for sale. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and for a second I thought she might have hung up on me. I certainly wouldn't have been offended if she had. It would have been a relief. Finally she spoke, and her voice was tight. You say someone else has already offered money for those letters? Yes, in fact. And if you two know each other, I would appreciate you sending him a message. I don't take kindly to people coming to my store and trying to intimidate me. Frankly, I can't understand why this is so important. No, you cannot understand. Because it is not for you to understand. Young people believe themselves the be-all and end-all, don't they? They tend to forget entire lifetimes were spent before they were even born. This is all very fascinating, ma'am, but it doesn't concern me. I would appreciate it if you wouldn't contact me again. I've said it before, but I will say it one more time. The letters are not for sale. End of story. Please do not contact me again about this, and tell your friend I don't want to see him either. I ended the call and threw the phone onto the couch. What was with these people? What gave them the idea they could barge into somebody's life and do whatever they wanted? And what did that lady expect me to do? Thank her for calling? Ask if she had a PayPal account so she could send the money directly to me? Come on. And all that talk about young people thinking they knew it all, while here she was, assuming she could make a phone call and wow me by waving money under my nose. How hypocritical could a person be? I decided to sit down and finish my work, though it took longer than it should have since my thoughts were scattered all over the place. And I was still so angry, tired of strangers thinking they could do whatever they wanted, take whatever they wanted. Charlotte Kingston. I jotted the name on a piece of scrap paper once I was finished entering data, then switched off the laptop and lights and went to bed. Good thing I was completely exhausted, mentally and physically, after a long day at the store, followed by a long night of mind-numbing work. Even with that unexpected phone call on my mind, I passed out with no trouble. This looks great! Becca was practically bouncing around by the time she finished reviewing our online store. Did you remember to link it to the store's social media? Yes, Mommy. I rolled my eyes, but she giggled. I'm just saying it's easy to forget things like that. Now, if anybody wants to visit the page, they'll see the link to the store online. This is great. Wait and see. This is going to change everything for the better. Her face fell a little, though, once she finished celebrating long enough to notice my reaction. What's wrong? I thought she'd be happy. I am, don't get me wrong. So why didn't I feel that way? It's just, I thought everything was pretty good already. Now I'm hearing from all these different people that things are going to get better. Like what I've done so far wasn't enough. We weren't generally touchy-feely, but she slid an arm around my shoulders anyway. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for you to think that. I'm just excited is all. If we can keep traffic during the off-season, it could really change things for you. That's all. I get it. I did, but still, the events of the last few days had left me feeling exposed, vulnerable, like I wasn't measuring up somehow. And frankly, now that I'd gone through the process of putting up a simple website and storefront, I couldn't help wanting to smack myself for not having done it earlier. I told myself for years there just wasn't time. What had changed? Simple. I had decided to make the time. Live and learn, right? Emma popped in once the morning rush at Mom's calmed down a little. She was eating a slice of frosted lemon loaf. Any sales yet? Emma licked icing off her fingers. Not quite yet, but thanks for asking. I looked her up and down and decided to keep my thoughts to myself, but it seemed she was a little thicker around the middle than I remembered, though it could have been the clothes she was wearing. There wasn't much use in dressing up when working behind the counter at the cafe. The polo shirt embroidered with sweet nothings over the left breast wasn't exactly flattering. I waited until Becca was busy with a customer before murmuring in my sister's ear. I got a weird phone call last night. I had half a mind to call and ask to talk to Joe. After I gave her the brief rundown, her eyes bulged. What the heck did you find? It beats me. I was minding my own business. I found something I thought was interesting, and it turns out a bunch of people are willing to pay big bucks to get them. I mean, what do they expect? Hidden messages? Invisible ink? There's nothing in those letters that even identifies the family. And notice how Trixie hasn't said a word yet about anything she found at Murray's Point? She giggled. Trixie's probably too busy congratulating herself for creating a viral sensation. You'll probably have to give her a few days before she calms down enough to do that. I wish I felt like I had a few days. Even I didn't know where that came from. I said it before I'd thought about it. Emma took me by the shoulders, and I tried to forget about the way she'd just licked her fingers clean. I'm worried about you, for real, because you seem worried. Wouldn't you be worried if you knew somebody tracked you down? Who knows how many people right this very minute are planning on reaching out to offer money? A sly smile replaced her frown. You know, and I'm saying this as gently as I can, but you know there's much worse problems to have, right? I mean, honestly, people are fighting over who has the honor of giving you a ton of money. It's not typically the sort of thing a person gets upset about. I see what you're saying, and I understand. It's just that it doesn't feel right. What doesn't? Any of it. there's still that sense of, I don't know. I pressed a fist against my stomach. I get a bad feeling here. I can't ignore it. That guy, that woman last night, they both gave me a really bad feeling. The fact they're both determined to get their hands on those letters tells me they're valuable, not in terms of dollars and cents. She was still staring at me like she didn't understand, and I wasn't sure I could find the words to explain it. Somebody shut that girl up a long time ago, I told her, and they're trying to shut her up again. I don't want that to happen. It's not fair to her. I don't know if she's still alive or what, and I don't think she would want me to sell the letters if she knew what was going on right now. I don't know if she ever wanted anybody to find them either, but there was at least a chance of that happening someday. If she wanted somebody to find them a long time ago, she wouldn't have put them in a bottle. Emma gave me a hug. I get it, and you're completely right. You do what feels best inside. Keep an eye out at the same time. People tend to get angry when they don't get what they want, especially if they're people who are used to getting whatever it is they want without having to try very hard. Being denied isn't something they're going to take well. Believe me, you don't need to tell me that. Chapter 13. Why was I doing this? Was I this much of a glutton for punishment? I knew better than to give Ethan what he wanted, but I knew better than to ignore him, too. When I saw his message among so many others on my page, asking me to meet him on the boardwalk, I told him I would, so long as he bought me a funnel cake in exchange. I didn't care much for the idea of a fried candy bar, but I loved funnel cake. He was waiting for me when I reached the sand, already halfway through his treat. "What is it this time?" I asked, eyeing the oozing chocolate. Honestly, it didn't look that bad at all, but I wasn't trying to burn my mouth. "Fried peanut butter cups." "No way! Peanut butter cups belong in the freezer before they go in my mouth. That's the only way to eat them. I will not be accepting questions at this time." "Will you accept your funnel cake?" He took it from the counter between us and the kids working the stand. They were always kids, college age, working for the summer and having a ball on the shore. "Most definitely, and thank you." I pulled a piece free and realized there was no delicate or ladylike way to eat it, especially with powdered sugar floating down onto my clothes. Maybe this wasn't the best choice. Under the flashing, blinking lights from so many storefronts and food stands, his fatigue was obvious. "You look tired. You need some under-eye gel to get rid of those bags." He was unamused. "It's been a long week." And to think it's only Wednesday night. When he groaned, I took pity on him. "Aren't you happy? Isn't this good for business? I checked your account. You have like 25,000 followers now." The number stuck in my throat. Imagine having that many. Once again, he didn't see the amusement in this. 25,000 people who want something for free. And once the contest is over, they'll either unfollow me or mute my account. And I'll never see them again. This was unlike him. Not that we knew each other so well or anything like that, but it was the first time I'd heard him express even the slightest bit of doubt or negativity when it came to his business. "You're getting the word out. You're creating chatter. That's important, right?" "I guess, but it won't get me much, just this week." Then he smirked, and I braced myself for what might come next. "Then again, I end up looking like the benevolent business owner, encouraging my customers to go to other restaurants and tag them on my page." "See, I knew there had to be some other angle you were working." "Are you ever going to get tired of painting me as the big bad wolf?" "Are you ever going to be tired of acting like him?" "I'm not trying to blow anybody's business down, so I don't think the analogy quite fits." He polished off what was left of his deep-fried candy and tossed out the napkin. "It's good business, that's the bottom line. And it's experimentation, too. Finding out what works." He nudged me. "I see you've been taking some risks lately, too. Opening an online store." "How did you know?" "You knew how many followers my shop has off the top of your head, didn't you?" He chuckled when I rolled my eyes. "Right. It goes both ways. What, are you hoping to capitalize on the attention you're getting because of that article?" "Could you not make it sound like some childish game? Trust me, it isn't." I wasn't in the mood for powdered sugar anymore, which was saying something since there were only a few times in my life I could remember when funnel cake didn't appeal to me. Not all attention is good attention. I'll leave it there. "So you're telling me that I was right, that this is more serious than you first thought it was?" I could tell he was having a good time teasing me, but I was in less of a mood for it than ever. Please don't. Darcy was wrong. Let's everybody have a good laugh. He stepped around in front of me and came to a stop, blocking my way. Hey, I'm not trying to get under your skin or anything like that. Not right now, anyway. What's been going on? Just a bunch of rich people thinking they can throw money at yet another problem and make it go away. I stepped around him, and he had no choice but to follow me. Either way, it's not something to joke about. I wish I could find the girl who wrote them. I could ask her what she would want. Whether 10 grand would be enough to... Good thing he wasn't eating anymore, since he might have choked. You're kidding me. Somebody offered you that much money and you didn't take it? I should have known you would see it that way. Darcy, that's a lot of money. Thank you, Mr. Ethan. Are there any other lessons you feel like teaching me tonight? Why do you always have to be so argumentative? Why do you always have to sound like a mansplainer? He groaned, eyes half closed. Oh, you have no idea how much I hate that word. Let me guess, you've had it thrown your way more than a few times? I can't imagine why. He shook his head, snickering. Fair enough. See? I can admit when somebody else is right. Is that a skill you just recently developed, or what? Are you finished? When I was generous enough to buy you funnel cake? I relented. Okay, fine. Anyway, I don't feel like it's up to me whether those letters are sold. They aren't mine to sell. The things that girl talked about in them, they're personal. Yes, she made it so anybody could find them, depending on how the current moved. It's amazing they were out there this long. And when I think about that, I broke away from him, walking toward the wooden railing running the length of the boardwalk, separating it from the beach. It was too dark to see the water, though occasionally a glint of light would reflect off the waves as they crashed against the shore. What are you thinking? Ethan leaned against the railing, standing just beside me with his back to the water and his elbows propped up on the wood. It's hard to explain, but all these years, that bottle has been out there somewhere. It could have ended up any place at any time. It ended up here, and I was the one who found it. Why? I have no idea. I feel like I have a responsibility now to that girl. Anybody else who had a responsibility toward her dropped the ball. And if the picture that's coming into focus is true, they did it because of money and family status. They wanted to keep her quiet. She was so unhappy and so alone. I can almost feel her loneliness on those pages. I mean, why would she have to write letters to her baby if she wasn't lonely? He was quiet for a long time, which was a blessing because I was not in the mood for one of his snarky comments. When he did speak, there wasn't so much as a hint of sarcasm. Whoever she was or is, she's lucky it's you. You were the right person to find them. You're just saying that. Darcy, give me a little bit of credit for once. I don't just say things if I don't mean them. I'm being sincere. Allow me to have this moment of sincerity. I glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. Okay, sorry. I think you should do what feels best to you. If you want to find this person, I'm sure there are ways. My Aunt Trixie was supposed to look into it for me, but she's been MIA, probably basking in the glow of her popularity. Don't get me wrong, I love her, but she's a handful. Seems you're surrounded by handfuls, doesn't it? You could say that. He pushed away from the railing. And here I was inviting you for an impromptu celebration of the way you're taking charge of things, building that online store in next to no time. You won't regret it, I'm sure. And I'll try not to take too much credit. I hope so, since it had nothing to do with you. Thanks a lot. It didn't. A friend of mine finally convinced me to go ahead and take the plunge. His brow lowered, his jaw clenched. Who is this friend? Whoops, had I hit a nerve? What does it matter to you? Was I tormenting him a little? Yes, I was, because he deserved it. Not to mention the fact that part of me wanted to test his interest, whether he would get a little jealous. It probably wasn't right, but I couldn't help myself. It's Pete, if it makes you feel better to know. His nostrils flared. Sure, that makes me feel a lot better. Suddenly he checked his watch. It's getting late. I better head home. I have to be in earlier than usual in the morning. We're out of cookies and scones after all the traffic we had today. Don't get mad. Who's mad? I don't know. Let me ask your jaw, since it looks about tight enough to crack a walnut. He shrugged it off, but I wasn't fooled. Just remembering all the work I have to do. I can't pretend I won't be glad when restaurant week is over. Then we can get back to normal. Still, you can't deny it's been a success.
Of course not. I think we should do this at least twice a year. Maybe in the off-season, to drum up business when it gets a little slow. We could advertise in the surrounding counties and bring people in.
Darn him, he always found a way to up the ante. That sounds like a good idea. I was annoyed with myself that I hadn't thought about it, and when I imagined what my mother would say when she found out he came up with the idea, I stopped imagining. My blood pressure didn't deserve the challenge. We said our goodbyes, which were warm, if not a little short-lived. I didn't know if I would ever get a handle on him. What was his deal, really? Why was he so elusive to me? Most people in town I could read like a book, but that was probably because I had known all of them my entire life. I thought about this as I walked home. The streets were quiet, and I'd been right about the chill leaking into the air after sunset. Tonight had been just as beautiful as the day before. The sea breeze was delicious after so many weeks of miserable humidity. I pulled my hair up in a bun to enjoy the feeling of it on the back of my neck before taking the light sweatshirt jacket from around my waist and sliding my arms into it. I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, in other words, and it ended up biting me in the butt, because when I stepped off the curb just a block away from my apartment, intent on crossing the street, a car came out of nowhere. There was only time to throw a hand in front of my eyes, blinded by the headlights, before the roar of an engine told me I was about to be run down. Reflex took over, and I dove out of the way with barely a moment to spare. I could feel the rush of air as the car passed within inches of me a split second before I hit the ground between two parked cars. Screams came from somewhere, the pounding of feet and the squeal of tires as the driver floored the gas pedal and tore off into the night. Chapter 14. Your beautiful hands are all torn up. Emma sounded on the verge of tears as she applied an antiseptic to my palms, which had indeed gotten torn up when I landed on them out on the street. I'm glad I put my sweatshirt on not a minute before it happened, or my arms would look like my palms. When I realized there were tears rolling down Emma's cheeks, I pulled my hand back. Look at me. I'm fine. You might not have been. I can't stand to think what might have happened if you hadn't jumped out of the way in time. She ran a hand under her eyes. Sorry to be so emotional, but it's not the phone call the person wants to get, that their sister was almost hit by a car. Not almost hit by a car. That would imply an element of innocence. Accidents happened. People took their eyes off the road because their phone rang or their coffee spilled. An accident didn't involve the revving of an engine, the flooring of the gas pedal. We both turned toward the door when it opened. Joe walked in, shaking his head.
Nobody saw anything. I can't even get a decent make on the car. Everybody was too concerned with you.
You make that sound like it's a bad thing. Emma put an arm around me, and I fought against the impulse to flinch away. Really, I wasn't hurt badly, but most of my body ached from the force of the impact with the ground.
Of course I don't mean it in a bad way. It's just that I wish that out of 4 people, one of them could have had the presence of mind to take a look at the car.
He scanned his notes, scowling.
Then again, with it being as dark out as it is now, I doubt there would have been much to make out, especially since, according to all accounts, the driver peeled away.
They did, like a bat out of hell. Emma sniffled.
Sorry, it's just a lot to deal with.
No kidding. I wonder how she would have felt on my side of things. Lola hopped up on the couch and lifted a paw to tap my arm. This is new. She'd never done that before, not even when I was dog-sitting during Emma's honeymoon.
She does that when she senses somebody's hurting or upset,
my sister explained. Sure enough, the little Maltese gave the back of my hand a gentle lick before she curled up next to me, snug against my leg. She'll watch over you now. I wished I could pet her, but my hands were still a mess. Thank you, sweet girl. Lola lifted her head just enough to gaze up at me, then lowered it again and closed her eyes. Joe stood in front of us, folding his arms, every inch the cop.
Any ideas who might have done this?
I bet it was that lady who called you, Emma snarled. I wish I could get my hands on her.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Joe gave his wife a loving but exasperated look.
It could just as easily be someone who wasn't paying attention and then freaked out when they realized they might have hit somebody. It wouldn't be the first time we had a hit and run in this town.
Still, you can't tell me it doesn't seem a little fishy. My sister is practically being stalked. People are calling her personal number and offering money for a set of letters. She refuses, and bam! She clapped her hands. She comes within inches of being killed. First off, I wasn't killed. I tried to be as gentle as I could, but I was too tired and in too much discomfort to let my sister's imagination run wild. Second, please don't talk about me like I'm not here. You two have a tendency to lapse into conversation and forget you aren't alone. No offense.
None taken.
Joe was always the more easygoing of the two of them, not to mention more rational.
It won't happen again.
Let's not lose sight of the situation. What are you going to do? How can we keep you safe? Emma went so far as to stroke my hair, and her eyes welled up again. Also, how did you ever deal with it when I was the one getting into scrapes like this? I went through a red wine phase for a while. When she didn't laugh at my awkward joke, I gave her a hug. And I'm going to tell you what you used to tell me. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. I'll be perfectly okay.
It's eerie listening to her words come out of your mouth.
Joe grinned when his wife shot him a dirty look.
It's true.
Whatever. Sorry if I don't see the humor. She got up from the couch and went to the kitchen, where I could see her pouring water into the tea kettle. It seemed like she needed it more than I did, since she was way more worked up over this than me.
I'll file this at the station.
Joe tucked his notepad into his back pocket.
You realize your father will want to talk to you about this.
I gulped. You have to file it? Does this have to be a thing?
You honestly don't want me to do anything about this. I should pretend it never happened.
It's just that I'm okay. Really. And what would the point be? Like you said, you didn't get a make on the car or a model. Nobody saw the plates. So somebody was almost struck by a car tonight. Big whoop.
I know I didn't just hear you say that.
Emma sounded downright murderous an instant before a cabinet door slammed shut. I'm just saying, in the grand scheme of things, this isn't such a tragedy. Everything turned out okay. And there's no way to find out who did it. So it would be a waste of time for Joe to file a report, wouldn't it? I turned his way, knowing his answer before he nodded.
Okay, if that's the way you want it.
The way my sister slammed things around in the kitchen told me she wasn't over this yet. Not by a long shot. I faced Joe, who shrugged helplessly. I raised my voice to be heard over the clatter in the next room. Joe, would you mind if Emma spent the night with me? Or would you be too lonely at home? His smile told me he understood what I was trying to do. Emma needed to feel like she was helping, like there was something she could do in the middle of feeling so useless and confused by the situation.
I think I can spare her for the night, if she wouldn't mind.
She barked out a laugh.
Wouldn't mind? A night away from your snoring?
I stifled a giggle. Then it's set. I'll feel better knowing I'm not alone. And the thing was, I would feel better. I could pretend all I wanted not to be severely shaken up by what happened earlier, but that didn't mean I wasn't quaking inside. Who would do that? Who'd deliberately try to run me down? If only I could have gotten a look at who was behind the wheel, or some idea of the type of car being driven. Everything happened so fast. I was too busy trying not to die. As if she understood what was happening in my head, Lola licked the back of my hand again. You're too smart for your own good. She seemed to accept this. Joe left a few minutes later, just before Emma brought our tea out to the living room.
I can tell you think I'm overreacting.
Not at all. It's nice knowing you have my back. She handed me a cup, and the warmth soothed my hands. I was grateful for that before even taking a sip. She sipped her tea.
How am I supposed to have your back when you don't want to do anything about this? That's what I don't understand.
Let me ask you something. How did you feel when Dad would flip out and demand to investigate something that happened to you? Didn't you sometimes feel like he was smothering you? Not that I'm accusing you of doing that to me, but isn't that how you felt?
I guess.
She looked down into her cup.
It felt like he didn't trust me to manage things by myself, and sometimes he did overreact.
It's not that you held it against him, but you knew what you knew. You knew what sort of a situation needed police involvement, and what didn't. Same with me. I know there isn't anything that can be done about this, and I don't want to waste anybody's time when I'm sure there are actual cases to work on.
What's the point of having a family on the force if they can't do anything to help you?
That made me laugh, and she joined me eventually. I know it's one of those perks that come in handy. I don't want to take priority over anybody else just because my dad and my brother-in-law are detectives. End of story.
Fair enough.
She yawned then, which of course made me yawn since it was impossible not to once somebody got it started. It's been a long night. Tell me about it. And now there's no more excitement. I'm finally feeling the ache. I can run you a hot bath. That will help you relax. Honestly, what I want more than anything is to go to bed. I'm so tired I might end up falling asleep and sliding under the water. Please, I've already worried enough about you tonight. We took our tea to the bedroom, and Lola followed us. Emma lifted her onto the foot of the bed since she was too small to jump up there on her own. I gave my sister a pair of pajamas, and before long, we were settling into my bed. She groaned. I'm starving. Do you think it's too late for a snack? I rolled onto my side, facing her. We're already in bed. You were just in the kitchen not 20 minutes ago. I wasn't hungry then. I'm hungry now, though. I can't predict my appetite lately, I swear. That or my emotions. I sat up all at once, forgetting my soreness for a minute. Oh my gosh, are you pregnant? A little light on her side of the bed was still on, so I had the pleasure of watching her face go slack. What? No way. Are you sure? I mean, are you absolutely sure there's no chance whatsoever? She pushed herself up on one elbow, and I could tell by the way her brows drew together that she was prepared to argue with me. She drew a breath, then let it go. I don't think so. But you aren't sure? Stop, I'm trying to think. She squeezed her eyes shut and dug her teeth into her lower lip. The longer I waited, the surer I was about being right. I wanted to be happy, to be thrilled, but it wasn't possible until I knew how she felt about it. She and Joe hadn't been married for very long. They might have wanted to wait and enjoy life together before they started a family. I guess it's a possibility. Her eyes opened slowly. What am I supposed to do? First off, find out for sure. I think that's usually a good start. We stared at each other for a long time before collapsing into a fit of giggles. My sister was going to have a baby. At least it seemed that way. My little sister, who was understandably exhausted, who fell asleep within minutes once we calmed ourselves down. I stayed up for a while, watching her, amazed, and frankly, more worried than ever. The last thing anybody in my family needed was added stress. First, I had Dad to consider. Now I had Emma and her baby. It was clear I would need to look into my problems on my own, to put an end to things. All I had to do was figure out how. Chapter 15. I can't believe this! You said that already. It's still true. Becca scrolled down the list of orders that had come in overnight. 13 books and we weren't even in the store to sell them. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable and a little overwhelming. Once again, the sense of my life speeding past while I struggled to keep up washed over me and left me feeling shaky, unsure of myself. I don't know if I'm ready for this. We'll figure it out, no sweat. I can head over to the post office and pick up boxes for packaging, and we'll print labels out today. Do we have all of these books in stock? I mean, is the inventory updating behind the scenes on the website? I stepped aside so Becca could look into this, since I wasn't sure exactly how things were set up on that end. She had taken care of it, and now all I could do was hope she'd done things the right way. I would have hated to disappoint anybody right out of the gate. Yeah, everything seems okay. I have it set to automatically update inventory. She swung the screen my way. See? I noticed a warning under one of the books that there were only 2 copies left in stock. Sure enough, after checking our supply, both on the shelves and in the back room, that looked to be the case. At least I knew that was being taken care of. At least one thing was going smoothly. Hey, what's with your hands? Did you fall? I tried to shrug it off while pulling books aside for shipping. It wouldn't be a good idea to leave them out where customers might walk in and pick them up. We would have to make sure our point-of-sale system somehow linked up to the website, too. How are we supposed to do that? My chest tightened. Darcy, did you hear me? Oh, yeah, I did fall. I put the ordered books under the counter, out of sight. And yes, I winced every time something touched my palms. It was too awkward a location for bandages, since every time I flexed my hands, the bandage would crinkle up and lose contact with my skin, not to mention hand washing, which sort of rendered adhesive useless after a while. It looks really nasty. Were you outside? What about your knees? Are they okay? I was about to tell her they were fine, just a little skinned. I'd been wearing jeans which took the brunt of the punishment. but a little ping from my laptop grabbed our attention.
Another sale!
Becca clapped. We might have to keep a stock of shipping boxes on hand, you know? I wonder if the printer can handle all of this.
Should I pick up more toner on my way back from the post office?
I guess so. My head is spinning. I took a seat on the stool behind the counter and tried to breathe deep, but my chest was too tight. I couldn't pull in enough air. Is it really dry and hot in here, or is it just me? You do look really flushed.
I'll get you some water.
She dashed off to the mini fridge in my office, where we kept our lunches when we brought them in, plus a supply of water and juice. I was so grateful, since she would otherwise have needed to go next door to my mom's, and I didn't feel like answering more questions just then. On top of that, it would have been torture to face her while knowing what I knew about Emma. She had promised to buy a test, though we'd agreed she'd have to drive out of town to pick it up. If she so much as glanced toward the pregnancy tests in any pharmacy within a 10-mile radius of Cape Hope, half the town would have been planning her shower by the time she got home. She had my word that I wouldn't say anything to Mom, Dad, Joe, or anybody. The less time I spent with Mom, the better. I was never very good at keeping secrets, especially huge, life-altering secrets like this one. The water helped. The icy liquid ran down my throat, cooling my chest. It refreshed me somewhat and made it easier to think. This is a lot. I'm overwhelmed. I don't know what I'm doing right now.
You don't have to worry about that. Do you think you can handle things for a few minutes while I run errands?
I waved her on and heard her muttering to herself as she got her things together, something about label tape and packing tape and a few other things. I decided to let her take the ball and run with it, since I already had enough on my mind. Once I was alone, I felt safe pulling the bottle of ibuprofen from my purse and shaking a few into my hand without facing further concerns. What I had taken on waking up this morning was already out of my system, and my arms and legs hurt worse than they had last night. This was usually how it went, and I knew it. But that didn't make waking up early and dragging myself to work any easier. How was I supposed to get everything working together correctly? I never imagined we would end up getting 14 sales within a little more than 24 hours of the online store going live. It just never occurred to me. And while I was thrilled so many people found it in their hearts to support an independent business, I almost wished they would have taken their time. This trial by fire nonsense was starting to wear on my nerves. Sink or swim was a lovely idea, but it wasn't sustainable in the long term. A person could only take on so much stress before it broke them. Considering the way my hands shook as I rang up a customer, I wondered how much longer it would be before I broke. Becca was back in no time, bags hanging from both hands. I hope you put this on the store card. I didn't want her feeling like she had to dip into her personal account.
Of course, I took the card from the safe before I left.
She opened the safe to return it. Not that I didn't trust her, but I appreciated her transparency all the same. Since I was feeling sort of overwhelmed and uneven, we agreed it would be a good idea for me to package up the books and print out the labels.
I wonder if there's something nice we could put inside the books when we send them out. Not right now, of course, but later. Maybe a bookmark with the store's name and web address, so people don't forget.
Girl, you are a genius. I really hope you're writing these ideas down because they're gold. I glanced up and caught Becca grinning with obvious pride. I was glad, since she deserved praise, deserved to feel good about herself. I'd already appreciated her as an employee and had never once regretted bringing her on, but now I was starting to wonder if she wasn't more like a partner. I wasn't about to make a huge leap so quickly, but I decided to tuck the idea away in the back of my head just the same.
We have 2 more orders. Gosh, I'm starting to wonder if we should maybe put a message up on the homepage, thanking people and asking for their patience since we're just getting this off the ground.
Becca turned away from the counter, craning her neck to look inside the office.
What do you think? I could do that right now.
Sure, that's a good idea. We need their patience since we're still setting things up. Because honestly, I felt like I was drowning. So many things battled for supremacy. My business, my family, my safety, which somehow managed to fall to the bottom of the list. Finding out about the letters, why they were so important. Wondering if it would be better to sell them. After all, they'd brought me nothing but stress so far. Looming over all of that was one big question. Was the person who nearly ran me down tied to the letter somehow? Was it all a big coincidence? I didn't realize I was crying until a tear hit one of the labels I just printed out. What was happening to me? The bell jangled, and Becca greeted somebody in her usual pleasant voice.
She's in the office packaging up orders.
I braced myself, hoping against hope it wasn't my mother. I couldn't lie to her and pretend nothing was wrong any more than I could pretend I didn't know about Emma's possible pregnancy.
Hey, I was just wondering if you wanted to...
Pete stopped in the doorway, and when I lifted my head to gaze at him, he appeared stricken.
Why are you crying? What's wrong? What can I do?
I was crying again, not for the same reasons as when I'd started. Now it was relief because I didn't have to pretend in front of him. What do you think is wrong? I held up my hands.
That looks painful, but I don't understand.
And that only made me cry harder because of course he didn't. Joe hadn't told him anything because Joe kept things to himself when he was asked to do so. Here I was, so accustomed to gossip spreading like wildfire that it hadn't occurred to me. Poor Pete had no idea what I was talking about. I hadn't even gotten 2 sentences into it, sentences which I whispered, wanting to keep from alarming Becca, before Pete was on one knee in front of me.
I can't believe it. Who would do something like that? Do you think it has to do with...
I nodded, cutting my eyes in Becca's general direction. He seemed to understand.
This is unacceptable. You know that, right? This can't be allowed. You might not want Joe or your father getting involved, but I intend to.
Please don't. It's just everything is happening all at once. It isn't only the accident. All of this. I glanced around at the piles of books, the padded envelopes Becca had decided on rather than boxes, a roll of printed labels waiting to be stuck on those envelopes. I don't know if I can keep up.
You'll find a way. It seems impossible right now, but I know you will.
Still, he looked about as angry as he stood. His fists were clenched at his sides.
Want me to pick up something for lunch? I was going to ask you if you wanted to check out the panini shop a block over. 2 sandwiches and drinks, and you get a free dessert.
I had to laugh, even feeling as low as I did. How do you know about all these? Did you memorize everything on the website? The business association had put together a site where all the participating restaurants could link to their restaurant week menus. It seemed like Pete had committed the entire list to memory. A brief smile broke through his anger, but it didn't last long.
I never know what I'm going to be in the mood for from one day to the next, so I skim the choices and pick one. What do you think? Could you go for a panini?
Yes, with all the cheese they have in the shop. And that's not a hyperbole.
1 block of cheese, coming right up.
He winked before turning away, and naturally Becca had to stick her head into the office once he was gone.
I'm telling you, he likes you.
Her eyebrows went up and down, and she giggled on her way back to the front counter. Right then, feeling like I did, it was just one more thing to heap onto my plate. Chapter 16. So, what are you going to do about the 2 men in your life? Poppy sat next to me, handing me a glass of wine. After everything that happened this week, I figured I deserved a glass. Or a bottle. There aren't 2 men in my life. I have 2 friends, though it's still a stretch calling Ethan a friend. A frenemy, more like. It's roughly a hop, skip, and a jump away from romance. Don't discount it. I let my head fall back against the cushions. Please, can we not talk about romance right now? I have too much on my mind. The last thing I need is more complications. Okay, let's talk about something else. Are you going to try to find the girl who wrote the letters? What's happening with her? Truth be told, if I could have found those letters at any other time, it would have been better. Then again, no, because half the craziness at the story has to do with Trexie's article about them. I still don't know where she is, though she texted to tell me she'll have news for me soon. Maybe this weekend. I sipped my wine, then snorted. Little does she know, it might be too late by this weekend. Too late for what? She must have realized what I'd meant before I said anything because her face darkened. Don't talk like that. Sorry, I'm feeling a little low. You know, I've been meaning to look up the woman who called the other night, but I keep forgetting. I always remember when I'm in the middle of something else. Then by the time I finish that something else, I've forgotten again. Let's do it now. Be right back. She left my door open, crossing the narrow hall to her own apartment. Moments later, she returned with a laptop much nicer than mine. It probably moved a lot faster, too, though mine wasn't exactly a slouch in that department. Hers was fresh and shiny, like she'd just unpackaged it. I settled in and told myself to let somebody else take care of things for once. It wouldn't kill me to let her do a little research on my behalf. What did you say her name was? Charlotte Kingston. That's all I know about her. The number didn't come up on my phone when she called.
Of course not. Wouldn't want you to be able to get in touch with her again, would she?
She rolled her eyes before typing the name into the search engine. When her eyes widened, curiosity got the best of me, and I scooted closer. What does it say? What did you find? She moved the computer over so it sat half on my leg, half on hers, and clicked the first entry that had come up. Charlotte Kingston, philanthropist and champion of abused and neglected animals, held a fundraiser at the Four Seasons to benefit area shelters. Poppy looked at me. You figured she had money, right? Sure, but I wonder if this is the same person. Poppy scrolled down, then clicked off the article when it was clear there wasn't anything that would help us. There was a biography of her on another website, and she pulled that up next. She's from Stonecrest. That's what, 3 towns over? I was almost afraid to believe this was the same person. I didn't want to be led down the wrong path, but the more I read, the more likely it seemed this was the woman who'd called me. She married into the Kingston family in 1973 and had 4 children. I exchanged glances with my friend. I wonder if she was the one who wrote the letters. She got married in 73. Odds are she was old enough to bear a child 3 years earlier. Yeah, but notice this. Poppy pointed to the section on education. She was a student at Bryn Mawr and graduated in 1972, summa cum laude. That doesn't sound like somebody who was being sent for shock treatments in 1970. I mean, I guess it's possible, but you're right, it's unlikely, especially for a family sent her away someplace. That would have been when Charlotte was in college. She would have missed time for it. It looks here like she did her 4 years and graduated. Maybe the baby was born a couple of years earlier. Maybe she was writing years after the fact. I got up and went to my room, pulling the letters from my drawer. We scanned through them, and I shook my head once I was sure of what my gut was telling me. This all sounds more immediate, doesn't it? Like something that had happened recently, something she was still struggling with. You're right. Unless she'd been writing to the baby for years, it doesn't make sense for her to pick up years later and start a one-sided communication with it. So it wasn't Charlotte, or we don't think it was. I read her biography again. She was too busy getting involved with one of the Kingstons, one of Rhode Island's first families. Good for her, I guess. Maybe it was a sister of hers, or a sister-in-law? What about this Kingston guy? Did he have any sisters? I heard Poppy's question, but it sort of faded into the background once I looked over Charlotte's other family information. It says here she was born Charlotte Doherty, and her father and his father made their fortune in banking. The Doherty family were originally from Philadelphia and moved to Stonecrest after World War II. She has an older sister named Cassandra. We stared at each other, then back at the screen. There's no link for Cassandra. Yes, I noticed that too. Charlotte's father's name had a link. Her mother's name had a link. Both of them were from old, wealthy families. Her husband, David Kingston, also had a link. Not Cassandra. Maybe she never did anything important that would warrant an entry. Poppy shrugged. It's possible, isn't it? Some people from big, important families decide they don't want to be any part of it. That's true, I guess. The tingling along the back of my neck disagreed. It might have been true, but I didn't think it was. The sense of having unlocked a door was so strong, I could almost taste it. All I had to do now was step through to the other side of the threshold. Do you mind? I poised my fingers over the keys, and Poppy gave me the go-ahead with a nod before getting up to pour more wine. I typed in the name Cassandra Doherty and added the word Stonecrest before hitting the entry key. There was nothing, not a single entry that included both her full name and Stonecrest. I tried different variations of Cassandra, Cassie, Cass, Sandra. I took out Stonecrest. None of it seemed to help. I wasn't getting anything. Poppy joined me, taking over the laptop when she did. Let's look at the family. Maybe there's something about her. She might have died when she was a baby or something like that. Oh, that's true. I sat back while she did her thing, pulling up the bios for the parents and skimming them. I don't know. It says here they had 2 daughters, Cassandra and Charlotte. Nothing about losing Cassandra as a child or anything. Nothing about her at all. Poppy was silent. I offered a conjecture. This is going to sound wild, but I honestly feel like we found her. Poppy didn't seem convinced. I don't want to jump the gun or anything, you know. I know how much you want to find this person, so do I, but it might not be a good idea to attach ourselves to any one person before we do a little more investigating. I turned away from the screen to face her. Have I ever told you how much your friendship means? Her eyes went wide. No, I mean, you don't have to. I appreciate it, but it doesn't have to be said. It's just, you don't have to take all this personally at all, but you have. You're invested in it, and I just think that's really cool. It's always better to have somebody helping you with this kind of thing. It doesn't feel so lonely with you helping me research. Then it's worthwhile. Plus, hey, it's an excuse for us to get together and chill out for a while. My phone buzzed, and I jumped, scrambling to reach it. Boy, you are jumpy. Poppy's voice was heavy with sympathy. No, it has nothing to do with this. I'd been waiting for Emma to text me all day. She still hadn't. It was a text from Becca. Got tracking numbers for all of the shipments. Everything's running smoothly. Success. It made me smile anyway. Still. Darn that Emma. I swear it feels like she's taking her time just to mess with me. What's up with her? Since Poppy didn't really know my family, I figured it would be safe to tell her. I had to tell somebody or I would burst. She thinks she might be pregnant and was supposed to get a test today. Wow, no wonder you're waiting for her. Now I kind of want to know. They haven't been married all that long, have they? That sort of thing doesn't matter, I guess. Hey, my dad never married Holly, and they're happy. I don't think Georgie's suffering any. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant they're in a hurry to start a family. I think that's nice. Yeah, well, I don't know this was deliberate. I have a feeling she'll be happy. And Joe's the kind of guy who screams dependable husband and father, you know? What about Officer Pete? She wiggled her eyebrows up and down. How was your lunch with him today? You mean when he helped me package the books while we ate paninis and chocolate chip cookies in my office? It was pure romance. I rolled my eyes and chuckled. It wasn't a date. He was being nice. Do things have to fall straight on your head before you notice them? From what you've told me, the man has been hounding you all week to get together. I'm sure there are other people he could have lunch or dinner with, like his coworkers for one. He's going out of his way to find you and ask you. That sounds like romantic interest to me, but what do I know? I knew she was right, so why was I hesitating? I liked Pete. I liked him a lot. And things were so nice between us at Dad's while we were taking care of Georgie. The butterflies I got in my stomach from the way he looked at me when he handed Georgie over for his bottle. It all seemed so nice and natural. Honestly, straight talk? When Poppy nodded, I admitted something to her that I hadn't said to anybody but my sister. I don't know if I have it in me to be a good girlfriend. You don't? You're the sweetest, kindest person I know. I'm also out the door between 5 and 6 in the morning. I don't get home until around 6 or 7 at night. By the time I do, I'm exhausted. I might have it in me to go see a movie or to hang out at home, but I'm in bed by 10. That doesn't leave a girl a lot of room for a personal life. People do it all the time. That's not an excuse, and I'm trying to say this as gently as possible. You know what I think? Hold on, let me brace myself. I took a swig of my wine, which made her giggle. Okay, go ahead. I think you're only telling yourself that. Just like you told yourself you wouldn't have time to start an online store, that you couldn't possibly teach anybody how to handle the store the way you do, that there was no time to manage social media. You tell yourself these things, and we all do it. We all box ourselves in at one time or another when we don't want to accept the chance of there being bigger possibilities out in the world. She grinned. Look at everything you've accomplished in just the last several days. You know what they say, when we're ready for something and you make room for it in your life, what you're looking for shows up. You just have to allow for it to happen. That's all. Don't shut down the opportunity of something good with a really nice, sweet, cute guy, all because you don't want to believe you can handle it. You think it's as simple as that, huh? I do. Mindset, baby. She tapped the side of her head before getting up. And with that in mind, I'd better stop telling myself I'm the world's worst painter and get back to my work. I can't keep procrastinating. No offense. None taken. Anytime you feel like procrastinating instead of working, come on over. I meant it too. She was good company. And I spent too much time by myself. Once I was alone again, I wondered about what she'd said, shooting myself down before I even tried something new. Was that true? It seemed to be, since I'd managed to do so many things I'd considered impossible only a week ago. But a relationship was something different. Or was that just an excuse I was giving myself? My phone buzzed and I grabbed it, my hands shaking when I saw the message was from Emma. There was only one word. Positive. And I promptly burst into tears. Chapter 17. Becca leaned in, looking over my shoulder at the laptop screen.
What are you researching?
Whether there are any hospitals in Murray's Point where somebody might have gone for electric shock treatment back in the 1970s.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Remind me not to ask you next time.
Becca scurried off to restock our beach reads, which was really a not-so-clever way of describing light, fun little books people like to read while on vacation. Nothing too serious, nothing that would make them think too hard. They were always our best sellers at this time of year. I'm trying to figure out where this girl might have gone. The treatments she talks about, she mentions going up to Murray's Point for them. It looks like there were 2 psychiatric hospitals in the area at the time. One of them was shut down and converted to a hotel, if you can believe that.
Is it haunted?
You would think, right? And that's a whole other rabbit hole I don't have time to go down right now. As I spoke, I skimmed information about the second hospital. This one was converted to a rest home in the early 1990s.
You mean like assisted living?
She joined me again, leaning over the counter to study the pictures I'd pulled up. I don't think it's quite like that. From what they say here on the website, it's more for people who have Alzheimer's or dementia, the sort of cognitive issues that need specialized care. I chewed the inside of my cheek, a bad habit of mine that tended to pop up when I was deep in thought and lost, for lack of a better word. It seemed like whenever I thought I'd hit pay dirt, another obstacle popped up in my way. I wonder if they would have access to records from old patients, or if they would know where those records were stored.
Maybe give them a call?
I shook my head. No, I don't think they're going to give out that kind of information over the phone. Maybe if I bring the letters with me and explain to them who I think the person is who wrote them? I don't know. Maybe they'll be more sympathetic? That's assuming they'll even be able to help me.
Didn't you say Trixie told you she'd have something soon?
Yes, but Trixie wasn't the one who'd almost been hit by a car. I was increasingly sure it'd been either that old man or Charlotte Kingston who'd tried to run me down across from my apartment. The more time that passed, the more desperate they would become, and I didn't feel like pushing my luck any further. I think I'll take a drive up there tonight after we close up. It'll take an hour or so. If I manage to get out of here early enough, I should make it there in a decent time, while their office is still open, you know?
I don't know how you do it. Caring as much as you do, I mean? Like you don't have enough going on right now, right here in the store.
She had a point. We'd gotten another handful of orders overnight, and we were talking again about having to place an order with the warehouse that supplied us, since we were running low on stock in several genres. It's hard to explain. I need to get it off my plate, you know? It's always right here. I tapped the middle of my forehead. I can't shake it. I have to know who this person is and why those letters are so important. Ideally, I would like to get them back to her. But I don't even know if she's still alive. The only way I'll ever find out is by taking care of things on my own. I can't wait for Trixie anymore. I have to take this into my own hands.
Well, if it'll help any, I can close up tonight. You know, we always slow down in the mid-afternoon, even on a Friday. I can help anybody who comes in by myself.
That would be helpful. Are you sure?
Please, go on. Now you've got me salivating over this. I want to know almost as much as you do.
Which is how I ended up driving an hour north along the Jersey Turnpike around 3 o'clock that afternoon. As always, the difference between southern New Jersey beaches and the beaches farther north stood out to me. There wasn't nearly as much energy and excitement up here. But then I was used to bright lights and the sound of screams from roller coasters and other rides along the boardwalk. It wasn't the same up north. Of course, I wasn't there to take a tour. I followed the directions on my phone's GPS app to a castle-like structure a few minutes' walk from the beach. It sat on a hill overlooking the ocean, the stone facade gleaming white against the blue sky. It seemed like a cheerful place, a happy place. What a shame it hadn't been for so many people. Of course, the second I pulled into a spot in the lot behind the building, I instantly regretted making this move. Who was to say anybody inside would want to talk to me? What if they showed me the door without so much as giving me a clue? Who did I think I was? None of these were enough of an excuse to hold me back, though, so I forced myself out of the car and walked inside. The letters were in my purse, practically burning a hole. My nerves tingled, though I didn't know as I stepped up to the front desk whether this was a good tingle or a bad tingle. I would find out soon enough. There was nobody out in front, nobody in the lobby. I sat at what felt like the center of the first floor, and a series of hallways extended like the arms of an octopus out from the center hub. Orderlies walked in a few of those halls, a couple of them pushing wheelchairs. Music came from somewhere down the hall, too, and it sounded like somebody was encouraging a group of residents to stretch their arms overhead. Exercise time?
I have been here every day this week, and every day you give me the same excuses.
My head snapped around at the sound of that voice, coming from deeper inside the front office. I couldn't see anybody back there since the door was closed, but that didn't mean sound wouldn't carry. I knew that voice.
We've told you time and again, there's nothing we can do. Just because you choose to waste your time coming back here every day doesn't mean that everyone here in this facility needs to bend over backwards to give you what you want. Our position has not changed. We are not at liberty to hand out information.
Trixie's voice rose over that of the man arguing with her.
And what I'm telling you is that I'm a journalist, and according to my research, one of your residents was also a patient of the hospital which once operated from this building. She received repeated electroshock therapy before the final procedure they performed on her.
I could practically see her making air quotes with her hands. She continued,
And unless I'm mistaken, it became too much for her, which is why her family put her in here once the facility became a rest home for the disabled and impaired. Or is it a coincidence that the Doherty family just about fully funded the renovations?
I couldn't believe it. Trixie hadn't been pulling my leg when she told me there was a bunch of information she wanted to share. And if they'd been trying to stonewall her all week, no wonder she was so frustrated. I had half a mind to burst in there myself to back her up, but something told me that wouldn't help our cause very much. They would have the pleasure of throwing 2 people out instead of 1. I decided to take advantage of the fact that there weren't any staff behind the desk just then. Thank you, Trixie. I took the hallway where the music floated from, deciding to walk down and see some of the residents for myself. Maybe I would get lucky. I was right. It looked like exercise time, though in this case, everybody was seated. Chairs and wheelchairs were arranged in a large circle, and the instructor stood in the middle and demonstrated the next set of exercises. Now, lift your leg. Take it slow, trying to raise it as high as you can. A pair of assistants wandered around, encouraging those who seemed like they were having a tough time. It was so easy to forget these people, or to glance at them and see only their current condition. In that bright, sunny room, there sat a few dozen elderly people who had once been my age. A few of them appeared old enough to maybe have fought in World War II. They'd been young then, energetic, bright, and beautiful. And now they needed instruction on doing leg lifts from their wheelchairs. The saddest part, the thing that made my throat tighten, was knowing how lucky these people were to be in such a nice place. It was spotless, smelled nice, everything was pleasant and cheerful looking. I passed the room of a resident whose door had been left open. Inside was spacious, comfortable. Not everybody had it so good.
Can I help you?
I jumped and turned to find a young orderly behind me. He seemed pleasant enough, like he wasn't suspicious. Yet. I came here to visit an old friend of my family. I heard she lived here, but I'm not completely sure. There wasn't anybody at the front desk, and I heard all the noise coming from down here.
What's this person's name?
Cassandra Doherty? The orderly's eyes left mine, peering over my shoulder, and he dipped his head.
She's right in there, doing her exercises.
It took all my self-control not to holler in excitement. As I glanced over my shoulder, intent on finding her, another voice floated our way from the direction of the lobby.
You can't be in here without a pass. What do you think you're doing?
A man in a suit came striding down the hall, red-faced and practically vibrating with anger. I didn't have to guess why, since a certain flashy lady stood at the lobby, watching his progress. Trixie shook her head, moving her arms in a slashing motion. She didn't want them to know we knew each other. I turned my attention to the man who pointed a finger at me.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
As I was saying, I came to visit a friend of my family. I heard she came to live here. I have something that belongs to her, and I would like to give it back if possible. That came out smoothly enough, even as I shook inside.
We don't allow random visitors contact with our residents unless we can vouch for their identity. You have to understand, we try to avoid any unnecessary upset or stress. What might be easy to manage for you or for me is intensely difficult for those living with a cognitive impairment.
He straightened his tie, and his color returned to something that struck me as a little more normal. I understand. I'm sorry I can't offer proof of our family's involvement. I was starting to sweat. Pretty soon I would be babbling. Trixie beckoned to me from down the hall, then walked in the direction of the front door. I'll see what I can do. Thank you very much for your help. I wanted to run down the hall to get away from the scrutiny, but that would only make me look more suspicious. Trixie was waiting for me outside and pulled me away from the door. Didn't I tell you I would contact you? I'm sorry, but I almost got run down 2 days ago, so this has become sort of personal for me. When her mouth fell open, I felt sorry, and I had to clarify. Not that I'm absolutely sure it has anything to do with this, but it seems too big a coincidence to be anything else. She scowled, glaring at the front door like it had offended her somehow. If the idiots running this place would loosen up a little, I could have brought this to an end by now. Don't tell me you've been driving here every day this week. Certainly not. When he stonewalled me on Monday, I drove home, got some clothing together, and came back. I have a hotel room in town. I won't leave until I get what I want. She was tenacious, and I had to give her that. What are you trying to get? The truth, of course. Cassandra Doherty has to be a resident here. Why else would her family have donated tens of millions of dollars to the renovation of the hospital to a fancy nursing home? Why else would her sister be on the board of directors? My heart beat double time. Charlotte Kingston is on the board of directors? I hadn't even thought about checking into that. You know her sister's name? She lowered her sunglasses, eyes wide. You're better at this research thing than I thought. I can't take credit. Charlotte reached out to me earlier this week. I wouldn't know anything about her if it hadn't been for that. Let me guess. She offered you money. You're batting 1,000 today. I wish. She scowled, shooting another dirty look at the front door. Cassandra Doherty is the one who wrote those letters. I'm sure of it now. Her sister wouldn't be nearly so interested in them otherwise. Then she really surprised me by digging into the large bag she wore over one shoulder and pulling out a folder. I greased a few palms and managed to obtain copies of Cassandra's records from back when she was a patient, when this was a hospital. How did you do that? It can't be legal. I couldn't see her rolling her eyes behind the shades, but I was pretty sure she was doing it. That has nothing to do with it. Turns out they boxed up all the old files and stored them in the basement here. I obtained these yesterday. She opened the folder and ran a crimson fingernail down the long list of dates and descriptions. This girl was here 15 times in 2 years for electroshock therapy. That doesn't count the number of times she received other forms of treatment. Ice baths, so-called behavior modification. They don't go into details in those entries, and I'm not sure I want them to. There was a bench nearby, and she took my arm and led me there. I thought you should sit down for the rest of it. This didn't give me a good feeling at all. My insides went icy as I took a seat next to my aunt. What happened? What did they do to her? She let out a long, tired sort of breath. They lobotomized her in 1972 and left her unable to care for herself. I leaned back away from her, gasping. There was an intense stinging behind my eyes, and my throat constricted. It was my heart which hurt the most, throbbing in my chest. A lobotomy. They gave that poor girl a lobotomy. I can't believe it. I know. It upset me terribly when I first heard about it, too. I can only imagine the family's been trying to keep it quiet all this time, which is why those letters would be so important to her sister. I mean, if a reporter from a small-town newspaper can put 2 and 2 together so quickly and find everything I've managed to find, what about somebody with a great deal more power and pull behind them? A woman in Charlotte Kingston's position would want to shut this down immediately. I guess she sent that man after me, too. When I wouldn't play ball, she decided to up the ante. Maybe he was a lawyer for the family or something like that. I can see it happening. She touched my hand. I doubt she would remember anything about those days. Cassandra, I mean. Not after being lobotomized. I knew this was true. Then we can at least try to get justice for her. People deserve to know her story. She can't be a dirty little secret anymore. What do you think we'll be able to do? You're the reporter. You tell me. If you were to write something... Wait a second. You said it yourself. These files were not obtained through legal means. My heart sank. There was no arguing my way out of this one. I looked away from her, out over the pristine grounds. It was a paradise, all lush gardens and thick green grass. Nobody would ever guess the pain that had once been suffered here. A flash of brightness caught my eye, almost white against so much greenery. A straw fedora, an old man wearing it, peering at us from behind an oak tree. I jumped to my feet. There he is! He was on the other side of the paved roadway, running around the perimeter of the building, leading out to the main road. When he caught me watching, he tried to duck and hide himself, but it was too late for that. "Darcy, wait!" It was too late for that, too. I took off running, determined to catch him and make him confess a few things. If he was involved in the family, he would know what happened to Cassandra. I didn't hear the approaching car until it was practically bearing down on me. And this time, I wasn't so lucky. Trixie's shriek rang out over the squealing of tires. The last thing I knew, something hit me a second before I hit the ground. Chapter 18. "Darcy, can you hear me?" Sure, I could hear her, but somebody had glued my eyelids shut. The act of lifting them was exhausting, but I managed, and I found Trixie hovering over me with a bright fluorescent light above her head. "Where am I? And why was my throat so dry?" She let out a sigh that sounded like it came from all the way down in her toes. "Oh, thank goodness. I couldn't have lived with myself if I'd let you get killed." "Killed?" My brain was moving way too slowly. I finally managed to catch up and figure out I was in a hospital bed. Suddenly, the sound of an engine came back to me, the sharp pain of impact as the car glanced off me, and the pain of hitting the ground. "How bad is it? Tell me the truth." "They sent you in for x-rays as soon as you came in and a scan to make sure there was no damage to your organs. It seemed the worst of it is a sprained wrist and a seriously bruised hip and thigh. It's going to be tough to get around for a little while." Now that she mentioned it, I did feel pain in those areas. A lot of pain, like the sort of pain that made me want to go to sleep again. She stroked the top of my head, which was pretty much the only part of my body that didn't hurt. "You'll never know what a scare you gave me. I thought I would drop dead on the spot." Looks like I got lucky again. Though I certainly didn't feel so lucky. Then panic. "What time is it? What day is it? I have to get back to the store." "You aren't going anywhere at this moment, young lady. Besides, it's barely 10 o'clock on Friday night. You've only been out for a few hours. I spoke to the doctor, and she told me she would like to keep you here overnight for observation, just to be certain there's no concussion or other damage. You did hit the ground pretty hard." Terrific. And tomorrow was Saturday, the busiest day of the week, even when there wasn't extra interest in the store. "I have to call Becca. I have to try to get back up in there tomorrow." "Sweetie, the store can wait. You have to take care of yourself now. Even if you needed to close for the day, it wouldn't be the end of the world. I'm sure your customers will understand." Her lips twitched. "Don't pretend you haven't had an excellent week. Your mother keeps me informed of these things, you know. She might even brag a little bit." My mother, my family. Please tell me you didn't tell her about this yet. "Is she here, in this room, screaming bloody murder?" This time she smiled for real, and I had to smile in spite of the pain. "No, I haven't called her, but eventually one of us will have to." I don't want anybody to be worried, and at this time of night, too. You know how she would want to drive up here immediately. Then something else occurred to me. And Emma. Oh no, I can't do that. "What's wrong with Emma?" Terrific. I shouldn't have said anything. I looked Trixie straight in the eye, which was possible now that she wasn't wearing her sunglasses anymore. And now that my head had cleared up a little, it was obvious to me she'd been crying. Even though it wasn't my fault, I felt guilty. "Swear to me, Trixie. Swear on your life you won't tell Mom what I'm about to tell you, or anybody else." When she nodded, clearly skeptical, I came clean. "Emma's pretty sure she might be having a baby." Sheer delight washed over her, quickly replaced by dismay. "I see. Right. You don't want to upset her." "Exactly. Give me a chance to figure this out and come up with a way to break the news. I could get home tomorrow after they release me." "I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't seem likely they would allow you to drive. You'll probably be on pain medication, and even if you decide not to take it so you can drive, you would regret it. I could give you a ride, of course, but then there would be the question of what to do with your car in the meantime." It was too much to think about, feeling the way I did. What I wanted more than anything was to go to sleep and forget about everything for a while. But that wouldn't solve anything, would it?
I wish I'd never come here in the first place. I brushed away a tear, impatient with myself for being so emotional. What did I solve? Did I help anything? No, I got myself hit by a car, stuck in the hospital, and I'm no further ahead than I was before. She pulled a chair close to the bed and sat down. I knew the look in her eyes. She was in reporter mode. You say you were almost hit by a car a couple of nights back, too. Yeah, Joe asked people who'd been around when it happened, but none of them got a look at the car or the driver. It all happened so fast. It didn't happen too fast this time. She flipped open her notepad. Powder blue Lincoln Continental. I caught half of the plate, too. And the woman behind the wheel? So it was a woman. Yes, it was. She wore a scarf over her hair. I'm afraid that's all I remember, but I do have a description of the car. Then she leaned in, winking. And there are security cameras all over the place. I intend to call the facility the second the office opens to let them know you're filing charges. I want to see that footage. Hang on a second. This is all making my head spin. She did not hang on. I've already spoken to the police. You what? Sweetie, they needed to know. You could have been killed. Besides, we need to have the attack on record if we're going to have leverage to use against the facility and the Kingston family if we need to. Something tells me if Charlotte Kingston is driving around mowing young women down, a lot of people will be very interested. She snickered. And she thought the worst that could happen to her was a bunch of letters coming out and exposing old family secrets. I guess they'll want to talk to me, too. I'm sure they will. The detective promised to come in here first thing in the morning, when the doctor said you would be in better shape to talk to them. I was glad the doctor had so much faith in me, but I wasn't sure I agreed with the assessment. She stood, slipping her notepad into her bag. They've already tried to kick me out a few times now that visiting hours are over, but I insisted on staying until you woke up. I'm going to go to the hotel and get a few hours of sleep. Something tells me that little couch over there won't do wonders for my back. I took a look and doubted it would even do wonders for my back, and I was half her age. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for caring so much. She stroked my hair and gave me a soft smile. Don't you know you're family to me? I couldn't love you more if you were my own daughter, you or Emma. And if you don't think I'm fairly bursting over Emma's news, you have another think coming. But I promise I won't say a word. She held up a hand. I believed her. At least, I told myself to believe her. And as I fell asleep, I told myself there hadn't been any choice. If the stakes weren't high, she would have called my mother and my sister and my father and her neighbor down the street and Becca and probably even Mrs. Merriweather, and everybody would have come up all at once, moving into my hospital room. We'll run the partial plate. That plus the description of the car should narrow things down pretty nicely. The detective, an older man who was startlingly attractive for somebody his age, smiled at me. You get some rest. I'll take care of things. What a relief it is to know there are honest cops in the world, Detective Bronson. Trixie stopped short of fluttering her eyelashes and swooning, but just barely. It was clear she was smitten with him. The woman couldn't have gotten more than a few hours' sleep and had been working like mad all week, but she still had it in her to flirt shamelessly. Considering the way he chuckled like he was flattered, I wondered if the feeling was mutual. Feel free to give me a call if there's anything else you need. He handed her his card, and I tried not to roll my eyes. If anybody should have had his card, it was me. But then, I wasn't the one flirting with him. She followed him out into the hall, where I could hear them having a murmured conversation. It was nearly 7 o'clock. I had no idea how Trixie had managed to get in so early, but then she always had her ways. I called Becca's cell now that I was alone. Where are you? It was the first thing out of Becca's mouth. You have no idea how surprised I was to not find you next door. I had to pretend like I stuck my head inside the cafe to grab a cup of coffee when your mom had no idea where you were. Terrific. I'm surprised she hasn't called me yet. They're crazy busy over there, so I'm sure she hasn't had the time. So what's up? What happened yesterday? When are you getting here? Swear you won't let this get out until I come home? Come home? Where are you? I gave her the rundown, knowing she would keep my secret. By the time I finished, she was breathless. I can drive up there right now and bring you anything you need. Don't even worry about it. They're going to let me out this morning. They were only keeping me to make sure I didn't have a concussion. I just spoke with the detective and told him everything I could remember. Trixie's here. Everything's fine. You know your mom's going to freak if she finds out you aren't over here.
I hate to say this, but I can't worry about that right now. I'm more concerned with the store. There's no way you're going to be able to handle everything by yourself today.
You always underestimate me. How long did you handle everything in the store by yourself? I think I can manage.
I swear I'll be there as soon as I can.
And I will kick you out of the store because you need to be resting.
The world will keep turning if you take a day to rest, Darcy. And I don't think you've ever had a better reason to take care of yourself. I can manage, and I'll handle any questions from your mom or your sister when they come in, because you know they will. Though who knows, if traffic keeps up the way it's been for them, maybe they won't. I had never so hoped for Sweet Nothings to have the busiest day it ever had. I thanked her 1,000,000 times before ending the call, then let out a sigh of relief and closed my eyes. She was right. The world would keep turning without me for the day. Boy, I wasn't wrong when I said the universe was trying to send me a hint. I had refused to take a day off for so long, somebody must have figured I would need to be forced into it. A gentle knock against the open door made me open my eyes. Another nurse, of course. Surely they were only doing their job, but did they have to do it when I was on the verge of a much-needed nap? It wasn't a nurse. I opened my mouth, but before I could shout for help, the old man waved his hands as he hurried over to the bed.
Please, Miss Harmon, I don't mean you any harm. That's the last thing I want. I saw what happened to you yesterday, and it shocked me. I'm so relieved to find you awake and well.
Define well. I lifted my arm, where a pair of IVs delivered saline and pain medication.
From the looks of it, things could have been much worse. Your friend was frantic, screaming. It was a terrible scene. I would never have believed Charlotte capable of such a thing if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
He said it so casually, but it stole the breath from my lungs. So it was her. You're sure of it?
I'd know her anywhere. It's been years since we've spoken face to face, but there's something to be said for the efforts a woman puts into turning back the hands of time. She looks as though she hasn't aged a day. I would like to think Cassie would look that way today too, if only.
My brain was a little foggy thanks to the meds, so it was a struggle to latch on to any one thing he was saying. There were still so many questions I didn't know what to think about first. What's your name? That was as good a question as any. I couldn't help thinking of him as the old man without a name.
Harry Crawley.
And what does any of this have to do with you? I assume you worked for Charlotte, but if you haven't seen her in years, it's obvious I was wrong about that. He gestured to the chair next to the bed, and I nodded, then waited for him to take a seat. He held his hat in his hands, turning it by the brim. I wondered if he ever went anywhere without it. After releasing a shuddery breath, he answered my question.
You see, Cassandra and I were in love. The baby she writes about in those letters, unless I'm gravely mistaken, the child was mine.
Chapter 19. It was a good thing I was lying down because the shock of what I'd just heard might have knocked me off my feet otherwise. You're the baby's father? All this time, I thought... He winced like he was in pain.
It didn't occur to me until later that you might have jumped to the wrong conclusion. I didn't handle things well, did I?
Why didn't you tell me at first, when you visited me at the store? He turned his hat in slow circles.
I couldn't find the words. I doubted you'd believe me, for that matter. A young woman like yourself might not understand the way things used to be. After all these years, it still shames me to think back on what happened, too. It isn't easy for a man to live with knowing he left the girl he loved to be ruined by her own family.
You couldn't have known what they'd do. He offered a weak smile.
I should have. It wasn't until later that I put together the stories she used to tell. Broken half-memories of what nowadays would be described as child abuse. Cuffing her to her bed when she was 5 years old, and liked to get up and run around in the middle of the night, for instance.
Oh, no.
That was the least of it. They did everything in their power to rein her in, that mother and grandmother of hers. Charlotte was an easy little girl, an easy young woman to mold and shape. She was eager to please, I think, because Cassie was so wild. She wanted to be loved. Everybody was focused on Cassie all the time, worrying over her, making plans for treatments. There were summers in Europe at different hospitals and health spas. Doctors here in the States. Needless to say, there wasn't much left for the good daughter at the end of the day.
Was I supposed to feel sorry for a woman who tried to kill me twice? because understanding where she was coming from certainly wasn't the same as being able to pity her, not after she'd made the choice to point her car at me and rev the engine. He looked out the window where puffy white clouds moved across the sky.
She was the most beautiful girl I ever met. Since then, I've never even met anyone who comes close. It wasn't only that she was physically beautiful, she was, don't get me wrong, she was stunning. It was the light inside her that first drew me. It drew everyone who came into contact with her. The girl was like a queen bee with drones buzzing around all the time. It was effortless, though. She didn't have to try.
His mouth twitched.
She saw the world in a completely different way, too. She wasn't like any other girl I'd dated. She wanted to live an artist lifestyle. Simple, colorful. She dreamed of traveling. Not that she was untraveled, mind you. It was more than her family's version of Paris, for example, wasn't the version that interested her. She wanted to meet real people, not tour guides.
I understand.
Talk about a breath of fresh air. She never talked about this family or that vacation spot or who disappeared with whom at the last party. She never went to those. She hated that world as much as I did.
His smile slipped.
I wasn't as strong as she was. I didn't have it in me to turn my back on everything my family wanted. I'm the only son, so I was expected to take over the family firm when the time came. That meant I had to attend law school. Not that it was a hardship. I was privileged. I didn't want to be a lawyer, was all. And not only because it would mean going to law school and leaving Cassie.
He fell silent. I waited, somehow managing to keep from asking what came next. He was taking his time, like he wasn't used to talking about this part of his life, and the words weren't coming easily.
She encouraged me to go. That surprised me. At first I thought she was breaking up with me. Her moods could swing at the slightest provocation. Nowadays we understand those things better. It shames me to admit this, but that volatility was one more reason why she appealed to me. She filled something in me no one else did. And she used to say the same thing to me, that I understood her, that I never made her pretend to be somebody she wasn't. And I never made it seem like she had to work for my love, the way they did.
She was lucky to have you.
Was she, though? Because in the end she couldn't even rely on me. I should have stayed. I should have stood up for her. When I suggested she come with me to Cambridge, she agreed happily. There was a single night when we were both deliriously happy, making plans for how things would be when we were together and away from her family.
His face darkened, his eyes narrowed.
When I called her up the next morning, I was told by that mother of hers never to contact Cassie again, that the police would be involved if I ever tried. Then she contacted my parents and accused me of manipulating her daughter and attempting to kidnap her. Can you imagine? We were both 22 years old, both of us out of college, and she still treated Cassie like a baby. I tried for weeks, but it was no use. They sent her away to Europe shortly before I started my first semester at Harvard Law. I lost track of her, which of course was their design all along. I believe my parents were glad for it too, since they never quite approved of our relationship.
She was from a good family, though, college educated.
And notorious.
He slid his gaze my way, one corner of his mouth quirking up in a wry smirk.
She once stripped naked on a dare and jumped into a pool at a friend's house when unfortunately her friend's parents had important guests. She was always sneaking out at night, taking one of the family's cars and driving to the beach or even up to Manhattan on a whim. I know she was very popular with the boys before we met, but I also knew that once we did meet, I was the only man in her life. That much I knew without her telling me. Once Cassie made up her mind about something, that was it. There was no swaying her.
I nodded and hoped he'd keep talking. He looked down at his hat, at the fingers worrying the brim.
It wasn't until years later that I heard the whispers. I'd done my best to move on with my life, to build something for myself. I met another girl in law school, but it wasn't the same. Don't get me wrong, she was a good woman, a faithful wife for nearly 40 years until she passed away. But it wasn't the same kind of love. Nowhere close to it. But I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? It was a few years after I was married. We had our first child. I got together with some old friends from undergrad, and eventually the topic of conversation evolved to Cassie. Rumor had it that she was sent to Europe after we graduated, not for one of her normal treatments, but because she was pregnant.
His head fell back against the top of the chair.
It was like a tsunami had crashed over me. She had a baby. Our baby. And here I was 5 years later with a wife and a baby of my own. It felt like disloyalty to my wife, even considering finding out what happened to my child. But I couldn't let it go. One of the only times I ever lied to my wife. A lie of omission, granted, but still. I drove to the Doherty home and demanded to see Cassandra, then demanded to know what happened to my child.
The pain in his voice cut through me, the sorrow. What must it have been like, having a family and finding out about the family he'd missed out on? Talk about divided loyalties. What happened?
Before Mrs. Doherty slammed the door in my face, she informed me that my child had been placed for adoption and that no records existed tying them to the Doherty family in any way. I had not been named as the father. In fact, no one had, so there would be no way to trace the baby's relation to me. When I asked to know where Cassandra was, that old witch told me I would never see her again. She no longer lived in the house, that she was somewhere she could no longer cause the family scandal and grief. That was all I could get out of her before she called her security guards to escort me from the property.
That was 5 years after the baby was born. It meant Cassie had already been lobotomized. It was too late for him to help her.
It's amazing, really, the things a person can learn to live with. I had a happy life with my family, and my grandchildren still give me a great deal of joy. I miss my wife every day. Not a day has gone by that I haven't thought of Cassie just the same. I missed her, too. And I prayed for our child, hoping it's had a good life. This is a part of my heart that's been missing all this time.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were like them, like her family. I figured you were trying to keep things quiet, the way Charlotte is.
I understand, truly.
He reached over and patted my hand.
Like I said, I could have handled things better. It's just that the surprise of hearing a story that sounded so much like hers knocked me for a loop. That article of yours was shared virtually everywhere. I imagine that's how Charlotte found out about the letters as well. It was just like Cassie to do something like that. One final effort to make her voice heard. She was the bravest person I ever knew, and her family simply could not allow it.
I looked away when it was clear his tears embarrassed him. He hurried through, wiping them away, then cleared his throat.
And there you have it. My greatest shame laid bare. I failed her.
You didn't. You did everything you could. I'm sure she would have understood. It sounds like she was a loving, understanding person.
She was, which seems unthinkable considering the little love she was shown.
We both jumped, startled, when Trixie barged into the room. She stopped short at the sight of Harry sitting at my bedside. It's okay. He's no threat. I introduced them, and Harry informed her of his relationship to Cassie. Trixie's posture relaxed afterward, but not for long. I just got a call from the nurse who got those files for me. She told me word came down this morning that Cassandra's being moved to another facility. She couldn't tell me where. She said if I ever hope to see her, I'd better hurry. I'm coming with you. I need to get out of here. I jammed my thumb against the call button for the nurse's station before turning to Harry. You feel like you failed her? Then let's undo that today, once and for all. Will you help me? A look of relief settled over him.
Absolutely.
Chapter 20. Come on, hurry! The young nurse who was helping us had brought a wheelchair to the back door for me to sit in, since running around the halls wasn't something I was in any shape to do. It was hard enough getting in and out of the car, and even with Trixie and Harry's help, I was practically in tears by the time we'd accomplished it. Trixie pushed me, and Harry practically had to trot to keep up with us. Please don't use me as a battering ram. Now, why would I do that? Even as she asked the question, Trixie picked up speed. Gee, now why would I think to ask her that? I gripped the armrests, hanging on for dear life. The nurse pointed down one of the halls. Hers is the 4th room on the left. They're in there packing up her things, and Mrs. Kingston is hurrying them on. Please don't tell anybody I had anything to do with this. It's just that I hate to see this happen to somebody as sweet as Miss Doherty. This is where she feels comfortable. It's the only place she's lived in 30 years. It wouldn't be fair. We thanked her and left her behind so she could run off and pretend to have been doing anything else but this. Trixie strode down the hall, her heels clicking purposefully against the tile floor. Stop! You aren't allowed in here. This is a private facility, and you are trespassing. So this was the face of a person capable of vehicular violence. Hey, Charlotte, remember me? The person you tried to kill with your car yesterday, and on Wednesday night, too? I gave her my biggest smile, which very seriously belied the amount of pain I was in. I recognize your voice from the phone. Nice to finally put a face to the voice. She blinked hard, then sneered at me. I could see what Harry meant about her efforts to stop the hands of time. Her face didn't move very much. Let's put it that way. She was very beautiful, and I could imagine even more so when she was young, just like Cassie had been. I believe you had mistaken me for someone else. Harry laughed. Give it up, Charlotte. I know who you are, too, and this girl is exactly right. You're Charlotte Kingston, a member of the board of directors of this facility, and you are at your wits' end trying to get your sister out of here and hide her someplace else. Recognition touched her eyes, and she snickered. Look at who it is. The man who impregnated my sister, then ran away to Harvard and left her alone. That is how someone like you would see it, isn't it? Is that the story your family told you to sell to anyone with questions? That I abandoned her? You wouldn't want to tell the truth, that your mother and grandmother bundled her off to Europe so she could have the baby in secret. And you certainly wouldn't want to admit to everything that happened later. I have no idea what you're talking about. She threw her head back. And now I must order you to leave. She turned halfway toward the pair of orderlies currently in the process of packing up her sister's things. Get security in here and throw these 3 out. Oh, no? Trixie's voice was loud, bold, and probably carried all the way up and down the hall. Even if those orderlies never called security, somebody would be on our tails soon enough. So you're unaware that your sister was lobotomized in this very facility back in 1972? That's something your family decided to forget all about? This was a psychiatric hospital at the time, yes, though I can't see what this has to do with my sister. I am here to see to her comfort and care. And as it is clear that neither of those things can be accomplished here, I've decided to engage a more secure facility where she can spend her final days. She emphasized the word secure, though it wasn't like she needed to tell us how angry she was that we'd been able to get in. The woman practically vibrated with rage. You thought you could hide her here and keep your family's dirty little secret quiet, which is why the thought of anybody having those letters she wrote to the baby your family stole from her was such a threat. Because you knew this would happen, didn't you? Somebody was bound to find out, and when you didn't succeed in scaring me off with that near miss we had on Wednesday, you decided to try again yesterday. You are clearly delusional. She tossed blonde hair over her shoulder, scoffing. You made the mistake of doing it in broad daylight this time. When her mouth pressed together in a line so thin it practically disappeared, I knew I had her. And there were 2 witnesses. That would be us. Trixie was downright triumphant. A reporter and a lawyer. Truly, you couldn't have bungled this any worse than you did. You have no proof of any such thing. I wasn't even here yesterday. So when the Murray's Point Police Department reviews footage taken around the grounds yesterday, they won't find your powder blue Lincoln Continental anywhere in the recordings. Charlotte fell back a step, which Trixie took as an invitation to push me farther into the room. The orderlies had stopped what they were doing, and both looked way too interested in what was going on to think about doing their work. I couldn't blame them. This was probably the most excitement that had ever happened around here. This is harassment. Charlotte jabbed a finger in our direction. That's all this is. What do you hope to gain from this? Money? I would gladly pay you for those letters, but you refused me. Do you think this helps you in any way? That you can manipulate me into allowing you to blackmail me? When all I tried to do was uphold the family name. Do any of you have any idea how difficult that is? What a responsibility that is? To say nothing of the responsibility to my sister.
You put her away. You probably haven't given her a thought in decades.
Disgust dripped from Harry's voice. She barked out a laugh. That goes to show how much you know. My sister has been a millstone around my neck from the day I was born. I'm sure you only ever knew what she told you, what she chose to reveal, from her point of view, where she was the victim. Nothing of her family, nothing of me, having to live through the embarrassment of having her as a sister, having to listen to the whispers and the laughters as soon as people connected me to her. She consumed my family the way she consumed everyone and everything around her. And then what happened? My mother decided to put an end to her insanity once and for all, then left her on my hands by dying. I will never be free of her. Not until one of us dies. So don't talk to me about not giving her a thought. To this day she is my punishment, though I never did anything to deserve her.
You're right. You never deserved her.
There was a catch in Harry's voice.
You never deserved a sister who loved you. She did, you know. She used to wonder why you were never on her side. She couldn't be the person your family wanted her to be, but you were her sister. You should have done better by her. Instead, she could only write letters to the baby your family stole.
And, considering you managed to land at Kingston, I'd say your social standing wasn't hurt as badly as you're trying to make it sound. Trixie's phone rang. Look, it's that dreamy detective Bronson from the Murray's Point Police Department. He told me he'd call once he got a hit on a Lincoln Continental with the same plates as the one that struck my niece yesterday. I wonder whose name will come up. Charlotte dropped the act. As if they would arrest me. Now she was the cold, domineering woman I'd heard on the phone. Regardless of whether or not they do, I fully intend to press charges, and don't forget, there's always the viral articles that will be written and published about this. I glanced up at Trixie, who puffed out her chest. You won't be able to bury this story, just like you couldn't bury those letters. One of the orderlies cleared his throat, shuffling his feet like his partner. It was one thing to be interested in something scandalous, but they did have work to do.
Mrs. Kingston, what should we do here?
Charlotte looked at them, then at us, and finally at the bed in which her sister had slept for a very long time. It was empty, but there was an impression on the pillow from her head. She then pushed her way past us and fled, for lack of a better word. Her heels clicked rapidly against the tile. Somebody called her name, sounding alarmed, but the echo of her footsteps never stopped. It only faded into the distance. Chapter 21.
Please, try to understand if I'd known. That is, with Mrs. Kingston on the board.
The facility director had certainly changed his tune in a big way once he'd gotten word of the full story.
There was only so much I could do. My hands were tied. Once she became aware of your visits.
I understand. And I knew Trixie well enough to know she was practically crowing, vindicated at last. That wasn't enough for Dr. Fisher, the director, who hadn't stopped sweating since confronting us about our being there. He'd assumed we were harassing Charlotte, and had forced her to run away until taking Trixie and Harry's advice and checking out yesterday's security footage.
She threatened to pull funding, too. I couldn't let that happen to my residents.
He stared down at me, still sitting in the borrowed wheelchair.
Please forgive me. I know it doesn't mean much, but it kills me to know what might have happened.
Yes, and how it could have come back to bite him if I'd decided to sue. Granted, I had no idea what I'd have sued for, but I knew the sound and sight of somebody groveling in hopes of avoiding unpleasantness. It's okay, you didn't do anything, and I'm sure she made things difficult for you. We were in his office, just having said goodbye to the detectives who'd come in to confirm it was Charlotte who'd hit me. They'd be on the lookout for her, they said, after taking my statement. I knew what that meant. Nobody had to tell me. I was well past the point of believing in fairy tales. She had enough power and enough pull to get away with what she'd done, or at least avoid prosecution for a while. Until Trixie's articles came out. She planned to do a series on the way mental health was being treated in the 60s and 70s, to tie it to the article about the mystery letters. She'd then write about Cassie and how her life had ended up. Sometimes I'd glance over to where Trixie sat, and I'd find her scribbling notes as ideas popped into her head. Charlotte wouldn't get away with her misdeeds for long. Soon the organizations she supported and led would want nothing more to do with her. So much for preserving the family legacy. What a bunch of selfish, self-absorbed people. Harry fidgeted with his hat.
Is there any way I can see her? Cassie, that is. It's been 50 years. I would like to see her.
It was clear Mr. Fisher wanted to refuse, either on principle or out of habit, but one look at me changed his mind.
Sure, she'll be back in her room now. Her things have been put as they were.
She doesn't have to go, even if her sister wanted her out? I remembered what the nurse from earlier had said about this being her home for so long. If she could stay, that would have been ideal, so long as she was healthy and comfortable.
Nothing was put in writing. She stormed in here demanding we pack Miss Doherty's things.
He frowned, his head tipping to the side.
How did you know she was doing that?
Whoops. Trixie covered.
It was a hunch. I figured, now that we knew about her and had witnessed the hit and run, she would want to get herself and her sister far away from here to cover everything up. It's a good thing your hunch was correct, then.
Sure, and I certainly hoped he wouldn't get in his head to check out security footage from earlier in the morning. I would hate to see the nurse who'd helped us get in trouble for what she'd done. Mr. Fisher seemed too happy to wrap up the drama to think twice, though. He ushered us down the hall to Cassie's room. I was gripping my wheelchair armrests again, but for a different reason this time. Harry stopped short of the door, with Trixie and me behind him.
Go ahead.
Trixie shooed him with one hand.
You should go first.
We'll give you time alone with her.
She won't remember me.
He sounded dejected, deflated.
I'll remember her, but she won't remember me. I'll be a stranger.
You don't know that. They said she's in good condition, forgetful and vague, but good. She might remember you. I reached out and took his hand, giving it a squeeze.
She'll remember me young, though, not this old man I've become.
He patted my hand before letting go.
But I'll still have the chance to see her, which is all I've wanted for such a long time.
Go ahead, then. Trixie held up her hands, fingers crossed. He took one tentative step into the room, then another. We both watched, holding hands, and I held my breath while praying hard for this to go well. The poor man had waited for this for so long. The woman sitting in a rocking chair by the window was strikingly beautiful, with the sun shining on her, transforming her gray hair to a coil of silver hanging over one shoulder. She was like an angel from an old painting, like she glowed. Her hands rested in her lap, her eyes focused on the garden on the other side of the window. Harry stopped with a bed between them. He murmured her name, barely audible to us in the hall. She turned her head slowly, finding him, squinting. For a long moment, all she did was look at him with a blank expression. Then something changed. Her mouth began to move. I braced myself for what might come out of it. Dr. Fisher had assured us she was docile, gentle, agreeable. But that was around people she knew. What about somebody she didn't recognize? Her voice was sweet, gentle, almost childlike. What took you so long? Harry spluttered.
What's that?
I said, what took you so long, Harry? Trixie whirled away from the doorway, her hands over her mouth. She was trying not to lose it, just like I was. We were both failing miserably.
You remember me?
He went to her, bending to take her hands.
After all this time?
I would always know you. She lifted his hand and pressed her cheek to it before tears blurred my vision. My Harry.
We should leave them alone.
Trixie pulled a tissue from her bag to wipe her eyes.
They deserve to be alone for a little while.
You're right. I considered giving Cassie the letters, but decided it might not be the best way to go. She might get upset if they stirred any bad memories. Trixie wheeled me down the hall to the lobby, where we waited for Harry to join us. It was maybe 15 minutes before he did, red-eyed and smiling.
She remembered me. After everything. After all this time.
I'm so glad. I reached into my purse. Here, you should have these. They aren't mine. You can decide whether to show them to her or not. He took them, held them with the sort of care a person used when they were handling something precious.
Thank you. This means the world to me. I would never have found her if it hadn't been for the two of you.
Trixie sniffled loudly, so I guessed she wasn't quite over the emotional part of the day. We promised to keep in touch, then Trixie wheeled me out to her car, parked next to Harry's.
Who could have guessed things would have turned out this way?
She patted my shoulder.
You write a story because it's interesting and you think other people will agree with you. Next thing you know, you're reuniting long-lost loves and making sure a woman's voice is finally heard after 50 years.
It's really something. I meant that with all my heart. But the little matter of the pain I was in started to take over everything else around the time we'd waited for Harry to come out. With the excitement past, there was no adrenaline to drown out the bruising and aching. She helped me into the car and got me buckled in. Amazing the things a person could take for granted, like being able to effortlessly get in and out of a car. Dr. Fisher had promised to keep an eye on it while it sat in the lot. I figured I'd ask somebody to drive me up in a day or two so I could bring it home. I didn't plan on going much further than my sofa and my store for a while.
Your mother's going to kill me for this. You realize that, right?
Trixie pulled out of the lot and onto the road leading up to the turnpike.
Letting you get hurt? Not telling her about it? I'd be surprised if she speaks to me before Labor Day.
She will. I'll make sure she knows you took care of me, and if she gets an attitude, I'll get on her case about it. Here. She handed me the pain meds she'd picked up while I got my things together at the hospital.
You'll be due for one of these, I think. You should sleep like a baby the whole way home.
I was sure I wouldn't. But I did. I fell asleep to the sound of Trixie's dictating into her phone while she drove, outlining the article she was dying to get started on the moment she got home. I could hear the excitement in her voice, and I smiled before slipping into darkness. Chapter 22. You've got to be kidding me. I'd only woken up a few moments earlier when Trixie had gently nudged me and let me know we were almost home. It seemed like I'd closed my eyes only a moment before then. The sight of so many familiar buildings told another story. And the sight of my father standing on the front lawn of the house where my apartment sat told a story too. A very angry-looking story. He opened my door less than a second after Trixie put her car in park.
What did you think you were doing, going up there without telling anybody but that girl at the store?
Her name is Becca.
I know that. She's the one who fessed up when I stopped over there earlier today to ask if you wanted something for lunch. There I was, thinking I could repay you for the salad earlier in the week.
You bullied her into telling the truth? He cracked a grin.
Please. She folded like a pair of jeans the second I asked where you were.
Don't tell me you told Mom.
Are there claw marks on my face? No, I didn't tell your mother. I'll leave that up to you.
I was still sitting in the car, buckled in, and he held his head in his hands as he looked me over.
What am I going to do with you?
It's not like I jumped in front of the car so it would hit me, and I'd very much like to go up to my apartment now. Granted, I had no idea how I'd make it up the stairs, though the medication had kicked in while I was asleep and dulled the worst of the pain. He was gentle with me, touchingly so, reminding me of when I was a little girl and he was teaching me how to ride a bike. Remember when I kept falling off my bike when you were showing me how to ride? It took forever for me to find my balance.
What made you think of that? Sure, I remember. I started wondering if you'd ever figure it out. But you did.
He helped me swing my legs out, then stand. I leaned against him while Trixie grabbed my purse and closed the door. I was thinking about all the ointment and bandages you used to put on me. That's what made me remember. You taking care of me? He was as gruff as usual when he replied,
I've never stopped wanting to take care of you, sweetheart. Now put an arm around my shoulders and I'll help you up the stairs.
I was glad of that, and not because I needed the help, For a second, I was afraid he'd try to pick me up.
"Holly's up there," he told me. "We used the spare key you gave us. I hope you don't mind."
Not at all. I was too fuzzy to mind. And after what I'd gone through, being around family was what I needed, especially since Holly wouldn't browbeat me to death the way certain other family members would. My apartment smelled like Italian food. The aroma of tomatoes and garlic reached me before we were halfway up the stairs.
"She cooks when she's worried."
Dad's voice was heavy with affection.
"I hope that's okay."
"It's perfect. No way am I cooking today."
"Or this week if she cooked half of what she usually does in a stressful situation. You'll have leftovers for days. At least she's a good cook. I shudder to think what it would be like if she wasn't."
He was doing his best to keep me laughing, the way he always did his best at everything in life. A wave of affection swept over me as we reached the landing. Though that could have been the pain meds, I was feeling pretty good. "There you are!" Holly set Georgie in his pack-and-play before coming to me, helping me onto the sofa. "We came right over to get this place set up for you when you got home. I've been cooking so you wouldn't have to worry about that. I have a load of sheets in the dryer downstairs. Your friend said she'd bring them up and make up the sofa for you once they're dry. I imagine it'll be easier for you to get up and off the sofa than it would to get in and out of bed. And you have the TV out here, too."
"She's not dying, sweetheart."
Dad helped me sit while Georgie babbled and reached for me. I blew him kisses but wasn't in any shape to hold or bounce him. One wrong move and I'd be howling. "This means the world. Seriously. Thank you." I looked up at Trixie, who was testing Holly's sauce on the stove. "And thank you, too." "I didn't do anything. We happened to be in the same place at the same time is all." She gave Holly a thumbs up and tossed the spoon into the sink with her usual carefree attitude. "I'd better get going. These pieces aren't going to right themselves." "Keep me posted." "Are you kidding? I intend to link to your website this time. I hope you're ready for the sales to come rolling in." She dropped a broad wink, kissed the top of Georgie's head, then sailed out.
"Just as exhausting as ever, I see."
Dad's voice held a note of affection in spite of the way he scowled. Trixie was a handful, for sure, but she knew how to come through when it counted. Since they were both dying to hear about what had happened, I gave them the full story. The hit and run, the hospital, Harry and Cassie. Holly gasped at all the right times and cried when I described Cassie recognizing Harry. Even my father looked a little teary.
"You did a good thing, getting those two together, I mean. I know a couple of the fellas up in Murray's Point. I'll follow up with them, see if they bring Charlotte in on charges."
"Don't hold your breath. Her family's still a big deal around there."
"And I know the police up there must hate them for it. That won't earn her any love or respect, I'll tell you that much."
No, but it had earned her the pull to be able to tell Dr. Fisher to stonewall any attempt at contacting her sister. I decided against arguing since I was too tired and loopy. Holly encouraged me to pick out a movie, so I did, and the three of us settled in to watch. Granted, I was in and out the entire time and couldn't follow the plot to save my life, but that didn't matter. I had family with me. I was safe, and they'd take care of me. Sometimes that was all a girl needed. By the time we'd enjoyed Holly's baked ziti, they packed Georgie up and took their leave. "I think he knows your mom will come running the second the cafe closes." Holly kissed my cheek. "It's better this way." It was, though it made my heart ache a little. Still, we'd come a long way from the days of angry looks and open hostility. And if a bottle full of letters could wash up on a beach 50 years after being written and end up bringing people back together, anything was possible. "I ought to smack Trixie for almost letting you get killed." "Mom, enough." I was feeling cranky, but it wasn't time for more pain medication yet. Just like Holly had predicted, Mom and Emma had come running around 6 o'clock. They must have closed early. Emma was on my side, sitting on the sofa with my feet in her lap. Give both of them a break. How could they have known a crazy lady would try to run her down? Twice. I closed my eyes tight, scrunching up my face as my mother gasped. "Twice? You're telling me she tried this before?" "All's well that ends well?" I opened one eye just a little, enough so I could see her. Just as I suspected, she was unimpressed. "I'm beside myself." Mom went to the kitchen. "I need a cup of tea." "Who was cooking in here? It smells like a head of garlic exploded." I exchanged a wary glance with my sister. Holly wanted to make sure I had food to eat, that I didn't have to get up and cook for myself. And much like Dad had predicted, I'd have leftovers for days. Ziti would be coming out of my ears. "Oh, that's nice." Emma's eyebrows shot up, as did mine. It was better to let it go without saying anything else. I pointed to Emma, then patted my belly. She shook her head. I tapped the back of my wrist. "Time is ticking." She mouthed the word doctor, and I understood. She wanted to wait until she went in and got the confirmation that everything looked okay. I blew out a sigh anyway, and she shrugged. What can I do? She eyed the kitchen, where Mom was still preparing tea for the three of us. "What do you think will happen next? What do you think Harry'll do now that he found her?" "He's a lawyer, though I admit I don't know what kind of law he practices. But at the very least, he might know somebody who can help Cassie. I don't think your sister will want to have that much to do with her anymore, and she shouldn't since it's obvious how much resentment there is." "Good thing you don't know how that feels, right?" She gazed up at the ceiling, batting her eyelashes. "I've always been the perfect sister." "Can I disagree, then blame the meds?" "No, you may not." "Fine." I stuck my tongue out, and she did the same, but I snuggled up a little closer to her. "Maybe not perfect, but very good." "I guess I'll have to settle for that." Mom called out from the kitchen, which wasn't necessary since my apartment wasn't all that big. "You're both lucky to have each other. There's nothing in the world like the bond between sisters. You'll have each other for the rest of your lives." Emma's eyes welled up, and I shook my head, stern. This wasn't time for her to get all hormonal. I could only do so much to keep her a secret from Mom. To do this to me while I was under the influence wasn't fair. She managed to pull it together before Mom came back. "What about Trixie? I bet she'll get a raise for what she's about to publish. I think it should go in the actual newspaper, not just online." "Online gets the shares, though, which her bosses value more than anything." Mom sat in one of the two armchairs, sighing. "To tell you the truth, and don't say a word about it to her, she's been worried about her job ever since the paper was sold to those boys. Everyone on the staff is so young, so hip, or whatever the word is nowadays. She was afraid they'd get rid of her. I think this story came along at the ideal time." "I had no idea. I mean, it makes sense, but still. To think she's been writing for that paper for decades. What happens to people when the world decides they've gotten too old to be useful?" Emma sniffled, and I shot her a warning look. "There's a lot that's unfair about the world. Like how a 24-year-old girl could be lobotomized and left in a hospital without any say in the matter. Cassie's entire life had passed thanks to that decision, while she sat in a chair by the window and stared out at a world she had no part in. Now it was my turn to tear up. "It's been a long week." "Poor thing, and here we are keeping you up and talking when you must be exhausted." Mom checked the time. "You want some more medicine?" "Yes, and then I think I'll go to sleep." Poppy had already made up the couch for me, and I was propped up on pillows. "If I need anything, Poppy made me promise I'd call her," I assured Mom. "But I'm sure I'll be fine. It's only bruising." Mom hugged me 3 times before going to the door. Emma gave me a hug, then murmured in my ear, "I'm going on Monday." Thank goodness, because I'm about to burst. Even Poppy had clearly struggled with keeping the news to herself. It was rare that she spent any time with my family, so I'd assumed it would be safe to share with her. Silly me making assumptions. It was nice to be alone after so much excitement, even though the apartment felt awfully quiet once my family had cleared out. I didn't have anything that needed my immediate attention. Becca had texted, saying the store was fine and that she was processing the day's online orders. We'd need to stock up on a few of our most popular items sooner than expected. But that wasn't exactly a bad problem to have. She could handle it. I didn't have to be there. The world didn't stop turning. Boy, once the universe got something stuck in its craw, it didn't let up. "I get it." I looked at the ceiling. since obviously one spoke to the sky when having such conversations. You can stop sending me messages. I understand now. If you don't mind, could I avoid getting hit by any more cars? That would be nice. Thank you. Over and out. Chapter 23. I can't believe you're spending your day off helping me here. I watched as Pete restocked a shelf full of mysteries which he'd carried out of the back room. He shrugged it off in his usual good-natured way. Even this early on a Sunday morning, he was in a good mood.
This is much nicer company than what I usually deal with, even when I'm at work, so I don't mind.
Was he too good to be true? I couldn't quite figure it out. Was the cynic in me wondering if he had an angle, whether there was some hidden meaning behind his insistence on being helpful? Yes, I was a cynic, but I wasn't blind. I knew he liked me, and I liked what we had together. We were friends. I trusted him. He was fun to be around, and for some reason he felt the same way about me. Poor guy. Compared to hanging around the police station, anything was preferable, except maybe a root canal, or, of course, being hit by a car. It was obvious I wouldn't be able to do much more than sit behind the counter today, and maybe for the next few days. There was no way I was staying home, that much was for sure. I would have ended up climbing the walls. Emma had picked me up and dropped me off this morning, since I couldn't very well walk the entire way either. Again, I'd taken so much for granted. Everybody did. We couldn't possibly spend our entire lives thinking about all the good things we had going for us, or else we wouldn't have time to do anything else.
What can I do next?
He joined me on the other side of the counter, watching as I scrolled through our online orders.
Wow, if this keeps up much longer, you really will need to hire extra help.
I'm afraid to jinx it by agreeing with you, but I did agree with him. I hadn't expected this sudden rush of popularity to last forever, of course. People would eventually forget all about Cassie and me and everybody else, the way they always did. Still, if we could find ways to keep the online traffic alive, like by using Becca's book club idea, we might be able to keep the sales flowing. If that was the case, I might very well need to hire somebody, at least part-time, to handle the online shipping and making sure we stayed stocked. It's still a little overwhelming. I guess I'll get used to it.
Sure you will. You'll get used to being awesome.
I shook my head. You're too much. There was a tap against the front door, and my reflexes had me ready to call out that we weren't quite open yet. There were still another 20 minutes from that point. When I recognized Harry out there, however, I asked Pete to unlock the door and let him in. I didn't expect to see you this soon. To tell the truth, I hadn't expected to see him at all. A phone call would have been one thing, but an in-person visit seemed like too much to ask for.
I wanted to check on you and make sure you're doing well.
He and Pete exchanged pleasantries, introducing themselves and shaking hands, before Harry turned his attention back to me, and Pete returned to helping me with the books. I'm about as good as can be expected, all things considered. Honestly, I have a lot of good people taking care of me. I should be fine in a few days.
I'm glad to hear that.
It was amazing how different he seemed from the man I'd met less than a week earlier. Smiling, light-hearted, cheerful. I guessed being reunited with somebody who meant so much to him had a lot to do with that. He didn't have to wonder anymore what happened to her. And how are you?
Me? Couldn't be better. I thought I would come in person to tell you Charlotte was arrested last night.
I darn near fell off my chair. Are you serious? I never imagined she would be.
From what I've heard, there are a lot of people who are glad this happened. A lot of people who are tired of families like the Kingstons getting away with whatever they want. It wasn't quite the secret Charlotte thought it was, what had been done to Cassie. Once word of Charlotte's arrest spread, the phone calls began trickling in. Old friends from long, long ago, who were elated to find out she was getting her just desserts.
And they all knew?
Either they knew or they suspected. Word tends to travel in tight circles, as do rumors. I removed myself from that group a long time ago, but as it turns out, a great many of them never forgot about Cassie. Now that we're all a bit older, they began looking at her through different eyes. She deserves so much better than what she got.
You're right about that.
Anyway, as I was saying, One of them put me in touch with the lawyers in charge of the Doherty estate and overseeing Cassie's trust. With Charlotte having been arrested now, and with questions arising to her feelings towards her sister, the notion of putting someone else in charge of the trust and seeing to her care for the rest of her life is being tossed around.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Anybody would be better at keeping watch over her than Charlotte. When he smiled, I finally got it. You?
They have no other family, after all. It will take a great deal of clearing up red tape, but I'm willing to put in the work. I'll stand before any judge who wishes to hear my argument. Cassie and I were taken from each other. The least I can do is to see to it that the rest of her life is spent comfortably, safely. And if it turns out I'm not granted oversight, you'd better be sure I'll hound whoever is. I'll visit her every single day. I'll buy a house near her to make it easier. Whatever it takes.
His eyes went a little watery. I had to struggle to keep from letting my own emotions come out in a flood of tears.
I have purpose again. There's been a few years now when I didn't feel as though I had any. My children no longer need me. They're occupied with my grandchildren. I love them all dearly, but days go by without hearing from them. They're busy with their own lives. I understand. I felt like I was fading, going invisible to the rest of the world. I don't feel that way anymore.
You have no idea how good it makes me feel to hear you say that.
You have no idea how good it feels to say it. She might not remember exactly what happened between us, but she remembers me, and she remembers what we meant to each other, even if she can't quite put into words what that means. And that's enough.
I nodded. His eyes widened.
Oh, I nearly forgot. I arranged for your car to be towed to you.
You didn't have to do that.
It was the very least I could do. I contacted your friend Trixie since we exchanged information in case she wanted to reach out for her work. She gave me your address, and the car should be here later today.
That was one less thing to worry about, at least. I was starting to wonder how long it would take before I could hitch a ride up there and get it. Thank you so much.
Think nothing of it.
He put on his hat, adjusted the brim, and flashed a dashing smile that made me understand how Cassie had fallen in love with him. I could almost imagine him as the young man he used to be. After he left, Pete returned from the back room.
You made him happy.
I helped anyway. I found him shaking his head at me. What?
It's like pulling teeth getting you to take credit for something you did.
I don't want to brag, that's all.
Sometimes you deserve to brag a little. Otherwise, you'd better get used to people bragging on you. Either way, the people who care about you want to see you get credit for the good things you do.
He was gazing at me in that funny way again, the way he'd looked at me at Dad's while we were in Georgie's room. There was that fluttery feeling in my stomach again. I was never so glad to know that Becca had run back home to grab her phone, which she'd left on its charger.
Darcy, it's the last day of restaurant week. I won't have an excuse after today to ask if you want to enjoy good food at reasonable prices.
I tried not to laugh because I didn't want to make it seem like I was laughing at him, but a tiny giggle bubbled up and out of me before I could help it. He took it in stride.
What I'm trying to say is, if I don't ask you out on a real date soon, I won't be able to button my pants anymore. I mean, they're sort of cutting into my waist now as it is. I've been trying all week to find reasons to spend time with you, and it seems like a good idea to come out and ask you for a date. An actual date. Not a thinly veiled attempt.
So that's why you were suddenly so interested in bargains this week, huh?
Oh, I always love a bargain.
He cracked a grin.
But yes, of course.
And helping me around here today? That's not because you nurse a deep, abiding love for books and want to be around them whenever possible?
I do love books, and no, now that you mention it, this is the sort of thing friends do for each other. You're laid up and refuse to stay home, and all right, maybe your dad asked me to keep an eye out for you.
My dad? I covered my face with my hands. That's all I need. My dad telling people to be friends with me and invite me to their sleepovers. And then the context of the current situation slammed into me with all the force of a speeding train, and my face caught fire. I was so embarrassed. The time to talk about sleepovers was not immediately after being asked out on a date. Pete cleared his throat while I continued to wish playing peekaboo actually made a person disappear the way babies thought it did.
I couldn't bear to lower my hands in front of my face.
Anyway, he didn't put me up to anything, Pete confessed. He knows we're friends.
Yes, of course. It was muffled because, well, hands.
And he knows you're likely to take too much on yourself and work too hard.
Also a possibility.
But I'd still like to go out with you.
I spread 2 fingers, peeking out at him. Still? Even now?
Still. Even now.
He was gentle, pulling my hands away to see me.
So, what do you think?
There was no thinking to be done. I'd already lived in my head long enough, questioning and wondering. Time to take action. I think I'd love that. Moments later, Becca came in, using her key. You guys, it's time to open up. What are you doing in here? Nothing? I turned to the computer and hoped my face had gone back to something close to its normal color. You got your phone? Oh, yeah, right here. She pulled it from her pocket. It was right where I left it, on the charger. She was not a good actress. Pete was not a good actor. I looked at him and he looked away, suddenly extremely intent on a collection of Shakespeare's plays. Huh. Okay. Glad you made it back in time for us to open. Yep. She hustled past me, giving a little side-eye along the way, and I knew for sure she hadn't left her phone at home. That somebody had asked her to find a reason to get lost for a little bit, and I didn't mind at all. Chapter 24.
You shouldn't be doing all this work.
Joe turned away from me and shot a glance at my sister.
She shouldn't be doing all this work.
Don't look at me. Emma gestured at me with her knife, which didn't strike me as the safest thing to do, but what did I know? She insisted. It's been 5 days. I'm feeling much better. Ibuprofen goes a long way. I finished putting the salad together and took the big bowl to the table spanning Emma's and Joe's dining area. Joe had put the leaf in to make extra space for their guests. It was still slow going, though, and standing for too long made the pain worse. Then again, sitting or lying down for too long made me stiff. There was no winning. Listen, your wife's in the family way, so she needs all the help she can get. I winked at Joe when Emma wasn't looking. I mean, she's always needed help, but still. She rolled her eyes. You're so much funnier when you narrowly escape death. You know that? Meanwhile, Joe stroked his chin, appearing thoughtful.
Hmm?
Emma lifted her brows.
It's just that I've seen you escape death a few times, and it never made you any funnier.
Good thing his reflexes were quick, since she threw a dish towel at him. He ducked, laughing.
Hey, is that any way to treat your baby daddy?
I had to lean on the counter for support. I was laughing so hard. If there's a list of things I never expected to hear you say, that's got to be up there at the top. Emma laughed too, forgetting food prep for the time being. She was reverse searing steaks, which were currently in the oven at low temperature. Once they were finished cooking, she'd pop them in a cast iron skillet to crust up the outside. The girl knew her food, but then that was what she did for a living. I was glad to benefit from her creativity. I just know Mom's going to notice that I'm not drinking wine and put 2 and 2 together before we have the chance to make the announcement. She shook her head, fretful. I doubt it. She'll be more interested in Dad and Holly being here. She frowned. True, but she's already commented that I've gained a little weight. I bit my tongue before I could blurt out that I'd noticed too, considering Emma was further along than she'd originally thought, 14 weeks and counting, according to the ultrasound. It made sense. We'd already had this conversation once my jaw had dropped at the number 14. I was so busy with wedding planning I lost track of time, and things have been so hectic since then with my travel for work and on around here. I never had morning sickness or any of the other things you hear about, though I've been exhausted, like I said, and moody. Joe made a strangled noise at that, but had kept his thoughts to himself. Everything's going to be fine. I think Joe's right. She'll be too focused on the rest of the party. But she'll have Bob with her too, so that ought to take some of the heat off. I crossed my fingers where she couldn't see them and prayed that I was right, for all our sakes. There was a knock at the door before long. It was a relief to find Mom out in the hall with Bob. She'd have time to get over what was coming. After kisses and hugs, she held me at arm's length and looked me up and down. You seem tired. Mom, you saw me a few hours ago.
You seemed tired then, too. Sleeping isn't super easy, but I'm managing. Don't worry so much. I turned us toward the table in hopes of changing the subject. I made the salad, so don't forget to tell me how good it is. Mom didn't laugh at my pitiful joke. Instead, she peered over her shoulder to where Joe and Bob were chatting over beers. I see you put the leaf in the table. Who else are you expecting? As if on cue, there was another knock. I bit my lip hard enough to hurt. Emma shot me a terrified look from the kitchen, and I took that as a cue to brace up and appear confident, if only for her sake. I may or may not have also tightened my grip on Mom's arm in hopes of holding her in place, just in case she decided to lunge. Her arm went stiff under my hand. What is he doing here? Why didn't you tell me he was coming? The woman wasn't much of a stage whisperer, but there was too much fuss over Georgie for anybody else to hear. I know this isn't easy. I pulled her aside, turning her away from them and toward me. I'm sorry if it makes you uncomfortable. I really am. But Emma wanted to bring everybody together tonight. When Mom stared at me, expectant, I realized I'd have to fudge a little. Why would Emma want us to get together? Mom would jump to the correct conclusion if I didn't make something up. My hip throbbed, which was all I needed to inspire me. I could have been killed last week, you know. It means a lot to her that we can all get together while we can. Before it's too late, you know? Mom's eyes welled up. Oh, sweetie, when you put it that way. Don't cry, please. Guilt, guilt, and more guilt. I'm fine. Don't forget about that part. Let's not waste the time we have left. And Emma worked really hard on this dinner, so the least we can do is enjoy it, okay? Okay. Mom sniffed, but stood up a little straighter. I can do this. And I guess the baby is cute. Yes, it had to be difficult for her to be around Dad's third born. More guilt heaped itself on the pile already resting on my chest. She turned around. George, you're looking good. Holly, that's a pretty blouse. She even went over to them and took Georgie's hand when he waved at her. You're a sweetheart, aren't you? Emma grabbed me on her way past. What did you say to her to make her behave like this? I can't repeat it. I'm already going to hell and don't want the accommodations to be any worse when I get there. I wished I could have a drink, but I needed a clear head to do just about everything anymore. Even functioning with my non-dominant wrist being sprained was a challenge. Food's just about ready, everybody. Emma waved us on to the table, where we settled in before she brought out the steaks. The steaks were glistening and gorgeous and made my mouth water just seeing them. I taught her everything she knows. Dad tucked a napkin into his shirt collar the way he always did when he fully expected to make an unholy mess of himself. Considering there was also corn on the cob to be enjoyed, the odds favored it. Georgie would probably get more in his mouth if he tried than our father managed to. He was an enthusiastic eater. Now, you be careful with the red meat. Holly shot him a stern look. You know what the doctor said. Can I enjoy myself for one night, please? Mom chuckled with a shake of her head. This is taking me back. Thank you, Sylvia. That was very helpful. But Dad managed to crack a grin. I guess you're glad I'm not your problem anymore. No comment. She leaned a little closer to Bob, who appeared gratified if not a little bemused. It couldn't have been a lot of fun for him either, hanging out with his girlfriend's ex-husband. I raised my eyebrow at Joe, who shrugged and turned to his wife. They'd have to break the happy news soon, or risk the corncob holders getting jabbed into somebody's eyes. Emma stood, looking over the table. I braced myself for what was bound to come, glancing back and forth between my parents to gauge their reactions. It would be so good not to have to keep this secret anymore. Emma opened her mouth, then clamped a hand over it. The smell is making me sick. She ran for the bathroom and slammed the door shut. We all cringed when the sound of her hurling made its way to us. I used to have an appetite. Mom clapped her hands to her cheeks. Oh, my stars! You're pregnant! She's pregnant! What? Dad stood. Is that true? That's why she's getting chubbier. Mom pointed to the end of the table where Emma's place was set. She's not drinking wine either. Joe put his napkin over his head and laid his head on the table. So much for that. Joe, this is so exciting. Mom ran around the table and basically mauled him. Dad shook his head in wonder as he sank back to his chair. The poor man's mouth was hanging open. Holly got up and went to the bathroom door to check on Emma. I could only laugh. It seemed like things always turned out this way. The opposite we expected them to, in other words. Though, all things considered, this was pretty on brand for my sister. What a night! Once Emma had finished throwing up, thanks to the smell of the steaks, she'd stuffed tissue up her nostrils to block out as much of it as she could. That had seemed to work, and the rest of dinner had been one of the happiest nights I could remember. Mom and Dad seemed to call a truce for the night, and had even hugged. I was amazed I hadn't fainted at the sight. Emma had seemed like she was on the verge. Now I was in my pajamas, and seriously considering skipping the ibuprofen and going for the hard stuff, if only to help me sleep. I had overdone it, no surprise. By the time I knew I'd overdone things, it was always too late. It wasn't like I could go back and underdo them. I jumped when somebody knocked at the door leading directly outside, rather than the one inside the building. The light was on out there, and in its glow, I could make out the shape of a tall man. I'd already turned out the inside lights and had been on my way to bed. Maybe he'd go away if I stayed still and quiet?
Darcy, I can see you in there. You look like a scared rabbit.
Of all the people. Ethan, don't you know phones exist? I flipped the living room light on and unlocked the door before ushering him in. What is it with you and these late-night visits?
I'm sorry this time. Really.
This time? I closed the door and leaned against it, folding my arms. Not last time? He didn't jump at the bait, instead eyeing the bandage on my wrist.
I wanted to see you to make sure you're okay. I've been meaning to for days, but I haven't gotten out of the kitchen before 9 this past week. I'm dealing with the tail end of the restaurant week surge. People coming in for repeat visits. Asking who won the contest, you know.
Yeah, Mom had a great week too. She thinks hosting another week in winter would be a great idea. She would never tell you she said so I figured I would. She also thought the social media campaign was brilliant. His smirk was somehow smirkier than usual.
She used the word brilliant, huh?
Okay, smart.
I'll take what I can get.
He held out his hands.
You should sit down, huh? Let me help you.
I wasn't going to argue with him. Thanks. Don't judge me for groaning like an old lady.
I won't judge you for that.
He helped me sit, and I did my best not to make a sound, but a tiny one escaped.
Do you need anything?
He was suddenly so concerned. Was this all it took, getting hit by a car? No thanks, I'm okay. So you wanted to come by, but it was too late?
I figured you might be going to bed even earlier than usual. I know I would be.
He sat on the other end of the sofa, close to the edge, elbows on his spread knees.
You had a close call. I was so sorry to hear about it.
Thanks. Really, I'm okay. It could have been much worse. He frowned.
That's not as reassuring as you think it is. I don't like thinking about how much worse things could have gotten.
Oh, I didn't have a quick little comeback for that one. It seemed like my tongue had gone missing. He looked down at his hands, wringing them together.
You did a great thing. Everybody's talking about it. I can't lie to you, it makes me feel sort of proud when I heard about it.
About the letters?
About you. You did the right thing. You didn't back off when things got sticky, the way I told you to. Should I take credit for this, since I know I only made you more determined than ever to do exactly what you wanted?
You would say something like that. His smile faded.
I mean it, though. I'm proud to know you. When you said those things on the boardwalk last week about having a responsibility toward her, the girl who wrote the letters, you took it so seriously. You were so devoted to finding her and making her voice heard. Do you know how special that is?
I didn't know what to say, and even less what to think. This was a side of him I'd never seen before. Maybe a flash of it had come through after the locket drama, but that was nothing compared to this. He didn't wait for a response.
I wanted to come over and tell you, is all. I think you're special. I think you're worth getting to know better. And I don't think that about just anybody. I'm sure you can believe that.
My head bobbed up and down. Thankfully, it stopped just in time for Ethan to lean across the sofa and kiss me. We would have banged our heads together otherwise. It wasn't deep or passionate,
and it was over too soon. But it had happened. That much I knew. And I liked it. I knew that too. I opened my eyes and found him hovering close to me, our noses almost touching. Anyway, I'd better let you get some sleep. Do you need help getting up? I finally found my voice. No, I'll be okay. It would have been too embarrassing because I was definitely going to grunt like an aggravated moose, and sure, he had just kissed me, but it was early enough for him to change his mind. Don't forget to lock the door behind me, and take it easy, okay? So you'll get better soon. He went to the door, opening it before turning to face me. I'll see you around. Yeah, see you around. I waited until he'd gone down the stairs, running along the side of the building, before I got up and locked the door just like he'd said. He'd kissed me. Ethan freaking Crosby had kissed me. And Pete freaking Fraser had asked me for a date. It looked like I had two men in my life after all.
End of Book 8. This has been Message on the Tide, Cape Hope Mysteries Book 8, written by Winnie Reed, narrated by Jack Ainsworth. Copyright 2016 to 2022 by Winnie Reed. Production copyright by Winnie Reed.